Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. Now let me go, she said at last. Kitazawa ignored her. Instead, he leaned back onto the sofa and pulled her into his lap. Shouldn't you be practicing super strength right now? She asked pointedly, though she didn't resist. Tsunade-sama isn't back yet, he answered, his hand sliding down to caress her thigh. What's the next sealing jutsu I should learn? She asked, glancing down at his hand, her cheeks tinged pink. Four limbs weight seal, he replied after a moment. It was one of the few sealing arts he had access to, excluding the cursed tongue seal, which was clearly unsuitable for her. And what does it do? She leaned back into him, her voice softening. His hand traced circles along her skin, and though her face grew hotter, her smile betrayed her pleasure. Perhaps, she thought, her lips parting slightly, her breathing quickening. Chapter 175. Outside Kurenai's home, a fierce battle was in full swing. Tsunade's voluptuous figure blurred into motion, vanishing and reappearing before Kitazawa in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind followed her as she raised one long leg and brought it crashing down. Boom. The ground split apart, stones scattering like shrapnel. Leaf body flicker. Kitazawa's body dissolved into a flurry of leaves before reforming behind her. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Sensing the pressure at her back, Tsunade turned calmly, spread her fingers, and caught his fist head-on. A terrifying force rippled out. Her arm trembled, her mature body swaying slightly from the impact. Your strength isn't focused enough, she remarked offhandedly, then tugged his fist and dragged him forward. Kitazawa stumbled toward what looked like a soft embrace, but her waiting kick stopped him cold. His heart jolted, and he slipped away with another leaf body flicker. Landing at a safe distance, he let out a breath of relief, only for Tsunade to close the gap in a single lunge. Her punch tore the air itself as it came down. Kitazawa gritted his teeth, stood firm, and met her strike. Their fists collided, releasing shockwaves that rippled outward. The impact forced him back several steps, each one leaving a deep print in the ground. Continue, Tsunade ordered with a small nod. Her student's technique was still unrefined, but his progress was undeniable. His learning speed had far exceeded her expectations. Her thoughts flickered to the new jutsu, something she should have completed weeks ago. She had been avoiding it out of hesitation, but she knew it could no longer be delayed. Bang, bang, bang. Their silhouettes blurred as they exchanged blows. Or rather, Kitazawa endured them. Against Tsunade, there was little room for offense, only desperate blocks and counterattacks. Even with strength close to that of an elite Jonin, he was far from her level. And in pure taijutsu, his ninjutsu offered no help. Still, the battle was invaluable. His control over monstrous strength improved with each clash, and he gained combat experience he'd sorely lacked. As an academy teacher, Kitazawa rarely faced true life-and-death struggles. Most of his opponents had been weaker, never the caliber of someone like Tsunade. Facing her was brutal, but it pushed him to grow rapidly. By the time night fell, his body was drenched in sweat. Enough for today, Tsunade declared, stepping back. Yes. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa panted, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. The new jutsu is nearly complete. After your school break, tell Yakumo to prepare for treatment. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Kitazawa blinked, needing several seconds to process. She finally agreed. He had suspected she was only stalling before, but at last, she was keeping her promise. Whether he could cure her hemophobia remained uncertain, but he would try. Dragging himself into the house, Kitazawa collapsed onto the sofa. Waves of fatigue washed over him, urging him toward sleep. Then footsteps echoed. Kitazawa, Kurenai Yuhi's voice carried both annoyance and concern. She looked at him with faint distress. Go to your room and rest. Carry me. Kitazawa extended a hand without opening his eyes. Even now, you're trying to take advantage of me. She huffed. I'm too drained to move. This isn't taking advantage, he muttered. Like I'd believe that, she shot back, but still hooked his arm over her waist and lifted him easily. Resting his head against her, Kitazawa couldn't help noticing her soft warmth. "How's your super strength training?" Kurenai asked as she carried him to his room. "Going well," he answered, and she gently laid him onto the bed. "That's good. Rest first, I'll call you for dinner." She turned to leave, but Kitazawa caught her hand. Before she could finish her protest, he pulled her down onto the bed. Their faces were suddenly inches apart. What are you doing?" Kurenai's heart skipped. "No rush for dinner," Kitazawa said softly, eyes lingering on her lips. "Cook after I wake up." Her throat tightened. She swallowed hard, her blush spreading as his gaze drew her in. Kitazawa leaned forward and kissed her. Kurenai stiffened, then melted into the warmth, eyes losing focus. "Yuhi, you're beautiful," he whispered. Her mind went blank, her cheeks burning. But awareness soon returned, and the blush deepened all the way to her ears. I'll let you rest." "I should." She stammered. "Forget dinner. Sleep with me instead," Kitazawa teased, smiling. "It's rare to see you this flustered." "Who's flustered?" she snapped, forcing composure. "You're exhausted, you should rest." "Exhausted?" Kitazawa's expression sharpened, his smile fading. "Then maybe I should prove otherwise." Kurenai froze as his hand slid down her thigh and pressed against the hem of her clothes. Fabric slipped off her shoulder, revealing pale skin and the outline of her collarbone under the mesh. Kitazawa," she whispered, trembling. "Yuhi," he murmured, meeting her eyes. He stopped, silently leaving the choice to her. "First, take a bath." Her face glowed red. "Together?" he asked with a sly smile. She averted her gaze. Without hesitation, Kitazawa lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bathroom. Steam soon filled the room as hot water poured into the tub. "I'll help you wash," Kurenai said softly, fighting her embarrassment. "All right," Kitazawa agreed easily. After all, he'd need his strength later. Stripping down, he sank into the steaming water. Glancing back, he saw Kurenai frozen in place, eyes squeezed shut. "How do you plan on helping me like that?" he teased. She hesitated, then opened her eyes, relief flashing across her face when she saw him already soaking. Biting her lip, she stepped forward. "You're not undressing." Kitazawa prodded. What? "Most people bathe without clothes," he said with mock innocence. Kurenai's heartbeat thundered. "If you're shy, you can wait until I'm done." His eyes glinted mischievously. "It's just a bath," she snapped, quickly unfastening her clothes. Kitazawa's breath caught. Her snow-white body, long legs, perfect breasts, and flushed face made his chest tighten. "I'll scrub your back first," she said, hugging her chest instinctively. "All right." Turning away, Kitazawa let her climb in behind him. Her hands trembled as she picked up the sponge and scrubbed gently. He tilted his head, catching glimpses of her from the corner of his eye. Too low an angle for more, but he could wait. Finally, after a long pause, Kurenai whispered, "Turn around." Kitazawa obeyed instantly. Their eyes met as her full figure came into view, steam curling around them. This time, there was nowhere for her to hide. The tension in the room escalated to unimaginable levels. 5 minutes later, Kurenai finished scrubbing his back. Kitazawa turned the hot water on again, steam hissing as it poured from the showerhead, wrapping them both in a misty veil. "I'm done. Now it's my turn. Turn around." Kitazawa grinned, holding the bath sponge in hand. I can wash myself." Kurenai stiffened, instinctively refusing. "No." Kitazawa shook his head with mock solemnity. "I'm someone who values fairness above all else. You just want to take advantage of me." Kurenai bit down on her lip, refusing to turn. Instead, she raised her hands in surrender and snapped, "Fine, just wash me." Since things had already reached this point, shyness felt pointless. Kitazawa's eyes widened as though struck by sudden brilliance. "Who turned on the spotlight? It's blinding. You're still the same Yuhi I know." He chuckled, raising his hand in the fog. "Pervert," Kurenai muttered with a pout. And here I am, doing you a favor, Kitazawa teased, running the sponge gently along her pale skin. Such harsh words truly wound my heart. Just wash me properly. Kurenai's voice trembled between anger and embarrassment, her cheeks flushed scarlet. Yes, ma'am. Kitazawa dropped the act and worked in silence, sponge gliding smoothly across her body. Kurenai shut her eyes. A tingling sensation spread across her skin, her body tense, toes curling against the floor. All right, hot water coming. Kitazawa warned as he twisted the tap. Steam rose again, the heat cascading over Kurenai until every trace of soap was gone. Done. Let's head back to the room. Kitazawa reached out, but seeing her still dazed, he gave her a light smack. Her soft backside quivered. You scoundrel. Kurenai gasped, glaring in shock. Is that so? Kitazawa smirked, sweeping her into his arms. Then brace yourself, there's more scoundrel behavior to come. Her face flared crimson, not from rage this time, but embarrassment. She buried her head against his chest, her heartbeat racing in ways she couldn't describe. By the time she came back to her senses, they were already in the bedroom. Yui. Kitazawa laid her gently on the bed. Kurenai glanced at him once, then shut her eyes, but her chin tilted upward, lips parted ever so slightly. He understood at once. Lowering his head, Kitazawa captured her mouth with his. The lamp dimmed, and under the pale moonlight, her skin glowed like porcelain. Kitazawa's lips trailed down her neck, stopping at her plump chest. Kurenai shivered, clutching his head tightly, her body stiff as though afraid to move. Are you all right? He whispered against her skin. MHM. After a beat, she breathed out softly. Yui, thank you. His words carried a rare weight. Ever since he had transmigrated into the shinobi world, he'd always been alone. Now, he finally had someone to call home. I should be the one thanking you. Kurenai's nails dug faintly into his back as if afraid to let go. She, too, had been a loner since her father's death. Meeting Kitazawa had made life unexpectedly vivid again. Kitazawa. Her legs tightened around him, sweat glistening against her flushed skin. Her beautiful face overflowed with longing and vulnerability. And for the first time in years, happiness filled her completely. Outside, the moon sank and dawn crept in. The next morning. Kitazawa stirred on time, immediately noticing the warmth curled up in his arms. Kurenai lay nestled against him, her hand resting lightly across his waist. Brushing her hair back, he stroked her head. She shifted closer, her lips parting in a sleepy sigh. She looked exhausted still. Not surprising, his Senju bloodline gave him stamina far beyond hers. In any kind of battle, she was destined to lose. Glancing at the clock, Kitazawa slipped quietly out of bed and headed for the kitchen. After a moment of thought, he began making breakfast. When Kurenai awoke, she instinctively reached for him, only to find empty sheets. She frowned, then flushed red as memories of last night rushed back. Competitive as ever, she had taken his provocation too far. The outcome, well, she had paid the price. Yet deep down, she couldn't bring herself to regret it. Yui, what kind of woman are you? She whispered, shaking her head. She dressed quickly, gathered the sheets, and stepped out. The aroma of food greeted her. You're awake, Kitazawa said from the table, smiling warmly. Wash up first, then come eat. Okay. She froze at his smile for a heartbeat before slipping away to freshen up. Moments later, she joined him at the table. It's almost 9. Aren't you late for class? She asked suddenly. No big deal. Kitazawa waved it off. You're more important. She arched a brow. Smooth talker. I'm serious. He placed a piece of fried fish in her bowl. You should hurry, or the students will start thinking their teacher's unreliable. Kurenai smirked faintly. I can take the day off to stay with you. No need. I'm not some fragile woman. He chuckled softly, letting it go. He knew pressing her further would only backfire. After breakfast, they stood by the door. I'm heading out. If you miss me, just come find me at the academy. He pinched her cheek teasingly. When did you become so clingy? Kurenai teased back. I haven't changed, Kitazawa replied, patting her backside lightly. Pervert. She yelped, covering her rear as he walked away. Despite her complaint, she followed him to the street, only turning back once he had vanished from sight. At the academy. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto came running up, having waited impatiently. Sorry, I got delayed, Kitazawa said, offering a rare apology. It's fine. Naruto grinned, shaking his head. Follow me. Kitazawa led him to the northern training ground, the same place he'd sparred with Sasuke before. To make this practical training more realistic, I'll take Sasuke's form. I'll limit myself to fire release, taijutsu, and genjutsu. He performed the transformation technique, appearing as Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto scratched the back of his head, clearly unsettled seeing Sasuke before him. But he quickly dismissed the thought and activated his shadow clone jutsu. Kitazawa deliberately refrained from using his Sharingan. Hiruzen often kept a close eye on Naruto, and being caught might raise questions. Not that it mattered. His mastery of genjutsu alone was enough to test Naruto. The battle began. Almost instantly, Naruto noticed the difference. Kitazawa's taijutsu, fire release, and genjutsu outstripped Sasuke's by far. He wasn't just Sasuke, he was Sasuke leveled up. And with Kitazawa's combat experience, honed even against Tsunade herself, Naruto found himself cornered again and again. Chapter 176. 2 days later, Thursday's practical combat class. Raise your right hand higher. Stand firmly on both legs. Konoha-style taijutsu demands power. Kitazawa circled the training ground, his voice carrying across the students as he corrected their stances. After canceling Monday's combat test, he had both classes focus solely on clone technique drills and Konoha-style taijutsu. His method was simple: let them practice, then strike down their mistakes with precision. It was the targeted strengthening he'd promised. Geniuses like Sasuke and Neji didn't need such basics, but for the rest, it was invaluable. Their ceilings weren't high. If they could master the 3 basic jutsu and Konoha-style taijutsu, they'd already be considered solid genin after graduation. Halfway through the lesson, 2 lines of glowing text suddenly appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Mission complete. Help Uzumaki Naruto learn the Rasengan. Reward, 20% Senju bloodline. Kitazawa froze. A surge of chakra exploded inside him, rushing through his veins like a flood. He clenched his fists, feeling raw strength coil within. The difference was staggering. This wasn't the faint ripple from last time's 10%. This was a leap. Now, his body carried 40% Senju blood. Combined with other mission rewards, his Byakugan purity boost and chakra growth, the total increase was massive. His reserves had nearly doubled. Quantitative change becomes qualitative change, he mused, stroking his chin. On paper, each 10% boost should have been 1/5 chakra increase. 4 boosts meant 4/5. But reality had proved him wrong. He had gained a full unit, if not more. Which meant that a full 100% Senju bloodline would yield far more than a mere 2 units. He snapped back to the present, dispatching a shadow clone to continue guiding the class. With this much chakra, maintaining an extra clone was child's play. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto's voice reached him before the boy himself did. A streak of green burst forward, skidding to a stop. You learned it? Kitazawa asked, already guessing the answer. Look. Naruto held out his hand, grinning ear to ear. A spinning sphere of compressed chakra whirled in his palm, Rasengan, completed without shortcuts. Congratulations. Kitazawa smiled. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto beamed, eyes bright with gratitude. Even he understood, without Kitazawa's guidance, the Rasengan would have been out of reach. Now that you've mastered Rasengan, pause on learning new jutsu for the moment, Kitazawa advised. Instead, focus on weaving it into combat, especially alongside your shadow clones. Naruto's eyes lit up. Me and my clones, all with Rasengan. Invincible. There's still half a class left. I'll teach you a tactic for dealing with Sasuke. What is it? Naruto leaned forward, barely containing himself. Another way to use shadow clones, something you've never tried. If you unleash it during the student council battle, Sasuke won't know what hit him. Naruto's curiosity spiked. This tactic can also break his shuriken technique. I want to learn it. Kitazawa chuckled. Then start. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of chakra smoke, 50 Narutos crowded the field. See that tree? Kitazawa pointed at a trunk 5 meters away. Yes, we do, 51 Narutos chorused. Good. Attack it with kunai. A storm of steel erupted, 51 blades thudded into the tree, almost burying it alive. Naruto's throwing wasn't half bad on stationary targets, thanks to Kitazawa's earlier drilling. This, Kitazawa explained, is your new tactic, long-range group assault. Naruto frowned. But the kunai don't feel strong enough. You're not limited to kunai, Kitazawa countered. Picture 50 Sasuke's firing great fireball jutsu at once. Naruto froze. He'd faced Sasuke's fireballs before, one was bad enough. 50. Impossible to dodge. But I don't know fireball jutsu. And honestly, I kinda like taijutsu better. Kitazawa sighed inwardly. Of course. Naruto's obsession with brawling came from his meddling, introducing Guy too early. The boy was drifting toward taijutsu specialization, when in canon, his core was ninjutsu. Still, Naruto wasn't Lee, he wasn't limited to one path. Naruto, Kitazawa said pointedly, a pure taijutsu ninja will never surpass the Hokage. Naruto blinked, then straightened immediately. Right. I'll learn fire release. Not fire release. Ninjutsu, Kitazawa corrected. Your natural chakra is wind. Rasengan's fine for now, but it's incomplete, it can't be thrown. Naruto's jaw dropped. Rasengan can be thrown. It can. But not by you, yet. Kitazawa thought ahead. Rasen Shuriken. Vanishing Rasengan. Both options, but both too advanced for now. Still, the potential was there. All right. Back to training. Hitting trees isn't enough. Yes, sensei. You and your clones, attack me. Kitazawa transformed into Sasuke with a poof of smoke. Target Kitazawa-sensei. Kunai attack. Naruto ordered. Kunai rained down like arrows. Kitazawa weaved between them with ease. Two scattered. Control your rhythm, throw in waves. Got it. Everyone, 3 rows. Naruto barked. His clones reorganized. Row 1 attacked, row 2 followed Kitazawa's dodge, row 3 predicted his next movement. Then they cycled again, replenishing weapons. For the first time, Kitazawa felt real pressure. This jutsu is practically a cheat code. And this was only 50 clones, what about 2 or 3,000? Against most ninja, Naruto's style would be unstoppable. But not against monsters like Hashirama or Madara. Against them, it was still child's play. Remember, Naruto, Kitazawa called as he slipped through the barrage, long range has one weakness, close combat. He blurred forward, reappearing inside the formation. Clones collapsed under friendly fire and his shuriken tricks, the field descending into chaos. But Naruto didn't panic, he dove in with taijutsu, closing the distance. Good instinct. Still rough around the edges, though. Kitazawa retreated a step, appraising him. Spread your clone rows farther apart. And if your enemy also uses clones, reset. Dispel and recast. Then switch to Rasengan and taijutsu. Naruto blinked. Wait, isn't that just my old style? Exactly. One style isn't enough, you need to mix them. Kitazawa's tone turned sharp. Deception. Adaptability. That's real combat. I get it. Naruto shouted. What do you get? Kitazawa raised a brow. Naruto scratched his head. Just use close range first. If that fails, long range. If that fails, back to close range. Kitazawa pinched the bridge of his nose, suppressing a laugh. Technically, Naruto wasn't wrong. Continue with the practical training. Kitazawa returned to his spot. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed the seals in an instant, filling the field with his clones before charging headfirst into battle once again. 20 minutes later, the dust settled, and the fight came to an end. That's enough for today. Go get some rest, Kitazawa said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto replied, breathing heavily but still brimming with energy. Kitazawa twitched his lips. Somehow, the boy's stamina far outclassed his own, and that was no exaggeration. The Uzumaki bloodline was ridiculous. In his past life, Kitazawa had been stunned when he first saw Kushina's adamantine sealing chains rip through an enemy like it was nothing. That wasn't just talent, it was outright cheating. And that wasn't even all. The clan's Kagura mind's eye and natural vitality made them terrifying in almost every aspect of shinobi combat. It was no wonder Naruto had what it took to be one of the main protagonists of this world. Later, at the academy training grounds, Kitazawa encountered another such protagonist. Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke greeted curtly, his expression sharp. I've already mastered Genjutsu, unknown fire. Kitazawa gave a faint smile. That technique hadn't come from him, but from Itachi. Sasuke had been working at it for quite some time. So why seek him out now? The answer was obvious, Sasuke wanted to learn something new. Kitazawa did intend to teach him more jutsu, but only after the upcoming student council selection exams. After Sasuke's crushing defeat, he would introduce him to lightning release, the element Sasuke had always excelled in, far more than fire release. In fact, Kitazawa even had 2 system missions tied to lightning release training, but those could only be completed after the exams. The assessment is right around the corner, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. It's too late to pick up something new now. For the next few days, focus on polishing what you've already learned, and start tree climbing training to increase your chakra reserves. Understood. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke's eyes lit with anticipation. Every jutsu Kitazawa had taught him so far had been practical and powerful. In fact, it was thanks to Kitazawa's teachings that he'd easily defeated Naruto in their last bout. Kitazawa-sensei, see you tomorrow. Having achieved his goal, Sasuke didn't linger and walked off toward home. School might have been out, but Kitazawa's day wasn't finished. He still had to check on his squad. Not far from the training field, Kabuto was practicing multiple shadow clone jutsu, while Torian and Izumi worked on the simpler shadow clone. Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto greeted, walking over with a scroll. Here are the D-rank missions we completed today. Kitazawa scanned through the record. He had initially set a quota of 3 missions per day, but now that they had clones, the team could easily manage 5 or 6. With simpler assignments, even more. Thanks to that, his own system mission progress was already halfway done. At this rate, they'd be finished in 2 days. Once winter break is over, I'll take you all on higher-ranked missions, Kitazawa said, rolling the scroll shut. Understood. Kabuto remained calm and collected, never once complaining about the monotony of low-ranked work. Torian, raised under root, was even more obedient, compliance was practically etched into his bones. Izumi, with her gentle nature, followed along without objection, even when she didn't quite understand. Training's over for today. Let's get some barbecue, I'll treat. To be honest, Kitazawa was making good use of them. The missions fueled both his system and his wallet. D-rank missions paid anywhere from 500 to 10,000 Ryo, and as squad leader, he took more than half the reward. Strictly speaking, it sounded unfair, but in truth, it was standard. The leader not only guided and trained the team but was also responsible for their safety. As they headed toward the barbecue restaurant, 2 familiar figures came into view, Kakashi and Guy. Or rather, Kakashi being relentlessly pestered by Guy. Kitazawa. Kakashi's eye lit up as though spotting a savior. He quickly shook Guy off. What are you two doing, tugging at each other in the middle of the street? Kitazawa teased. Kakashi choked on a reply. He'd just left ANBU not long ago, only to get cornered by Guy and held hostage to his youthful challenge for several minutes. Kitazawa. Perfect timing. Guy exclaimed, pumping his fist. You can be our referee. I haven't agreed to your match, Kakashi said flatly. Kakashi. Can't you feel my blazing youth? Guy declared, giving a thumbs up that radiated passion. No, Kakashi deadpanned. This is youth, sometimes fiery, sometimes bitter. Guy pressed on, utterly undeterred. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, quietly observing. He'd met all kinds of odd shinobi while spying, but Guy was unique. Borderline unreliable, yet if he could challenge Kakashi, his strength was clearly formidable. We were just on our way to eat barbecue, Kitazawa said with a grin. Why don't you two join us? A chance meeting like this is fate. Gladly, Kakashi agreed without hesitation. A meal sounded far more appealing than another endless spar with Guy. Not that he minded training, but once Guy started, he never stopped. Chapter 177. Kakashi. Guy's eyes lit up as he saw Kakashi calmly grilling meat. With all the enthusiasm of a man discovering a new battlefield, he declared, "We can have a barbecue showdown." No. Kakashi didn't even blink, his refusal immediate. Then let's switch it up. Guy beamed, undeterred. In the name of youth, let's see who can eat more. Kakashi's silence was deafening. Kitazawa, Kakashi finally muttered, turning the attention away. Kitazawa cleared his throat. Have you heard about the Student Council Selection Combat Test? Student Council? What's that? Guy asked, instantly hooked. Kitazawa gave a quick explanation. A pity it didn't exist back when I was in school. I would have founded the youth club without hesitation. Guy declared with exaggerated regret. Good thing it didn't, Kakashi cut in flatly. Even so, Naruto and Lee will have the chance. And if they join, I'll be right there with them. Guy grinned proudly. Kakashi, of course, had no words for that. Lee was expected, but Naruto was different. He was Minato-sensei's son. And if the Hokage had his way, Kakashi would soon be Naruto's squad leader. Just the thought made his temples throb. The selection test is scheduled for the 15th, Kitazawa added lightly. You should come watch. No problem. Guy agreed instantly. Both Lee and Naruto were his students in spirit, how could he not cheer them on? Kakashi hesitated, frown tugging at his masked face. He wanted to see Naruto too, his teacher's son, and his likely future student. But as an Umbu, free time was a luxury. If there's no mission, I'll come, Kakashi finally conceded. Relax, Kitazawa said with a smile. The Hokage will be attending, so just come with him as a bodyguard. That actually earned a flicker of relief from Kakashi. Haha, Kakashi. Guy laughed heartily. When you see my students, you'll be amazed by their flames of youth. If nothing changes, Naruto will be my student, Kakashi replied evenly. Eh? Guy blinked in shock. You're becoming a squad leader too. Is there a problem with that? Of course not. Guy's grin widened. That's excellent. Leading a squad is exactly what you need. To Guy, Umbu work was a cage that kept Kakashi locked in the shadows. Becoming a sensei meant a step back toward the light. Kakashi tilted his head. I thought you'd object to Naruto being with me. You're my eternal rival, Guy said seriously, teeth flashing. If I can't trust you, who else could I trust? Just guide Naruto on the path of youth properly. He knew how things worked. Squad leaders were assigned by the Hokage, and if Kakashi said it so calmly, then it was already decided by Hiruzen himself. Sure, it was a shame Naruto wouldn't be his student, but Kakashi wasn't a bad option either. Besides, he could still train Naruto outside the team. Yet somehow, Kakashi suddenly didn't feel quite so eager to take Naruto on. Kakashi, Kitazawa broke in, when exactly are you leaving the Umbu to become a squad leader? Kakashi paused. Hokage-sama hasn't given me a date. My guess is March, during academy graduation. Kitazawa thought about the current 6th-year class, and winced. Best not to talk about that batch. No wonder Kakashi waited until Naruto's generation, his standards were too high. Kitazawa then recalled Hiruzen's words, if he didn't lead Kabuto, Kakashi would take over. That had been a smart move. Kakashi, Kitazawa said with a sly smile, if you're still undecided, why not come to my class and teach for a while? Kakashi blinked, genuinely surprised. No Umbu had ever retired straight into teaching academy first years. That's a fine idea. Guy cut in immediately. Think of it as a fountain of youthful energy. Kakashi only shook his head. We'll see. All right then, let's eat. Kitazawa began serving the meat. Guy dug in happily, Kakashi grilled his own in silence, and Kabuto busied himself with his share. Kitazawa, ever the responsible captain, passed food to Izumi and Torian before settling down. After the meal, they all went their separate ways. Friday finally arrived. Kitazawa had enjoyed yet another sleepless night. Ever since he and Kurenai crossed that unspoken boundary in their relationship, he rarely went home anymore. Every evening was consumed in fierce, exhausting battles. After breakfast, he made his way to the academy. Today marked the last day of the semester. The theoretical portion of the final exam would take place on Sunday, while the practical exam, the student council selection test, was scheduled for Monday. Saturday, thankfully, was a rest day to let the students recover. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino skipped up to him with a radiant smile, her face glowing like a blooming flower. I've already mastered the mind transmission jutsu, she announced proudly. Her excitement was well-earned. In Yamanaka clan history, few had managed to learn two of their secret techniques at her age. Congratulations, Kitazawa said warmly, giving her a light pat on the head. Compared to prodigies like Sasuke or Naruto, Ino's pace might seem slower, but that was hardly her fault. Her natural talent was strong, it was simply that her clan's techniques demanded far more precision and time. You can start practicing Ine-release chakra nature transformation, like Shikamaru, Kitazawa advised. Once that stabilizes, continue honing your clan's secret arts. This, he knew, was the best arrangement for her. After all, she was destined to fight alongside Shikamaru and Choji in the future. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino hesitated, her voice softening. Can I also learn some offensive ninjutsu? Both of her clan's techniques were control-based. Every time she watched Hinata or Yakumo unleash devastating attacks, envy stirred in her chest. Kitazawa paused. Then, as if on cue, glowing lines of text appeared before his eyes. A true genius doesn't just master ninjutsu, they create it. Current mission, help Ino Yamanaka develop a C-rank offensive ninjutsu. Reward, barrier, 4-corner ceiling array. Accept. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. Another student had triggered a mission, just like Kiba before. Without hesitation, he accepted. Between his mastery of both Yin and Yang release, and his knowledge from his previous life's games, crafting a C-rank ninjutsu for Ino would be manageable. And the reward wasn't bad either. Barriers counted as ceiling techniques, though usually requiring multiple users. The 4-corner ceiling array, for example, needed 4 shinobi and was powerful enough to restrain tailed beasts. In the original timeline, Ino herself had used it under Shizen's guidance against the Three Tails. Regaining his composure, Kitazawa told her, when winter break comes, I'll teach you an offensive ninjutsu. Really? Ino's face lit up. By the next monthly exam, I'll definitely crush Sakura. Kitazawa chuckled. So that's your goal, huh? Ever since Sakura started training in medical ninjutsu, her chakra control had skyrocketed, making her clone techniques and Konoha-style taijutsu sharper. Against Sakura, Ino's control-based style left her at a disadvantage. Their matches tended to end 40-60, with Sakura having the edge. Go train, he said, flicking her forehead lightly. Focus on Ine-release chakra nature transformation today. Yes, sensei, she replied brightly before heading off. Kitazawa then turned to Karen, handing her a practice exam. Since the written test is on Sunday, try this paper. It's not the real one, but the questions are close enough. Got it, Karen nodded, taking it seriously. Leaving her to work, Kitazawa crossed over to Hinata, who was immersed in her gentle fist training. She could now chain together 14 palms toward the full 8 trigrams 64 palms, closing in on 16. Neji, though equally talented, trailed slightly behind, simply because he had started later. Kitazawa watched silently, mind wandering. Neither Hinata nor Neji had triggered new missions lately. He still thought of perfecting Hinata's Byakugan. If her dojutsu's purity reached 100%, perhaps it could rival Kagaya Otsutsuki's. But Hinata lacked ambition. She was too content, too gentle. Neji, with his arrogance, might be easier to push. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata finally faltered under his gaze, cheeks reddening. Did I do something wrong? There are some issues, he replied evenly, snapping back to focus and pointing out 2 small mistakes. Hinata let out a breath of relief. So he didn't notice the birthday gift I'm preparing. Keep training, he encouraged, patting her head. Yes. She resumed her drills, palms flowing gracefully. Kitazawa left a shadow clone to oversee her and made his way to the artificial lake, where Kiba and his clone were practicing the 2-headed hellhound. Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba shouted proudly as his massive beast charged. Its swipe carried enough wind to whistle. Kitazawa met the blow head-on, fist slamming into its paw. The impact was impressive. The beast's claws followed up, but he deftly parried with a kunai. Good hardness, Kitazawa noted, nodding. Don't underestimate us. Kiba barked, sending the hellhound lunging again, jaws wide. Kitazawa smirked. The memory of a weapon from his past life flickered across his mind. Then he simply slapped down with sheer force. Super strength. The hellhound reeled as if struck by lightning, its body crashing into the dirt with a heavy thud. Yet it rose again, tougher than it looked. Not bad. Your defense is coming along, Kitazawa acknowledged. Again. Kiba roared, charging once more. Time bled away, and dusk eventually fell. Kitazawa gathered everyone at the training field, Sasuke, Hinata, Kiba, and the rest. Prepare well for the final exam, he told them with a small smile. There will be many important spectators. Will Hokage-sama be there too? Kiba asked eagerly. Yes, Kitazawa nodded. Along with clan leaders and several famous Jonin. Gasps rippled through the group. For most of them, this would be their first time performing in front of such a prestigious audience. Sasuke froze for a moment, his father, Fugaku, would be there. A spark of determination flared in his chest. He would prove himself. He would shine. The only regret was his Sharingan still hadn't advanced to 2 Tomo. Yakumo remained a dangerous rival. All right, that's enough, Kitazawa dismissed them gently. See you all on Saturday. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei, they chorused, excitement buzzing in the air as they left. All except Hinata. She was stopped by Tenten. Hinata, the ninja blade you ordered from my dad is ready. Want to see it? Hinata's eyes lit up. She nodded. Together, they hurried to Tenten's family's shop. Dad. I'm home. Tenten called as they entered. Hinata's here too. A middle-aged man emerged carrying a blade. Thank you, Hinata said softly, accepting it. Her arms sank slightly under the weight, though her shinobi strength allowed her to hold it with ease. I added chakra metal, just like you requested. It's especially suited for wind release, the man explained. Hinata examined it carefully, satisfied. How much? 10 million ryo, he replied, raising a finger. Discounted, thanks to Tenten. It was a fair price, chakra metal was priceless to most. Hinata nodded, returning the weapon. I'll bring the money next week to pick it up. Though she lived comfortably, her allowance fell just short. That night, she approached her father. You need 8 million ryo. Hayashi asked, startled. Mem, Hinata answered softly. It's for Kitazawa-sensei's birthday present. Hayashi blinked, utterly baffled. What kind of birthday gift costs 8 million ryo? And why give it to an outsider instead of me? Chapter 178. Saturday. After breakfast, Kitazawa stepped into the first-year Class A classroom. Unlike the practical exams, no extra spectators had gathered. After all, theoretical exams were dull, nothing worth watching. The rules are the same as the last monthly exam, so I won't repeat them, Kitazawa announced as he handed out the test papers. Begin writing once the bell rings. When the last sheet was distributed, he returned to the podium. Moments later, the bell chimed, and the scratching of pens filled the room. Kitazawa's eyes drifted to Karen. She sat composed, brimming with confidence. He'd given her a practice test on Friday, she scored a solid 92. If today went smoothly, she could land in the top 10. Folding his hands, Kitazawa leaned back in thought. He didn't have to take the test himself, no missions required it. Instead, his mind wandered toward the upcoming winter break. The break would begin after the student council selections exam. Shorter than summer but still about a month long, enough time to make plans. First on his list, teach Karen sealing techniques. Of course, outwardly, he wasn't supposed to know sealing arts. His solution was simple: lean on Tsunade. Under the pretense of teaching Karen, he could request her instruction, legitimizing his own knowledge in the process. Second, guide Kurenai in sealing techniques. Third, train Sasuke in lightning release. The snag: he didn't officially know lightning release yet. Fortunately, completing the student council president mission would reward him with lightning release affinity and mastery of chakra nature transformation. From there, learning under Kakashi, the most renowned lightning release Jonin in Konoha, would be ideal. If Kakashi refused, he'd just need a clever excuse. Much, of course, hinged on Sasuke's performance in the practical exam. Ideally, it would trigger a related mission. Fourth on the list, take Kabuto, Toryun, and Izumi out on missions, hoping to spark new system quests. After all, the 90 D-rank missions task hinted there were more like it waiting. Fifth, cure Tsunade's crippling hemophobia. Once done, another mission would open, the one to reveal the truth about the Nine Tails to Naruto. Sixth, help Ino Yamanaka develop a new ninjutsu. The thought spurred him to pull out pen and paper. A jutsu from an old game came to mind: Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. A wave of blossoms obscured the enemy's vision, followed by razor-sharp flower shuriken striking from concealment. Deadly, but ordinary flowers alone might not fool a trained shinobi. So, why not blend in genjutsu? Kurenai had recently taught him genjutsu, three-petal cherry blossom, a technique that conjured drifting petals to mislead foes before the ambush. If Ino could weave similar illusions into the flower storm, it would be devastating. And yes, she could. The Yamanaka clan's mind techniques were in release, the same foundation as genjutsu, just expressed differently. Traditionally, they never bothered with genjutsu, their signature techniques already offering superior control. Combined with the Ino-Shika-Cho formation, there was little need. Still, hybrid techniques weren't unheard of. Konoha-style kenjutsu, for instance, included Konoha-style Willow, a blend of swordplay and genjutsu created by the so-called eternal genin, Mariboshi Kosuke. Despite the rank he chose to bear, Kosuke had Jonin-level skill, trained under the second Hokage himself. Haunted by a tragic mistake in youth, he swore to remain a genin forever. Time slipped by. At 11, the bell signaled the exam's end. Head home and rest up for tomorrow's practical exam, Kitazawa said, clapping his hands. The rankings will also be announced then. Students filed out with farewells. Hinata didn't linger, he'd already told her to have lunch at home today. Carrying the stack of papers back to his office, Kitazawa began with Karen's. Excellent. 95. He nodded, satisfied. His mission was secure. With a quick sequence of hand signs, 9 shadow clones appeared. Each of you take 3 or 4 papers, he ordered. With 10 graders at work, the 29 exams were finished in less than half an hour. The results were in. First, Sakura Haruno, perfect score. Second and third unchanged, Sasuke and Hinata. Fourth, Kurama Yakumo, a surprise. Her progress astonished him. Once denied entry to the academy, Yakumo had poured herself into study after Tsunade's treatment. Partly diligence, partly necessity, her rare bloodline limit made real combat growth a steep climb. Kitazawa mused that genjutsu lessons from him were unnecessary, her innate illusion surpassed most shinobis. What she truly needed was taijutsu, once her body recovered, both for health and for defense if her genjutsu failed. Scrolling down the list, his eyes landed on Karen, 7th place. A familiar blur swept his vision, and the system text appeared. Mission complete, help transfer student Karen achieve a top 10 ranking. Reward, 4 limbs heavy seal. Practical, he thought. More useful than fire sealing method, which demanded scrolls and was only situationally relevant, mostly for oddities like Amaterasu. He skimmed further. Naruto sat at 13th, Kiba at 11th. The Inuzuka boy had clearly worked harder since their talk, but the sheer number of prodigies in Class A made breaking top 10 difficult. Still, he'd no doubt be smug about outscoring Naruto. And, As always, the gatekeeper of 10th place was Shikamaru, deliberately balancing his score on the razor's edge. What amused Kitazawa most was that Shikamaru seemed to have accounted for Keirin's sudden rise, no doubt deducing it from the extra tutoring he'd seen. That boy's intellect was simply too sharp. Satisfied, Kitazawa turned his attention back to his notes, Ino's new ninjutsu still waiting to take form. The afternoon sun drifted lazily across the sky as Yamada submitted the results of the second-year class a theoretical exam. Kitazawa skimmed the rankings. As expected, there was hardly any change from the previous month's results. Neji still reigned at the top, followed closely by Tenten in second place. And at the very bottom, no surprises there, was Rock Lee. Dead last. Apart from his overwhelming skill in taijutsu, Lee was hopeless in every other field. Still, Kitazawa couldn't help but consider it impressive. In the shinobi world, raw strength outweighed academics by a landslide. Many didn't possess Lee's natural taijutsu talent. By the time the sun set, Kitazawa had returned to Kurenai's home. As usual, he sparred with Tsunade, testing his monstrous strength for a grueling 4 hours. Truthfully, Kitazawa could have gone on longer. His stamina and recovery had skyrocketed since awakening 40% of the Senju clan bloodline. He hadn't exhausted himself completely, deliberately so. After all, he still had someone else to face that night. Later, after his bath, Kitazawa stepped into Kurenai's room. "Tomorrow's the student council selection, isn't it?" Kurenai asked from the bedside, clad in a silk nightgown. "Will you be attending?" Kitazawa smiled and moved closer. "I'll arrange a good seat for you." "I've got nothing better to do, so I'll come watch," she replied with a small nod. Having recently mastered the fire sealing method, she was in a rare lull. Kitazawa planned to teach her the 4 limbs heavy seal during the winter break. Good. Kitazawa's gaze lingered on her graceful figure, and Kurenai immediately rolled her eyes. She didn't need to guess what was running through his head. Turning away, she leaned forward onto the bed, her silk gown pulling taut against her curves. Kitazawa swallowed hard, eyes widening. Boldness suited her, something he himself had coaxed out of her. When the gown slid from her shoulders, pale skin shimmered in the lamplight. Kurenai's breath hitched, her lips trembling. By the time her flushed face pressed into the sheets, her body was already trembling, voice slipping into incoherent murmurs. By dawn, Kitazawa awoke refreshed. A chaotic night had done nothing to wear him down. Such was the power of the Senju clan's bloodline, even without the legendary vitality of Hashirama himself, it felt like a rebirth. Beside him, Kurenai clung tightly, her legs entwined with his as though he were a lifeline. Strands of black hair clung to her damp skin, her pale face still tired from the night before. Kitazawa laid a hand on her forehead, letting green chakra flow gently into her body. Kurenai stirred, warmth spreading through her. When she glimpsed the glow of medical chakra, understanding flickered in her tired eyes. "Thank you." "The word thanks doesn't suit us," Kitazawa replied, brushing her hair back. "Come on, we've got to head to the academy soon." She remembered her promise from yesterday and sat up, the sheets falling to reveal her full breasts with taut red plum blossoms. Kitazawa stared openly until she shot him a look, though without real annoyance. They'd long since passed the stage of modesty. When she walked naked to the wardrobe, Kitazawa couldn't tear his eyes away. "What are you staring at now?" she asked, slipping into her familiar red-sleeved outfit. "You," he said simply, smiling. "Who told you to be this beautiful? You're hopeless." She smirked and went to prepare breakfast. Though not married, she'd already begun to play the role of a devoted wife. Half an hour later, after a quick breakfast of ramen, they headed to the academy. The student council selection was set to begin at 9, and by 8 the grounds were already overflowing with spectators. "I've never seen the academy this crowded," Kurenai murmured in awe. "Hokage-sama draws quite the crowd," Kitazawa chuckled. "Will Lady Tsunade and Shizen be here too?" she asked, scanning the area. "I invited them," Kitazawa replied, "but who knows if they'll actually come." He led her toward the newly set-up seating area when an enthusiastic voice rang out. "Kitazawa." Might Guy came bounding forward, Kakashi at his side. "Kakashi?" Kurenai blinked in surprise. For him to attend something like this was completely unexpected. "He's here for Naruto," Kitazawa said lightly. Before long, greetings were exchanged with Izumo and Kotetsu, who had also come despite their duties. The academy was buzzing with anticipation, more crowded, Kotetsu remarked, than even the recent Chunin exams. Not long after, the Uchiha family entered. Mikoto glanced at Sasuke with concern. With so many people watching, are you nervous? Not at all. Sasuke clenched his fists, eyes burning with determination. The bigger the audience, the greater his triumph would be. You must perform well, Fugaku said firmly. Do not disgrace the Uchiha. I understand. I'll definitely become student council president. Sasuke declared confidently. Confidence is good, Mikoto said gently, brushing his hair back, but make sure you don't injure yourself. As shinobi, injuries are trivial, Fugaku remarked dismissively. Itachi, however, disagreed. In battles between students, restraint is more important than victory. Chapter 179. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, 3 figures in identical white windbreakers appeared. Kitazawa-sensei, your ability to draw such a crowd never ceases to amaze me, Shibi Aburame remarked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the gathered spectators. It wasn't an exaggeration, nearly half of Konoha's Jonin had shown up. Kitazawa-sensei is indeed remarkable, Shino Aburame added, calmly adjusting his glasses. What a shame, Shibi sighed, shaking his head. This stage would have been perfect for unveiling the explosive insects. The Aburame clan was far from obscure within Konoha, yet they had always remained low profile. Their strength was steady but lacked any truly renowned individuals. The advent of the explosive insects promised to change that, offering the clan the chance to produce powerhouses of their own. But the insects carried serious risks. Without precise control and intel, reckless chakra use could trigger explosions. For that reason, Shibi forbade Shino from using them on classmates. If something went wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. Kitazawa himself had reinforced this warning, the explosive insects were not to appear in the practical exam. There'll be a proper time, Shino said, restraining his own eagerness despite the itch to test them. Shino, good luck out there. Toryun Aburame cheered without hesitation. Toryun, your teammates are here, Shibi noted, spotting Kabuto and Izumi nearby. Alongside Kabuto stood Yakushi Nono. I'll go greet them, Toryun said after a moment of thought. Thanks to Shino and the others, the suffocating aura of Root was gradually fading from him. His emotions and mannerisms were slowly returning to those of a normal boy. Director, Kabuto introduced warmly, this is my teammate, Aburame Toryun. Hello, Nono greeted with a gentle smile. She'd heard Kabuto mention Toryun before, knowing he too had once been part of Root. Strict regulations had kept Root members isolated, unless on missions, they rarely encountered each other. That the 3 of them now stood together at the academy felt strange, and all of it was possible thanks to Tsunade and Kitazawa. I'll go see the clan head first, Izumi excused herself politely, heading off toward Fugaku and the Uchiha family. Come, let's find seats, Nono suggested softly. Kabuto nodded, following with Shibi and Shino. Soon after, another group arrived, the old and new generations of Ino-Shika-Cho. What lively kids, Shikaku observed as he watched the students bustling about. Don't think I missed that jab, Shikamaru muttered lazily, hands tucked behind his head. I meant for you to hear it, Shikaku shot back with a shake of his head. Really now, what kind of youth behaves like you? Uncle Shikaku, maybe you should let Kitazawa-sensei knock some energy into him later, Ino teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hey! Shikamaru dropped his hands and looked around nervously. What did I ever do to you? Haha. That's the first time I've seen Shikamaru look flustered, Choza roared with laughter. I'll have to ask Kitazawa for a few tips myself, Inoichi mused thoughtfully. Dad, I'm already so well behaved. Do you still need pointers? Ino huffed, hands on her hips. You've learned 2 clan techniques, so I'll let it slide, for now, Inoichi replied with a grin. That's too blatant, Inoichi, Shikaku said with a twitch of his lips. I haven't even mentioned that Shikamaru also mastered 2 techniques. Choza's laughter froze, his expression riddled with question marks. Are these 2 ganging up on me? This is all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei, Ino interjected quickly, then turned to Choji. You should join us in his special training too. Me. Choji paused mid-bite of potato chips. But I just need to eat. Don't dismiss it so easily, Choza said firmly. Your Kitazawa-sensei is no ordinary man. Ask him next semester. Special training was one thing, but forging ties with Kitazawa was more important. Ino-Shika-Cho had always stood united, with the Nara and Yamanaka already moving, the Akimichi clan couldn't lag behind. All right then, Choji said, crunching into another chip. There are so many people here. Ino exclaimed, scanning the crowd. Where's Kitazawa-sensei? He's probably busy, Shikaku replied before waving them off. Go on, head to the field. Do your best, Choza told Choji, giving his son's shoulder a firm pat. There's a big audience today, Inoichi added encouragingly. Don't chase first place, just show the spirit of Ino-Shika-Cho. What a drag, Shikamaru sighed, trudging toward the center. We'll try our best. Ino pumped her fists with enthusiasm. Choji simply kept eating. Ino. Sakura spotted her from the training ground and waved. Morning, everyone, Ino greeted warmly, acknowledging Sasuke, Yakumo, Hinata, Neji, and the others. Where's Naruto? Shikamaru scanned the group. No sign of him. Did he oversleep? Choji asked worriedly. No way. He wouldn't miss today, Kiba shook his head confidently. Just then, the training ground hushed. All eyes turned to the entrance. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had arrived, walking alongside Naruto. Talk about making an entrance, Kiba muttered, squinting at the sight. Naruto said a few words to Hiruzen, then strode over to join Sasuke and the others. We thought you'd skip out, scared of losing, Kiba teased, slinging an arm around his shoulders. Not a chance. Naruto grinned, flashing a thumbs up. My goal is first place. Funny, so is mine, Kiba snorted. Don't expect me to go easy. You kinda sound like Sasuke today, Naruto said, scratching his head in surprise. How's that anything like Sasuke-kun? Sakura protested instantly. They're both overconfident, Ino pointed out slyly. Kitazawa-sensei's here, Shikamaru interrupted, spotting him. Everyone fell silent as Kitazawa approached. Line up, Kitazawa ordered. Then he turned to greet students from other classes. This year's practical exam involved every student in the academy. But instead of the usual drawn-out 3-round format, Kitazawa had proposed a new system. Based on monthly exam scores, students were divided into 2 arenas. The elite tournament for those with an overall score of 90 or above, and the general tournament for everyone else. Kitazawa oversaw the elite matches at the central training ground, visible to the entire audience. Vice Principal Hisao Sarutobi handled the general tournament in the side arenas. Normally, the vice principal would preside over the central event, but Kitazawa's strength and reputation had already eclipsed his. To his credit, Hisao stepped back willingly. Still, general participants weren't without hope. Kitazawa had introduced a challenge system, a kind of dojo-crushing rule. Winners from the general side could challenge their way into the elite bracket. A clever idea, Hiruzen said from his front row seat. Each chair held a flyer outlining the rules. Indeed, Shikaku agreed, seated beside him. He had expected a chaotic free-for-all, but this format was sharper, more exciting for spectators. To Hiruzen's left sat Shikaku, since Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu had yet to arrive. To his right sat Hayashi Hyuga, with the Uchiha family further down. Hiruzen set aside the flyer, glancing over the crowd once more, yet still no sign of Tsunade. Hokage-sama, are you looking for someone? Hayashi asked, noticing. It's nothing, Hiruzen deflected smoothly, shifting the subject. I hear both Neji and Hinata have learned the 8 trigrams 64 palms. They haven't fully mastered it, Hayashi admitted, though a rare smile tugged at his lips. Only parts. The younger generation is growing strong, Hiruzen chuckled. It's all thanks to Hokage-sama's wise leadership, Hayashi replied politely. What's so exciting about a bunch of kids brawling? Why are all of you even here? A sudden voice cut through the air. Aren't you here too? Hiruzen froze for a heartbeat, then chuckled wryly at the sharp retort. Tsunade, blunt as ever. Lady Tsunade, several ninja greeted respectfully, bowing their heads. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, eyes widening with surprise. It made perfect sense for Hiruzen to attend. As the third Hokage and headmaster of the Ninja Academy, it was only natural for him to oversee the student council's selection trials. But Tsunade. She had no official ties to the academy. The only explanation whispered among the clans was simple: she was here for Kitazawa. Hokage-sama. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa approached, bowing politely. Tsunade replied with a nod, claiming a seat without ceremony. Hokage-sama, Kitazawa asked, glancing toward Hiruzen, before the practical exam begins, would you like to say a few words? Since you've invited me, I'll say a couple. With that, Hiruzen rose and made his way to the center. Please do, Kitazawa said, suppressing a sigh as he raised his hand. I'll cover 6 points. The Hokage began, speaking with the familiar gravitas of his office. You shouldn't have let him up there, Tsunade muttered, lips pursed. Kitazawa bent slightly, whispering back, what can I do? Rules are rules. Of course, he couldn't openly criticize the Hokage. If I'd known, I would have come an hour later, Tsunade grumbled, unbothered by the idea of scolding Sarutobi to his face. Their quiet exchange didn't escape notice. The clans exchanged knowing looks. Tsunade had clearly taken Kitazawa under her wing, even if it wasn't official yet. Some of the clanless Jonin couldn't help but feel a sting of envy. If Tsunade was truly grooming him, and she was destined to be the 5th Hokage, then Kitazawa's future was practically guaranteed. Time ticked by. Hiruzen spoke for nearly half an hour before finally yielding the arena, though anyone who knew him suspected he could have gone on for 2 more. Kitazawa quickly stepped forward. I now declare this semester's final exam, and the Student Council selection trial, officially open. Matches will be decided by random draw. Those who shine brightest will advance to the next round. He pulled out a lottery box, this time drawing the slips himself to maintain suspense. The first 2 names brought a stir: Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. The first match is me. Against Lee. Naruto's eyes lit up. Double fortune. A fight between 2 taijutsu fanatics could only mean one thing: pure, explosive action. Naruto. Lee shouted, practically vibrating with excitement. Lee. Naruto flashed a thumbs up. Let's show them the power of our youth. The clash of youth itself, just thinking about it sets my blood aflame. Lee clenched his fists. Naruto. Lee. Burn with no regrets. Guy suddenly bellowed, springing to his feet. Every head turned. Kakashi and Kurenai, seated unfortunately close, immediately regretted their choices. Guy-sensei. Naruto and Lee cried in unison, collapsing into a teary embrace of shared passion. The entire training ground fell into an awkward silence. Hiruzen shifted uncomfortably. As Naruto's guardian, he couldn't help but worry what Minato and Kushina would think if they saw their son like this. Tsunade smirked. If those 2 were watching from the afterlife, I wonder what expressions they'd wear. Young people are energetic. That's all, Hiruzen managed after a pause. Shikaku, off to the side, was just grateful that his son was normal. Is he always like this? Fugaku asked dryly, struggling to reconcile the scene with Minato Namikaze's perfect shinobi image. Izumi nodded, deadpan. After becoming Kitazawa's student, she had witnessed plenty of Naruto's illness. He's spirited, Mikoto offered carefully. Itachi exhaled in relief. Thank goodness Sasuke wasn't like that. He didn't even want to imagine it. Match start. Kitazawa declared quickly, eager to cut through the nonsense. Come on, Naruto. Lee shouted, kicking off. Leaf whirlwind. Naruto mirrored him instantly. Their legs collided with a thunderous crack, both forced backward, though Lee slid 2 extra steps, the edge of strength tipping toward Naruto. Naruto pressed the advantage. Dynamic entry. He lunged with a flying kick. Lee blocked, skidding back under the impact. He twisted midair, countering with an elbow drop. Leaf hard rock ascending. Naruto braced with one hand, spinning low. Leaf strong whirlwind. His heel slammed toward Lee's ribs. Lee barely managed to shift, but the force numbed his arm and sent him tumbling across the ground. Lee still has a bit of a gap, Guy admitted, though his eyes blazed with pride. Even so, for their age it's remarkable, Kurenai breathed. I wasn't anywhere near this level at 7. Her gaze slid toward Kakashi. After all, he had been a chunin at 6. A genius among geniuses. You didn't teach them the 8 gates, did you? Kakashi asked after a pause. Of course not, Guy shook his head. They're still too young. But Naruto's body, in a couple of years, he might be ready. Monster, Izumo muttered, grimacing. Kotetsu nodded stiffly. These kids were supposed to be academy students, yet they were putting on a show that felt more like the Chunin exams. Chapter 180. Naruto. After several minutes of heated combat, Lee leapt back, took a deep breath, and shouted with fiery resolve. Let's go all out. Although Naruto had been pressing him non-stop with taijutsu, he still hadn't unleashed his multiple shadow clone jutsu. But Naruto hesitated. To him, using shadow clones didn't feel like a pure taijutsu duel anymore. Youth means giving everything you've got. Lee grinned, flashing a thumbs up. Besides, Guy-sensei taught me a new weapon just for your shadow clones. Naruto's hesitation melted into excitement. His grin widened, teeth gleaming. You're right. A full-power fight is the truest youth. With that, Lee pulled out a pair of nunchaku, spinning them in his hands. They're called nunchaku. Naruto blinked in surprise. What a weird weapon. Since when did you learn that? A month ago. Lee twirled the nunchaku skillfully. Naruto suddenly realized he had been so focused on mastering the Rasengan at the academy that he hadn't noticed Lee's new training. All right then. Let's do this. Naruto slammed his hands together. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a loud bang bang bang, smoke filled the arena, and 30 identical Narutos charged out. The crowd gasped. Many had never seen the infamous jutsu up close. What? Shibi's usually calm expression flickered in shock. It was one thing for Naruto and Lee to show skill beyond genin level, but summoning 30 shadow clones. Even Shibi himself would hesitate to attempt such a feat. Shadow clones divided chakra evenly. Most shinobi weakened themselves with too many. But Naruto summoning this many could only mean one thing: his chakra reserves were monstrous. For a 7-year-old, it was almost absurd. Nono's eyes widened. So much chakra. She had seen her share of shinobi brimming with chakra, but never a child this young. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, voice quiet but sharp. I'd bet he's Uzumaki blood. Nono frowned. But isn't the Uzumaki clan supposed to have red hair? Maybe he's mixed, Kabuto replied, thinking of Karen, another redhead with a similarly vast pool of chakra. Don't speak of this to outsiders, Nono warned. Mentioning the annihilated Uzumaki clan could stir dangerous secrets she had no wish to revisit. Kabuto gave a knowing nod. Meanwhile, the battlefield erupted. Leaf Whirlwind. Dynamic entry. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Naruto and his 30 clones swarmed Lee like a storm. But Lee's nunchaku were no ordinary weapon. Every strike cracked through clones, dispersing them in bursts of smoke. Their cries echoed across the training ground as Lee fought valiantly against impossible odds. Naruto dodged a swing, eyes shining. This weapon's pretty strong, but multiple shadow clone jutsu. Another 30 Narutos appeared with a puff of smoke, replacing the ones already down. Kitazawa's lessons showed, Naruto no longer summoned hundreds recklessly. Against a taijutsu user like Lee, smaller waves worked best. He didn't want to spam long-range ninjutsu either, that would make the fight unfair. This was a test of youth and willpower. On the sidelines, the other genin whispered among themselves. Tenten's eyes softened. Lee's gotten really strong. Neji stayed silent, analyzing the nunchaku. Dangerous for taijutsu users, but not against his speed. His strikes would reach Lee's pressure points before those weapons ever could. Kiba crossed his arms, frowning. Naruto's got too much chakra. Lee can't win like this. Sasuke, however, smirked. He noticed Naruto was limiting himself to 30 clones. Last time, he had unleashed 50, sometimes even 100. But to Sasuke, it didn't matter. He had already beaten Naruto before, shadow clones weren't enough to threaten him. Ino exhaled with sympathy. Lee's doing amazing, but fighting Naruto was just bad luck. Against anyone else, he'd win. Shino's voice cut in, calm and precise. The battle is ending. Naruto's reading the nunchaku's rhythm. As if on cue, Lee's movements faltered, his stamina running dry. Naruto's clone seized the moment. Two grabbed his nunchaku, another two latched onto his legs. Lee struggled fiercely, but the combined weight pinned him in place. Dynamic entry. The real Naruto leapt forward, delivering a powerful flying kick straight to Lee's chest. Lee staggered under the blow. Were it not for the clones holding him down, the impact might have sent him crashing unconscious across the arena. Gasping, Lee finally raised his voice. I surrender. The clones vanished. Naruto rushed forward, worried. Lee, are you okay? Lee lifted a trembling thumbs up, sweat dripping down his face. I'm fine. That fight was the flame of youth itself. Naruto beamed. Then next time, we'll burn even brighter. Deal. Lee grinned back despite his exhaustion. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa announced, cutting in before the two could start crying and hugging again. On the sidelines, Guy's chest swelled with pride. Kakashi. What do you think of my two students? Kakashi's single eye curved lazily. Not bad. Though if Naruto were under me, he'd be even stronger. He wasn't boasting, just stating fact. With Naruto's chakra reserves, the boy could master an arsenal of ninjutsu on top of taijutsu. Relying only on taijutsu was practically wasting that potential. Guy's teeth gleamed in response. As expected of my eternal rival. Then he leaned in, voice mischievous. But what about Lee? Kakashi fell silent. Teaching Lee would indeed suit Guy far better. The boy was practically a mirror of his teacher. Guy laughed heartily. See. That means when it comes to training students, we're evenly matched. Kakashi's lips twitched. Somehow, Guy turned everything into their rivalry. Kurenai cut in sharply. Don't forget Kitazawa's role. Naruto's been training under him too. Kakashi inclined his head slightly. Even so, in his mind Naruto was still winning only because of his endless chakra pool. Nothing yet had truly impressed him. But he couldn't help but wonder. Would Naruto show him something greater in time? The first row of the audience stirred. Tsunade, what do you think? Hiruzen's eyes crinkled with satisfaction as he chuckled at Naruto's performance. Tsunade folded her arms, considering. He's got Kushina style. Like her son, Uzumaki Kushina had been brimming with chakra. And, just like Naruto, her fighting style was bold, recklessly bold. Hiruzen gave a small sigh, caught between amusement and helplessness. He had always hoped Naruto would follow in Minato's footsteps, inheriting a style that was precise, clever, and steady. But fate clearly had other plans. To him, sheer brute force was too simple, too easily countered. Naruto might struggle to ever mirror Minato's aptitude in battle. The second match begins now. Kitazawa reached into the lottery box and drew 2 slips of paper. Despite being in charge of this elite tournament, he knew matches of the caliber of Naruto versus Rock Lee were rare gems. The surrounding ninja shared that sentiment. After all, these were still academy students, genius or not. 7th match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Inuzuka Hana. At the sound of the name, the crowd buzzed. Uchiha Sasuke, Fugaku's son, Itachi's younger brother, the Uchiha clan's prodigy, was stepping into the spotlight. Kitazawa hadn't rigged the draw. Still, he thought wryly, pride always comes before the fall. Better to let Sasuke taste an easy victory first, it'll make the lesson sting later. Go, big sis. Kiba shouted, waving toward Hana. Sakura, ever curious, leaned over. Kiba, who's stronger, you or your sister? Me, obviously. Kiba declared without hesitation. Good, then Sasuke should be fine, Sakura muttered with relief. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Kiba protested, then quickly corrected himself. I mean, I'm stronger now, but my sister used to be way ahead of me. Naruto scratched his head. Ah, is there a difference between the old you and the new you? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, catching on. Kitazawa-sensei gave you some kind of special training, didn't he? What is it? Kiba smirked. That's a secret. But trust me, you'll all be surprised. Whatever. Sasuke strode onto the field with his hands in his pockets, every inch the cool Uchiha. He didn't spare Hana or Kiba a glance. Why does your sister have 3 ninja dogs? Ino blurted as Hana entered the arena, 3 dogs padding at her side. They're triplets. They fight best together, so we keep them as a pack, Kiba explained. Match start. Kitazawa announced. Himaru. Hana called sharply. Her lead hound split into a perfect clone. Fong over Fong. The 2 Hana figures spun into twin whirlwinds, tearing toward Sasuke at blinding speed, while the remaining dogs lunged in with snapping jaws. In the original anime, Fong over Fong was a staple of Kiba's arsenal, used endlessly like Naruto's Rasengan or Sasuke's Chidori. But it wasn't Kiba's creation, his mother, Tsum, had wielded it long before him. Sasuke didn't even flinch. His Sharingan spun to life, and the blistering attack slowed to a crawl in his vision. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A roaring inferno burst from his mouth. Hana and her pack scattered to avoid it, but Sasuke was already on the move. Leaf whirlwind. His kick connected with one Hana, who collapsed and dispersed into the Himaru. But the real Hana was relentless. With a fierce glare, she charged straight into Sasuke's line of sight, only to freeze an instant later. Her body stiffened as phantom flames consumed her, searing her skin and pulling a scream from her throat. Genjutsu, Shiranui. Calmly, Sasuke pressed a kunai to her neck. The 3 dogs skidded to a halt, their instincts warning them not to move. Releasing her, Sasuke allowed Hana to collapse free of the illusion. Panting, she patted herself frantically. The fire, it's gone. It was genjutsu, Sasuke said flatly. I see. She exhaled heavily, then raised her hand. I surrender. HN. Sasuke nodded, already turning away. Sasuke-kun, so cool. Sakura squealed, starry-eyed. Genjutsu really is unfair. Kiba muttered, though he wasn't bitter. He knew Hana's defeat was clean. Still, one thought comforted him, his hellhound wouldn't fall so easily. With 2 heads and 2 minds, it could resist illusions unless both were trapped at once. In the audience, Fugaku allowed a rare nod. Not bad. Excellent, Mikoto agreed warmly. Especially for someone only 7 years old, Itachi added. I couldn't cast Shiranui at that age. I hadn't even awakened my Sharingan until 8. Fugaku's lips curved in the faintest smile. After all, he is my son. Outwardly stern, inwardly pleased. 8th match, Inuzuka Kiba vs Hyuga Neji, Kitazawa announced, brow raised. No manipulation, just terrible luck. Still, this wasn't a knockout tournament. Even a loss could impress if one fought well. What? Kiba's jaw dropped. Neji. Congrats, you hit the jackpot. Shikamaru clapped his shoulder. Didn't you have some secret training with Kitazawa-sensei? Ino teased. Now's the time. You're right. I'm not going down easy. Kiba clenched his fists. Neji gave him a cool glance. Curious, but unconcerned. The 2 stepped into the arena. Isn't he Hana's little brother? Why didn't he bring a dog? It doesn't matter, his opponent is Neji, the Hyuga prodigy. The crowd whispered. Neji slid into his gentle fist stance. But before he could move, a monstrous 2-headed hound, towering over 2 meters, appeared before him, radiating raw ferocity. What the? Naruto's eyes bulged. Did Kiba turn into a dog? And that big? Is this Kitazawa-sensei's training? Ino gasped. The Inuzuka clan has the human-beast combination techniques, but fusing with a shadow clone. Shikamaru shook his head, baffled. Shino adjusted his glasses. So this was Kitazawa-sensei's creation. The rest of the class looked just as stunned. Learning jutsu was one thing. Creating them was another level entirely. None of them had expected Kitazawa to be that kind of genius. Chapter 181. Byakugan. Neji looked at the hellhound in front of him, frowning slightly. The hellhound was not human, and its body structure was completely different. The prerequisite for Gentle Fist's point striking was knowing the target's chakra points. But he knew nothing about the hellhound's chakra point locations. Even with the Byakugan, it was tricky. However, it wasn't impossible. He could use his Byakugan to observe the flow of chakra within the hellhound's body and thus locate the chakra points. If it were a human, it wouldn't be so troublesome. After all, ninja of the Hyuga clan could recite the 361 chakra points on a human body by heart. Watch out, Neji. Kiba warned, and his enormous body moved. The 2-meter distance was instantly closed, and the hellhound raised its giant paw and swatted down. Because of its immense size, every movement carried a strong sense of pressure. A fierce wind blew at his face. Neji retreated 2 steps, leaped up, and clapped his palms onto the hellhound's back. Chakra permeated through the hellhound's thick fur. But the hellhound reacted immediately and flung him away. Neji didn't linger and quickly widened the distance. Haha, again. Seeing this, Kiba was overjoyed. In the past, he couldn't last more than 2 rounds against Neji, but now he was actually gaining a slight advantage. The hellhound stepped forward, catching up to Neji. It spread its claws, like 10 sharp blades, and slashed down. Neji dared not meet it head-on, but he also didn't retreat. Instead, before the claws fell, he lunged forward. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji struck with both palms on the hellhound's chest. But after 2 strikes, Kiba launched a counterattack. The hellhound leaped directly from its spot, soaring over Neji, and instantly appeared behind him. Neji calmly turned around and looked at the hellhound. Although the 2 previous strikes hadn't worked, he had already identified one of the hellhound's chakra points. The rest would be simple. He needed to find more chakra point locations to end the match. Kiba is actually going back and forth with Neji. Tenten was startled, her face filled with disbelief. The dog Kiba transformed into is really powerful. Naruto exclaimed, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. He hadn't fought a 2-headed dog yet. Kitazawa-sensei is truly versatile. Ino's eyes sparkled. She was now eagerly anticipating the new ninjutsu Kitazawa had promised her. Hinata subconsciously nodded. Before meeting Kitazawa, she had always believed Neji was unbeatable. Now, not only had she defeated Neji, but even Kiba had undergone a complete transformation, which was truly unimaginable. Hinata subconsciously clenched her hands. Her face showed aspiration. She also wanted to become an excellent ninja like Kitazawa in the future. No wonder Kiba was so confident before. Shikamaru said with a sudden realization, he indeed has reason to be confident. Kiba will lose soon. Sasuke said abruptly. What? The others instinctively looked at him. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke had already activated his Sharingan. The next second, the situation on the field changed. Neji, who had been dodging, directly charged forward. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He continuously struck with both palms, delivering 5 strikes in one breath. What you're doing is useless. No, what's going on? Kiba's tone changed dramatically. He felt the chakra in his body completely stop. Bang. He and his shadow clone were forced to separate, ending the combined form. Kiba fell directly to the ground, unable to move. It struck your chakra points. Neji stood with his palms retracted, saying calmly. He had struck 5 of Kiba's chakra points in an instant, thereby cutting off his chakra. Sasuke-kun, how did you know? Sakura quickly asked. I saw it. Sasuke said confidently, before the Sharingan, nothing can hide. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. He felt that Sasuke was now incredibly arrogant. As expected of Sasuke-kun. Sakura immediately praised him. But Kiba's progress is indeed significant. Ino sighed, I'm pretty sure I can't beat him anymore. Her secret jutsu, used alone, had too many limitations. The hellhound that Kiba transformed into was too fast, she had no chance to hit it. Ino placed her last hope on Kitazawa. Winner, Neji Hyuga. Kitazawa announced promptly. First row of the audience seats. Neji's performance is no worse than Sasuke's. Hiruzen commented, he was calm from beginning to end. This isn't a secret jutsu already possessed by the Inuzuka clan. Tsunade was more interested in the hellhound Kiba used. It certainly isn't. Hiruzen said with a chuckle, this is a new secret jutsu created by your student, Kitazawa, called Hellhound. Kitazawa isn't my student yet. Tsunade pouted and said. He can create a secret jutsu for the Inuzuka clan, which indicates he has a good level in yang release chakra nature transformation. Hiruzen continued. His meaning was simple. Kitazawa's ability to master yang release was Tsunade's credit. Tsunade was silent for 2 seconds, then said, it's his good talent. Shikaku, who was beside them, felt a bead of sweat. In Konoha, when it came to the ranking of the major ninja clans' power, after the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, it should be their Ino-Shika-Cho. The Inuzuka clan was quite inferior to them, but Kiba's performance put pressure on him. After all, the audience present were all Konoha Jonin and the heads of various ninja clans, especially with Hiruzen also present. If the Inuzuka clan stole the show, Ino-Shika-Cho would lose face. But Shikaku couldn't change anything, he could only place his hopes on Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Time slowly passed. The subsequent matches were not as exciting. After all, many students participated in the elite competition. The first round ends here. After a 15-minute break, the second round will begin. Kitazawa said loudly. Compared to the first round, the number of students entering the second round was more than halved. In this situation, the probability of Sasuke and the others encountering each other would be much higher. The first match of the second round, Shikamaru vs. Tenten. The break time ended, and Kitazawa walked to the lottery box again, taking out 2 small slips of paper. It's my turn. Tenten immediately slung her summoning scroll onto her back. It was filled with her ninja tools. Youth fears no strong enemy. Lee said, his teeth sparkling, defeat him, Tenten. Be careful of his shadow. Neji reminded her. Tenten nodded and walked into the arena. What a drag. Shikamaru sighed when he heard his opponent was Tenten. Tenten's method of throwing ninja tools without restraint was quite tricky for them at this stage. Your dad is watching, don't lose too badly. Ino said with a smile. Not losing miserably is a victory. Shikamaru ignored Ino's provocation and lazily walked onto the field. Can't this kid be a little more serious? Shikaku felt a bit awkward seeing this. After all, Hiruzen was right beside him. If the Hokage saw him in such a listless state, would he have any face left in the future? Match start. Kitazawa stood at the side of the field and shouted. Shuriken barrage. Tenten immediately opened her summoning scroll. A sky full of ninja tools, like a goddess scattering flowers, flew out in a fan shape. Shikamaru had already anticipated this. As she opened the summoning scroll, he started running. He took an arc-shaped run from the left, avoiding her ninja tool attack. A large number of ninja tools missed, sticking into the ground. Shikamaru glanced at the sun, then at the ninja tools, while rapidly approaching Tenten. Not so easy. Tenten remembered Neji's reminder, Shikamaru approaching her would definitely be to connect their shadows and control her. Tenten suddenly flung the summoning scroll in her hand into the sky. The summoning scroll automatically opened, and a large number of ninja tools shot out. Shikamaru had no choice but to dodge. But he was dodging around Tenten. In a blink of an eye, Tenten's surroundings were covered with ninja tools, densely packed like bamboo shoots. Don't run. Tenten took the summoning scroll and threw a chain from it. Shikamaru's eyes instantly narrowed. He sidestepped, dodging the chain, and simultaneously formed hand signs. Shadow sewing. Seeing that the chain missed, Tenten immediately swung it. The chain spun around and wrapped itself around Shikamaru's waist. Shikamaru seemed not to react in time and was immediately bound at the waist by the chain. It worked. Tenten smiled at the sight. But she immediately noticed a problem. Shikamaru's shadow moved, quickly extending along the chain towards her. Tenten's heart jumped, and she quickly let go, retreating 2 steps. Just as she was about to move further back, her body suddenly stiffened. She looked down and saw that, at some point, her shadow had been caught by Shikamaru. Tenten was instantly bewildered. When did that happen? Brilliant. Shikaku's eyes lit up, and he said happily. 2 shadow tendrils, the visible one attacked via the chain, while the hidden one used the ninja tools on the ground to capture Tenten. Hiruzen praised, Shikaku, your son is as clever as you are. The visible shadow tendril was the simplest. But the ninja tools on the ground were tricky. Because the shadows of the ninja tools had to be connected for Shikamaru to use them. In other words, Shikamaru's previous evasions weren't random, they were deliberate. By calculating the angle of the sunlight, he connected the shadows of the ninja tools, ultimately capturing Tenten's shadow. Hokage-sama, you flatter me. Shikaku said modestly. I don't like opponents like that. Tsunade shook her head and said. An opponent being too clever can also be a terrifying thing. This is one of the reasons why Ino-Shika-Cho became a classic combination. Winner, Shikamaru. Kitazawa announced. Most ninja lose their ability to resist once they are restrained. Aside from her numerous ninja tools, Tenten didn't possess the raw power of Sasuke and Naruto. After being caught by Shikamaru's shadow, she was manipulated into holding a kunai to her neck. Seeing this, Tenten could only concede defeat. Round 2, 4th match, Hinata Hyuga vs Ino Yamanaka. Kitazawa glanced at the small piece of paper, raised an eyebrow, and said. Ino, don't lose too badly, okay? Shikamaru smiled, returning Ino's earlier words to her. Even if my opponent is Hinata, I won't lose that easily. Ino snorted lightly and said. Don't lose so quickly. Sakura, as the frenemy, offered her blessings. Definitely not as fast as you. Ino rolled her eyes at her and said. I'm a medical ninja. Sakura immediately retorted. Something about medical ninja not being good at combat, or that a medical ninja's loss wasn't a real loss. For a moment, the atmosphere was quite lively. Ino, let's have a good match. Hinata walked into the arena and assumed the starting stance for Gentle Fist. Ino sighed inwardly. She used the mind-body switch technique right at the start. Because she was worried that if she waited, she might not get another chance to use it. But even using it early didn't have any effect. Body flicker. Hinata instantly appeared in front of Ino, joining 2 fingers and striking the chakra point on her wrist. Ino only felt the chakra in her hand stagnate. Mind-body switch was forcibly cancelled. Hinata didn't pause, immediately striking with both palms. Her hands were placed on Ino's chest, but she didn't use chakra. As expected, I can't beat you. Ino knew she had been spared and readily conceded defeat. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Kitazawa announced, seeing the situation. Big sister is amazing. Hyuga Hanabi said in a childish voice. She was now 2.5 years old, and with the ninja world's early maturity, she could understand half of it. Hanabi, you must learn from your sister in the future. Hayashi patted her head and said with a faint smile. MHM. Hanabi replied seriously. Round 2, 9th match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha. After Kitazawa's announcement, the audience showed expressions of interest. The student council selection's practical combat had reached this point, and they had basically understood the strength of the participating students. Without a doubt, Sasuke and Naruto were among the strongest students. Only a few others could compare to them, such as Yakumo, Neji, Hinata, and Shino. Sasuke. Naruto said enthusiastically, I didn't think we'd meet again. Let's have another youthful showdown. No matter how many times we face each other, there's only one outcome. Sasuke glanced at him and said. That's not necessarily true. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, I've prepared a special surprise for you. A futile effort. Sasuke said indifferently. In his opinion, Naruto's most troublesome ninjutsu was only multiple shadow clone jutsu. Come on. Sasuke. Naruto said as he walked, youth is waiting for us. Sasuke twitched his lips. Later, I'll definitely beat you so badly you can't say the word youth anymore. I hope Naruto wins more. Kiba scratched his head and said, Sasuke, that guy is so arrogant. How could Sasuke-kun possibly lose? Sakura glared at him and asked. Naruto has been training with Kitazawa-sensei, you know. Ino said, hands on her hips, if Kiba can get stronger, Naruto definitely can too. What do you mean, even I can get stronger? Kiba asked somewhat frantically, isn't it normal for me to get stronger? You guys are too noisy. Shikamaru yawned and said. If it were the Sasuke from the last match, his chances wouldn't be small. Shino thought for a moment and said. Indeed. Neji rarely agreed. Karen didn't speak, she only felt envious. She wondered when she would be able to get along with her classmates. Tsunade, who do you favor more? Hiruzen asked with a smile. Naruto. Tsunade said casually, his abundant chakra should give him an advantage. You don't know everything. Hiruzen said unhurriedly, in last week's practical combat test, Naruto lost to Sasuke. How did he lose? Tsunade's face showed surprise at the news. It was like this. Hiruzen recounted the story. He hadn't witnessed it personally, but the daily intelligence report submitted by the Umbu regarding Naruto clearly detailed it. Besides, as the professor, even a few lines of text were enough for him to reconstruct the combat situation at that time. I see. Tsunade said with some surprise, I didn't expect Sasuke to have such combat talent. After she finished speaking, her thoughts moved again. You don't seem worried at all. Tsunade continued. You really understand me. Hiruzen laughed at her words and said, you'll know soon enough. He was referring to Rasengan. Tsunade suppressed the urge to bang on the table. Her gaze fell on Naruto in the arena, and she wanted to see what exactly made Hiruzen so confident. Not far away. This is probably the best arrangement for fate. Mikoto said with emotion, I didn't think they could become good friends. What a pity for Minato. Fugaku looked at Naruto and said slowly. If Minato were still alive, the Uchiha clan's situation wouldn't be as bad as it is now. Fortunately, Tsunade's return to the village eased the pressure. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have long embarked on the path of rebellion. I wonder who will win. Fugaku had seen Sasuke's past report cards. Over 2 semesters, when he faced Naruto, he lost more often than he won. He will win. Itachi recalled last week's practical combat test. Oh. Fugaku was somewhat surprised. Had his second son actually become so clever? Not only did he think of using shuriken creatively against multiple shadow clone jutsu, but his combat strategy was also very clear and logical. Sasuke has really grown a lot. Mikoto said with pleasant surprise. Match start. Kitazawa said after they finished forming the seal of confrontation. Chapter 182. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed hand signs and shouted. In a flash, 30 shadow clones appeared around him. Your multiple shadow clone jutsu is no longer any use against me. Sasuke shook his head as he watched Naruto and his shadow clones charge at him. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He stood his ground, formed hand signs, and chakra spewed from his mouth. With rolling heat waves, a giant fireball appeared out of thin air. The surrounding shadow clones immediately broke out in a sweat and dodged to either side of the fireball. Sasuke glanced left and right, calmly throwing 3 kunai to each side. The kunai tore through the air at an extremely fast speed, accurately hitting the hearts of 6 shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the smoke, 6 shadow clones disappeared. Sasuke waved his hands as if playing a piano. Under his control, 6 kunai formed a net of blades in midair. The shadow clones caught within it immediately sustained various injuries. Leaf whirlwind. Naruto seized the opening, his chakra erupting in his feet, and quickly appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and he retreated, dodging the attack. Naruto's kick missed, causing him to stumble forward onto one knee. Genjutsu, Shiranui. Sasuke had been staring at Naruto since he first entered the arena. If nothing unexpected happened, he was the original. Sasuke used Genjutsu without hesitation. He wanted to defeat Naruto as quickly as possible. The huge flame had just risen when it was extinguished by a massive tail. When Naruto recovered, he found 3 Sasukes in front of him. He suddenly realized that this was a reenactment of the previous practical test. As expected, he couldn't win in close combat. Thinking this, Naruto quickly retreated. Sasuke couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? According to Naruto's personality, he should have continued to attack at this point. Why did he retreat? In that moment of delay, Naruto's other shadow clones surged forward. Sasuke lost the opportunity to use Genjutsu again. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Sasuke reacted quickly, and he and his two shadow clones used fire release. They cleared the area in an instant, eliminating all of Naruto's remaining shadow clones. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto once again created a large number of shadow clones. I almost lost to your Genjutsu again. Naruto patted his chest and said, with a hint of luck. You can escape for a while, but not forever. Sasuke said calmly. Although Naruto's retreat just now was strange, he didn't take it to heart. Just then, he suddenly paused slightly. The 30 shadow clones, originally gathered together, separated in an orderly fashion, forming 3 teams spaced 2 or 3 meters apart. An encirclement. Sasuke said coldly, it's useless. Not an encirclement. Naruto paused, then said excitedly, it's ninja tools. The sound of wind breaking echoed. 30 shadow clones simultaneously pulled out 2 kunai each. The first team of shadow clones threw first. 20 kunai flew densely towards the 3 Sasukes. What? Sasuke's pupils constricted. He's actually using kunai instead of taijutsu. The 3 Sasukes quickly dodged outwards. But just then, the remaining 2 teams threw their kunai together. Adding the first team, 60 kunai formed 3 giant nets, enveloping the 3 Sasukes. Damn it. The kunai were too dense, and Sasuke temporarily had no good way to counterattack, so he could only flee again. For a time, he and his 2 shadow clones appeared quite disheveled. The sudden change in the situation caused the onlookers to show surprise. How could this happen? Fugaku couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected the tide of this battle to turn so sharply. Sasuke had clearly held a great advantage at the beginning. He is Minato's son after all. Mikoto was also a Jonin and naturally understood that Naruto had adopted the most correct fighting style. Fortunately, it's just kunai. Itachi analyzed, Naruto's kunai throwing technique is a bit lacking, and Sasuke has the Sharingan, so he'll be able to counterattack soon. The greatest function of the one-tomo Sharingan was insight. Although the kunai came in waves, Sasuke could see through their trajectories and dodge them. Not bad. Fugaku's attitude softened, and he said, as an Uchiha, it's impossible to be defeated by kunai. Not far away. Naruto actually changed his fighting style. Hiruzen looked surprised. Hokage-sama. Shikaku asked in confusion, isn't multiple shadow clone jutsu combined with kunai throwing quite normal? You don't understand Naruto's psyche. Hiruzen shook his head and said, his previous fighting style was extremely singular, nothing but taijutsu. Shikaku paused slightly, carefully recalling Naruto's battle with Lee, and indeed, it was true. And with his intelligence, he could naturally discern Naruto's personality, brash and very reckless. This sudden change in fighting style indeed didn't seem like his character. It's Kitazawa. Tsunade said casually. She had fought Kitazawa and watched several of his battles. Because Kitazawa learned a variety of things, his fighting style was somewhat similar to Hiruzen's, preferring to alternate between various ninjutsu. Furthermore, the only one who could make Naruto change his fighting style, besides Hiruzen, was Kitazawa. Kitazawa taught him well. For now this is the optimal fighting style for Naruto. Hiruzen paused, then said with great relief. He had previously been worried that Naruto's fighting style was too reliant on brute force and lacked adaptability. Now it seems he isn't incapable of adapting, as long as he's willing to learn, he can change, which is undoubtedly a good thing. But this small change won't threaten Sasuke. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said. Indeed. Hiruzen's gaze fell on Sasuke. After adapting to the rhythm of the kunai throws, he finally seized an opportunity. The 3 Sasukes flickered simultaneously. They appeared before the 3 teams of Naruto and his shadow clones at an extremely fast speed. The 3 Sasukes each simultaneously threw 6 kunai each. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's shadow clones disappeared one after another. Sasuke, you're really amazing. You truly are my lifelong rival. Naruto said excitedly as he watched Sasuke use the same fighting style as Kitazawa. Your kunai throwing technique is very poor. Sasuke suppressed the fatigue surging within him and said with a normal expression. He was far inferior to Naruto in terms of physical stamina and chakra. Since the start of the battle, he had been rapidly dodging, using fire release, shadow clones, body flickers, and genjutsu without any chance to catch his breath. His body was naturally very strained now. But with so many spectators, especially Fugaku and Itachi also present, for the sake of the Uchiha, he had to maintain his composure. Moreover, he wasn't wrong. If Naruto's kunai throwing had been skilled enough, he might have already lost. This battle should end, Naruto. Sasuke declared, you will fail once again. Sasuke. Naruto said with a flash of his teeth, soon you'll see the surprise I've prepared for you. Sasuke's breathing hitched at his words. Multiple shadow clone jutsu plus kunai throwing isn't your surprise. What exactly do you mean by surprise? But Sasuke didn't have time to think much, because Naruto charged forward again. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed hand signs while running. Amidst the smoke, another 30 shadow clones appeared. As soon as the shadow clones appeared, they blocked Naruto's path, then swarmed forward. I've already said it's useless. Sasuke snorted coldly and immediately formed hand signs. Although he didn't understand why Naruto adopted his initial strategy again, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Sasuke tilted his head back and spewed out a series of small fireballs. The other two Sasukes, meanwhile, manipulated shuriken with ninja wire. Under the triple assault, Naruto's shadow clones quickly dissipated, leaving only 3. The 3 Narutos stood in a triangle formation, with 2 in front and 1 behind. Sasuke flickered forward without hesitation. As the air whistled, his 2 shadow clones threw 4 kunai, hitting the 2 Narutos in front before he did. 2 bangs sounded. The 2 Narutos instantly vanished. Sasuke, who was about to cast a genjutsu, suddenly trembled. He saw a blue chakra ball gather in Naruto's right hand. The air let out a tearing shriek. The spinning chakra, after being highly compressed, revealed its most terrifying aspect. Rasengan. Naruto, without hesitation, slammed it towards Sasuke. Sasuke had to face him directly to cast a genjutsu. And he used this point, using 2 shadow clones as a cover, to use the Rasengan. As for whether the Rasengan would injure Sasuke, he wasn't worried. Because Kitazawa-sensei had told him before the match, just use it without worry, because I will intervene. Sasuke felt an unprecedented crisis. It was too late for him to dodge. But just then, Kitazawa appeared and pulled him, allowing him to narrowly avoid the Rasengan. Bang! The Rasengan missed its target and slammed into the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked, debris flew, and an enormous deep pit appeared. Sasuke subconsciously retreated, slumping to the ground, staring blankly at everything, as if in a dream. Was this the surprise Naruto spoke of? Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Kitazawa glanced at Sasuke and announced. I lost. Sasuke snapped back to reality at the sound, asking subconsciously. According to the rules, I intervened to help you, so the battle is over. Kitazawa explained. Sasuke opened his mouth but didn't know how to retort. He had indeed lost. Without Kitazawa's help, he would have taken the Rasengan head-on. Judging by the deep pit in the ground, if he had taken it head-on, he would most likely have died. In other words, Naruto already possessed the ability to kill him. How was this possible? Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, his face filled with disbelief. The victor should have been him. Just then, exclamations erupted from the audience, louder than any time before. Is that the Rasengan? Shikamaru suddenly stood up, exclaiming in surprise. Many others reacted similarly, some even feeling tears welling up. Because this was the ninjutsu created by the perfect shinobi, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Many of them had even fought alongside him. A small number of people even knew that Naruto was Minato Namikaze's son. In this way, Naruto's use of the Rasengan took on a special significance. Naruto actually learned the Rasengan. Although Tsunade was a little calmer than Shikaku, she still felt shocked. How about it? Hiruzen asked with a smile. His future won't be any worse than Minato's. Tsunade paused for 2 seconds before speaking. I think so too. Hiruzen said reassuringly, Konoha's future is in capable hands. Tsunade silently fixed her gaze on Kitazawa. Undoubtedly, Naruto's Rasengan was taught by him. Although Hiruzen also knew it, as Hokage, he didn't have that much time. Kitazawa was originally a ninja academy teacher, so it was most suitable for him to teach it. It was just that Tsunade couldn't imagine a 7-year-old Naruto learning the Rasengan. This was a miracle, and she wondered how Kitazawa had taught him. The Rasengan, huh? Fugaku was silent for a moment, then said, Sasuke's loss is not unjust. He didn't blame Sasuke. Because even if it were him at the same age, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Naruto. After all, that was the Rasengan, known as the ultimate in chakra-shaped transformation, an A-ranked ninjutsu. It shouldn't have appeared in the hands of a 7-year-old student. This really is. Mikoto didn't know how to comment. A first-year student using an A-ranked Rasengan, was that reasonable? Itachi hesitated to speak. He also didn't know what to say. It was no exaggeration to say that Sasuke had done very well. At his age, he was practically perfect. Such strength and talent would definitely be the strongest in the ninja academy. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to maintain first place until graduation. But unfortunately, an accident occurred. There was also a Naruto who was even more abnormal than Sasuke's abnormality. Not only did he possess enormous chakra, but he had also learned the Rasengan. How could it be the Rasengan? Kakashi subconsciously stood up. He was too familiar with the Rasengan. Kitazawa taught him. Kurenai's lips curved into a smile, and she spoke with a hint of pride. Kakashi fell silent. Before, he still thought he could teach better than Kitazawa. But when Naruto used the Rasengan, he became uncertain. In terms of teaching, he probably couldn't compare to Kitazawa. Aside from the audience, the participating students were also dumbfounded. Although they didn't know the Rasengan, the large pit in the ground told them how terrifying this ninjutsu truly was. Rasengan. Kiba felt his vision go black. He had originally thought he could fight Naruto for a few rounds with his Hellhound, but the appearance of the Rasengan shattered his dream. Although the Hellhound was tough and thick-skinned, it wasn't as sturdy as the ground. If the ground had a large pit, he would be no exception. Could it be that this ninjutsu was also created by Kitazawa-sensei? Kiba thought of his Hellhound and couldn't help but ask. No. Shikamaru explained, this is the Rasengan, created by 4th Hokage-sama. Kitazawa-sensei actually taught it to Naruto. Kiba said enviously, damn it, I want to learn it too. How could it be that easy to learn? Shikamaru shook his head and said, this is an A-ranked ninjutsu. He also had something else he hadn't said. Because he remembered his father saying that Minato Namikaze also had blonde hair. Thinking further, Shikamaru believed things would become very troublesome, so he gave up thinking. Besides, blonde hair wasn't particularly rare. Tsunade and Ino both had blonde hair. So, Naruto learned an A-ranked ninjutsu. Ino asked in disbelief. As expected of Naruto. Lee said with high spirits, I feel my youth burning. After the exam, I'll go run 50 more laps. Neji subconsciously clenched his fists. The power of the Rasengan was too great, he absolutely couldn't take it head-on. The only way was to seal Naruto's chakra points before he used the Rasengan. However, his many shadow clones were also a problem. It was truly tricky. Neji sighed in his heart. Before, he always thought he was a genius among his peers, undefeated in the Ninja Academy. But now, the appearance of first-year Class A brought him back to reality. Sasuke-kun must be feeling terrible. Sakura's face showed worry. That's how real combat is, there are wins and losses. Ino patted her shoulder, comforting her. Various voices mixed together, reaching the arena, making it impossible to hear the specific content clearly. But Sasuke seemed to hear their praise for Naruto and their mockery of him. The more arrogant he had been during the previous battle, the more pathetic he was now. Especially since he had said so many confident threats to Naruto. These words might have already been heard by Fugaku and Itachi. The thought of facing them as a loser filled Sasuke with mixed emotions. Fugaku would definitely be very disappointed, saying that he was unworthy of being an Uchiha. Shame, indignation, humiliation, and unwillingness surged into Sasuke's heart. The chakra within him quietly boiled, and the one-tomo Sharingan in his eyes trembled violently. When it reached its limit, the one-tomo split into a two-tomo. Sasuke, your eyes. Naruto noticed Sasuke's change. It's the two-tomo Sharingan. Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Two-tomo. Sasuke couldn't help but be stunned. He came back to his senses, finally realizing the power surging within him. Ha ha ha. Sasuke instinctively burst into maniacal laughter. In less than a minute, his strength had surged, and he couldn't contain the joy in his heart. This was like climbing from hell to heaven. Chapter 183. That's the two-tomo Sharingan. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. Although there was a certain distance between the audience and the arena, as one of the top powerhouses in the ninja world, his five senses far surpassed those of ordinary ninja. He saw the two-tomo in Sasuke's eyes at a glance. It is indeed a two-tomo Sharingan. Tsunade asked with some surprise, how did he awaken it at this moment? Could it be due to the emotions of defeat? Hiruzen said thoughtfully. As a student of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he naturally understood the Uchiha clan very well. Whether it was the Sharingan or the Mangekyo Sharingan, both required extremely strong emotional stimulation. Therefore, the awakening of a Sharingan among Uchiha clan ninja often occurred after witnessing the death of close friends or family. In comparison, Sasuke's awakening seemed quite unusual. Awakening it from a single defeat seemed too small a price to pay. It seems he cares a lot about Naruto. Hiruzen suddenly understood. The defeat wasn't important, what mattered was who brought about that defeat. This is the bond of the will of fire. Hiruzen said with a smile. Naruto had learned the Rasengan. Sasuke had awakened his two-tomo Sharingan. The appearance of these two peerless geniuses undoubtedly foreshadowed Konoha's resurgence to strength. Hiruzen thought back to the time after the nine-tailed incident when he reappointed himself as Hokage. At that time, Konoha was riddled with scars, lacking capable Jonin, and caught between internal strife and external threats. Now, with Tsunade's return and a continuous stream of young geniuses, Konoha had new hope. Tsunade twitched her lips. Don't link everything to the will of fire. But she didn't say much, lest Hiruzen chatter on about the will of fire for half the day again. Two-tomo Sharingan. If there was anyone in the audience more excited than Hiruzen, it was undoubtedly Fugaku. Awakening the two-tomo Sharingan at the age of 7, in his memory, there was no one else besides Sasuke. With such talent, the Uchiha clan was bound to produce a Hokage. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, Fugaku would have burst into laughter. He awakened it again. Itachi looked at the wildly laughing Sasuke, surprised, and a thought similar to Hiruzen's emerged. Indeed, his younger brother was different. Whether it was the one-tomo last time or the two-tomo this time, the method of awakening was truly unique. In Itachi's view, the members of the Uchiha clan were all quite similar. Addicted to the power of the Sharingan, they became arrogant and complacent, unable to see Konoha and the will of fire. Now, Sasuke showed him a completely different future for the Uchiha clan. What he and Shisui had started, he could certainly continue. Sasuke can be considered to have gained a blessing in disguise. Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief and said. As a mother, she hadn't thought too much, only worried that Sasuke wouldn't be able to accept this defeat. Fortunately, the unexpected appearance of the two-tomo Sharingan brought a turning point. Sasuke was now showing such a healthy smile, he must not have felt sad or upset about this defeat for a single moment. Because of Sasuke's wild laughter, many people noticed his two-tomo Sharingan. What the hell? Kiba couldn't help but ask, why is Sasuke's strength also rapidly improving along with Naruto's? Naruto learning the Rasengan had shocked them greatly. But Sasuke awakening the two-tomo Sharingan at 7 years old was equally shocking. Sasuke-kun truly never disappoints. Sakura said excitedly. Of course, she was even happier that Sasuke had emerged from his gloom. Two freaks. Shikamaru twitched his lips and said, they're not giving us any chance to live. Neji really wanted to complain but didn't know what to complain about. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were both Dojutsu ninja clans of Konoha. Why didn't the Byakugan have such a mechanism for inexplicably rapid power boosts? Now that Sasuke had awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, Neji's confidence in beating him had diminished further. However, who would win or lose would only be known after they fought. Shino adjusted his glasses. He was incredibly grateful to Kitazawa at this moment. If it weren't for the new Kikaichi he brought, he would have only one outcome against Sasuke and Naruto: defeat. Of course, since they were all classmates, there was no need to use Kikaichi. Shino was just making a hypothetical assumption. With the Kikaichi, he also had a chance to glimpse the world of top geniuses. As expected of the Uchiha. Yakumo, however, found it natural. After all, a long time ago, the Kurama clan and the Uchiha clan had similar reputations in genjutsu bloodline limits. If she could possess such strong power at such a young age, Sasuke naturally could too. Kitazawa was unaware of Yakumo's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely complain bitterly about his part in it. But his attention was now on the new text that had appeared before him. Current mission: help Sasuke awaken the two-tomo Sharingan. Mission reward: two-tomo Sharingan. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa immediately felt the surging power within him. No wonder Sasuke had let out that Uchiha-style wild laughter. His strength had indeed increased significantly after awakening his eyes. The most direct change was his chakra, which had increased by roughly the amount of an elite Chunin. For Sasuke, that was naturally a lot. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the two-tomo Sharingan possessed more powerful abilities. For example, the enhancement of dynamic vision, allowing for better copying of the target's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Just this alone would save Kitazawa a lot of time learning ninjutsu. In addition, the genjutsu cast with the Sharingan would be even more potent. However, Kitazawa couldn't go test the two-tomo Sharingan right now. After all, the exam was not yet over. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke suddenly thought of something, immediately stopped his wild laughter, and asked, "Can I continue fighting Naruto?" "I've already announced the results. Fighting again would go against the rules." Kitazawa shook his head and said. Sasuke's thoughts were easy to guess. After awakening his two-tomo Sharingan, he felt confident again and wanted to immediately defeat Naruto to regain the face he had just lost. "You don't need to rush." Kitazawa patted his shoulder and said, "It's only the second round, you still have a chance to become opponents later." He felt he could arrange something else for Sasuke. Being so arrogant was not conducive to learning lightning release, nor could it trigger new missions. But Kitazawa didn't plan to let him fight Naruto again. He needed to remind him that more than one person in first-year Class A could defeat him. "All right, you two, get off the stage." Kitazawa glanced at Naruto and said. Most peers would definitely avoid Sasuke after seeing him awaken the two-tomo Sharingan. But Naruto was different. He was very excited at this moment, appearing eager to fight. When he heard Kitazawa didn't agree, he even showed a look of regret. "Yes, Kitazawa-sensei." Sasuke took a deep breath and stepped off the stage. But upon seeing Sakura and the others coming to greet him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards again. If someone didn't know the situation, they might have thought Sasuke had defeated Naruto. However, Naruto's reception wasn't bad either. After all, the Rasengan's power was immense, and its reputation was equally great. The 10th match of the second round, Shino Aburame vs Choji Akimichi. Kitazawa announced loudly. He deliberately raised his voice to drown out the audience's discussions and bring them back to the practical exam. There was no other way. The previous match had been too explosive. One learned the Rasengan, and the other awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. Even if they were battle-hardened ninja, they had never seen anything so outrageous. Are these really 7-year-olds? Shino and Choji walked into the arena. To be fair, neither of them was weak. Especially Shino, who was a strong contender among his peers. But compared to the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, it seemed rather unremarkable. The winner is Shino Aburame. Kitazawa announced the result. Choji, without having learned his secret techniques, was simply no match for Shino. In fact, even if he had learned his secret techniques, it would have been difficult to defeat Shino. Time slowly passed, and the second round drew to a close. I will now announce the list of students who have advanced to the third round. Kitazawa stood in the arena and opened the roll call book. Although the student council selection battle was open to the entire school, most of the students who made it to the third round were from first-year Class A. Kitazawa felt the list was similar to first-year Class A's last monthly exam results. Sasuke, Naruto, Shino, Yakumo, Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba. Only Karen, Choji, and Sakura did not make it to the third round. Besides their class, the only others left were Rock Lee, Neji, Tenten, and Hana Inuzuka. Kitazawa didn't engage in any underhanded dealings. Because the Ninja Academy students were simply at that level. After all, learning the 3 basic jutsu was enough to become a genin. And Sasuke and Naruto had already mastered a number of ninjutsu that was no less than that of an average chunin. In terms of quality, they far surpassed an average chunin. An average chunin, not to mention mastering A-ranked ninjutsu, had only a handful of B-ranked ninjutsu and mostly used C-ranked ninjutsu. It could only be said that Sasuke and Naruto were too abnormal. There are 12 students who made it to the third round, but students from first-year Class A account for 8 of those spots, Hiruzen said after hearing the list. In terms of teaching ability, Kitazawa is truly uniquely excellent. Although Sasuke and Naruto had great talent, without Kitazawa's help, they wouldn't have grown so quickly. Hiruzen was thinking of his own generation. Whether it was him, Danzo, or Hamura and Koharu, their talents were all top-notch. Their current strength and status also proved this point. But they didn't shine as brightly as Sasuke and Naruto did in the Ninja Academy. Ultimately, it was due to Kitazawa. However, Hiruzen also noticed a problem with the Ninja Academy. Besides Kitazawa, were the other teachers unwilling to teach? Actually, no, their skill level was limited. In addition, there was another problem. That was the uneven quality of the students. For example, Naruto and Kiba, with their good talent, could learn the shadow clone jutsu. But for other students, teaching them was pointless. Many of them barely understood even the normal clone, let alone the shadow clone. Hiruzen stroked his chin. He felt that he could talk to Kitazawa sometime to see if they could solve the problems of the Ninja Academy. Third round, first match, Hinata Hyuga vs Rock Lee. The break ended, and Kitazawa walked back to the lottery box. Hinata. Ino clenched her fist and said, "You can do it." MHM. Hinata nodded and walked into the arena. She looked at Kitazawa not far away, feeling increasingly calm in her heart. "Don't worry," Shikamaru yawned and said, "Gentle Fist is quite effective against Strong Fist, so Hinata has a good chance of winning." "What is Strong Fist?" Naruto asked curiously. "What you practice is Strong Fist." Kiba patted his shoulder and said, "More precisely, aside from the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist, all other taijutsu are Strong Fist." "Your Gai-sensei is a representative ninja of the Strong Fist style," Shikamaru added. "Gai-sensei is indeed amazing." Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, "Whether it's taijutsu or youth, he's my role model." Shikamaru was speechless. "Learning taijutsu is fine, but don't learn youth. This kid is truly hopeless, going further and further down the path of youth. Although you're even stronger than Neji, my youth will never give up." Just then, Rock Lee's voice came over. Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh. "Both are hopeless, just bury them." "Let's have a good match," Hinata said very earnestly. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee kicked out without hesitation. Hinata moved her body to the side, avoiding his spinning kick, then raised her right hand and tapped his leg. Rock Lee immediately felt the chakra in his right leg stagnate. He wasn't surprised at all. Because when he sparred with Neji, it was the same result. Leaf Violent Rock Ascent. Rock Lee continued to attack without dodging. He clenched his fist, his right elbow striking towards Hinata's head. Lee had nothing but taijutsu. Even if he knew that facing Gentle Fist in close combat was unwise, he had to push through. His only chance of winning was to defeat Hinata before his chakra was completely sealed. However, the idea was good, but reality was cruel. Hinata raised her left arm, blocking his elbow. But her right hand struck twice in quick succession, sealing 2 more of Lee's chakra points. Rock Lee stumbled, his body becoming unstable. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Light flashed in Hinata's Byakugan. She seized the opportunity, striking 8 palms consecutively. Lee fell to the ground, unable to move. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Kitazawa nodded slightly and said. Without the 8 gates formation, it would be too difficult for Lee to defeat Hinata or Neji. Are you all right? Hinata quickly stepped forward and helped him unseal his blocked chakra points. I'm fine, Lee stood up and said, what a battle full of youth. Hinata blinked. Where was the youth? It was still too hard to understand after all. Third round, second match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Yakumo Kurama. Kitazawa said with a slight smile. As the person in charge and the referee, it was easy for him to cheat, and he didn't even need wind release chakra. Because he was the one who put the 12 small slips of paper with names written on them into the lottery box. He just needed to put the 2 slips with Sasuke's and Yakumo's names together. How did he draw Yakumo? Sakura looked at Sasuke with some concern. A good draw, Sasuke suppressed the joy in his heart and said with great confidence. In previous monthly exams and practical tests, every time he encountered Yakumo, he would suffer a crushing defeat. The reason was simple. He couldn't break Yakumo's genjutsu. The competition between genjutsu ninja was essentially a competition of Ine release power. He lost because his Ine release power was inferior to Yakumo's. But now it was different, because he had activated his 2-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke could clearly feel the increase in his Ine release power, which had practically doubled. From the Genin level, he had reached the Chunin level and was even among the best of Chunin. He felt he could win. Sakura, Sasuke just activated his 2-tomo Sharingan, Shikamaru reminded her. Oh, right. Sakura's eyes immediately lit up, saying, Sasuke-kun definitely won't lose again. Sasuke nodded slightly. Although Sakura often jinxed him, no matter how much she jinxed him this time, he wouldn't crash and burn. He walked into the arena slowly, hands in his pockets, exuding the demeanor of a cool guy. Yakumo, Sasuke looked at Yakumo opposite him and said, today, let's have a genjutsu showdown. He would get up from where he fell. He wanted to crush Yakumo with genjutsu, only then could he wash away the humiliation of his previous crushing defeats. Okay, Yakumo said with a serious expression. She could feel the surging Ine release power from Sasuke. Compared to before, it was indeed much stronger. This is my first time seeing a 2-tomo Sharingan, Kiba curiously observed Uchiha Sasuke, who had activated his 2-tomo Sharingan as soon as he entered the arena. He had clearly learned from his previous experience of being pulled into genjutsu during battles. Because the 2-tomo Sharingan not only amplified Sharingan genjutsu but also had a certain resistance to ordinary genjutsu. I wonder what a Chunin's strength is like, Naruto asked curiously, again differently. He had heard Neji say last time that activating the 2-tomo Sharingan gave one the strength of a Chunin. In his impression, Chunin were very powerful, but exactly how powerful, he wasn't sure. Ino suddenly noticed a problem. Why isn't Sasuke moving? What's going on? Sakura said with a confused expression. Kitazawa-sensei clearly said the match had started. Perhaps Sasuke might have fallen into genjutsu again. Shikamaru was silent for 2 seconds, then said uncertainly. How is that possible? Sakura was the first to disbelieve. He's activated his 2-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 184. Sasuke, after awakening his 2-tomo Sharingan, undoubtedly became an absolute monster at the academy level. But he encountered Yakumo, whose stats and genius surpassed his. At the beginning of the battle, Sasuke immediately released genjutsu, Shiranui through his Sharingan. Yakumo, on the other hand, bypassed genjutsu creation and directly used terrifying illusion. The intangible illusion unfolded. Yakumo's face showed surprise. Because Sasuke, just like before, was pulled into the illusion. Although he had indeed become much stronger, he still hadn't surpassed her in genjutsu. Time slowly passed. The illusion was dispelled by Yakumo. Sasuke, pale-faced, slumped to the ground. After being drawn into the illusion, he was trapped in endless fighting, eventually being released utterly exhausted. Sasuke stared blankly at Yakumo. Hadn't he already awakened his 2-tomo Sharingan? Why couldn't he still defeat her? What exactly went wrong? The joy of awakening his 2-tomo Sharingan vanished without a trace at this moment. His confident words before the battle turned into sharp swords piercing him. He was now ashamed, embarrassed, and wanted to flee. He wondered how his father and brother would view him. As a proud Uchiha, he had actually lost 2 matches in the practical exam. Sasuke fell into a state of self-isolation. He stood up and silently left the arena. Winner, Yakumo Kurama. Kitazawa announced. Yakumo's bloodline limit is truly terrifying. Hiruzen commented, at such a young age, her genjutsu skill is already on par with a Jonin specializing in genjutsu. She still has potential to grow. Tsunade said casually. She understood Yakumo better than Hiruzen. After all, she was Yakumo's primary medical ninja. When she grows up, perhaps. Hiruzen paused, not explicitly mentioning Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, there were many ninja around them. With Hiruzen's strength, he wasn't afraid of the Uchiha clan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan was full of uncertainties. When he learned of Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan's power, even he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Koto Amatsukami could silently alter a target's subconscious. Would Shirsue use it on them? Tsunade, it's a good thing you returned to the village, otherwise, Konoha village would have lost a powerful genjutsu user. Hiruzen said with relief. The future Yakumo could undoubtedly become a genjutsu master of Mangekyo Sharingan level. Most importantly, her emotions were more stable and controllable than those of the Uchiha clan's ninja, and with the relationship between Kitazawa and Tsunade, Yakumo was not only obedient to Konoha village but also extremely loyal. It has nothing to do with me. Tsunade shook her head and said. She returned to the village for the psychological medical ninja system and the funds allocated by Konoha village. It's fine, Kitazawa's credit is your credit. Hiruzen said with a chuckle, besides, you truly were the one who cured Yakumo's body. The ninja world highly values the teacher-student relationship. It can be said that the honor and disgrace of teachers and students are intertwined. Just speak plainly, why are you beating around the bush? Tsunade snorted, asking with dissatisfaction. She had heard the hidden meaning in Hiruzen's words. It was nothing more than him urging her to quickly decide to take Kitazawa as a student. Everything I said is true. Hiruzen didn't mind her attitude and said with a smile. Not far away. No wonder the Kurama clan used to be as famous as our Uchiha. Although Fugaku had heard Sasuke mention Yakumo before, he hadn't paid attention at the time. Now that he saw her, she far exceeded his expectations. But there are pros and cons. Itachi nodded and said, the Kurama clan's bloodline limit is too strong in the early stages, making it difficult to awaken. That's why our Uchiha clan is now the largest ninja clan in Konoha village. Fugaku smiled faintly, with a hint of pride in his tone. Unlike the Kurama clan's bloodline limit, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can slowly upgrade, all the way to Mangekyo Sharingan. During this process, the body and mind are matched. Situations like Yakumo's, where a strong mental power leads to a weak body, are rare. Why are there so many geniuses in first-year Class A? Mikoto felt heartache watching the self-isolating Sasuke. His strength should have easily placed him first in the ninja academy. It's because Kitazawa-sensei teaches well. Itachi thought for a moment and said, even Sasuke's strength has been rapidly improving since he met Kitazawa-sensei. That's good too. Fugaku said calmly, pressure creates motivation. He wasn't disappointed by Sasuke's 2 consecutive losses. After all, the losses were understandable. Moreover, Sasuke awakened his 2-tomo Sharingan at the age of 7, and his future was limitless. What more could he be dissatisfied with? The third match of the third round, Shino Aburame vs Kiba Inuzuka. Kitazawa waited for Sasuke and Yakumo to leave the arena, then drew 2 more small slips of paper from the lottery box. Since the student council selection practical exam wasn't over yet, he wasn't in a hurry to find Sasuke. Kiba, huh? Shino adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. His first reaction was whether he could use explosive Kikaichu against Kiba Inuzuka's shadow clone. If so, without the shadow clone, he wouldn't be able to merge into a hellhound. Even if he could merge, it would be a merger with Kikaichu. But on second thought, it wasn't necessary. After all, a shadow clone's explosion, upon returning to the main body, would also cause mental trauma. Watch out, Shino. Kiba said confidently. Let's begin. Shino said calmly. Merge. Kiba Inuzuka shouted, colliding with his shadow clone. The chakra merged into one, and from the smoke, a fierce two-headed dog appeared. Shino Aburame raised his hands. Countless Kikaichu flew out, gathering in an instant, like a dark cloud. The two-headed dog unhesitatingly raised its giant paw and swatted it out. Bang! More than half of the Kikaichu were crushed or stunned. But the remaining Kikaichu clung to its paw and climbed up its arm. Kiba felt his scalp tingle. The two-headed dog suddenly shook its arm, flinging a large number of Kikaichu away. Secret Jutsu, Insect Gathering. Shino Aburame formed hand signs. All the nearby insects were summoned, mixing with the Kikaichu, and swarming towards the two-headed dog. So annoying. Kiba gritted his teeth, not bothering to deal with these small and pesky insects. The two-headed dog leaped, instantly closing the distance to Shino. Once in front, it swiped. Its sharp claws pierced towards Shino like a kunai. Secret Jutsu, Insect Wall. Shino had anticipated this. Kikaichu flew and swirled in front of him, forming a black shield. Boom. The insect wall trembled violently twice. The immense force caused the insect wall to break in the middle. But the insect wall wasn't a real wall. The moment a gap appeared, Shino filled it with Kikaichu. Secret Jutsu, Insect Cocoon. More Kikaichu poured out from Shino Aburame's body. Under his control, they rapidly climbed up the two-headed dog's arm. By the time Kiba reacted, his right arm, or rather the two-headed dog's right foreleg, was already completely covered in Kikaichu. His heart tightened, and just as he was about to shake off these Kikaichu, he felt a biting pain from his right foreleg. Kiba Inuzuka's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but cry out. The two-headed dog instantly became a real dog, shaking its entire body. Many Kikaichu were shaken off, stunned. Secret Jutsu, Insect Cocoon. Shino stood in place, continuing to create Kikaichu with his chakra. Kiba had lost the initiative. No matter how much the two-headed dog struggled, the Kikaichu on its body only increased. I give up. Kiba said urgently, quickly get your insects off me. Shino, hearing this, waved his hands and recalled the Kikaichu. Shino, your insects are truly troublesome. Kiba dispelled his merged state, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. He originally wanted to say that the insects were disgusting, but since they were classmates, there was no need to be so blunt. Your hellhound is very good, it just lacks some offensive techniques. Shino nodded slightly and said. You're right, so I plan to ask Kitazawa-sensei for help during the winter break. Kiba clenched his fists and said, by next semester, it won't be so easy for you to defeat me. Although his personality wasn't as laid-back as Shikamaru's, he was still very playful. However, Naruto's increased strength had stimulated him. If he didn't catch up quickly, he would have to treat Naruto to Ichiraku ramen after every monthly exam. That would be too embarrassing. Shino paused. Reminded by Kiba, he remembered his Kikaichu mutation plan. He wondered if it could start during the winter break. Winner, Shino Aburame. Kitazawa announced promptly. Let's go. Kiba casually put his arm around Shino Aburame. The two walked off the stage. Kiba was very satisfied with his performance. Although he didn't win, he had made a name for himself with his hellhound. The fourth match of the third round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Kitazawa said with a smile. Neji hadn't triggered a new mission in a long time. Although Kitazawa didn't know if Naruto could help him trigger one, there was no great loss in trying. Me against Naruto. Neji was a little surprised to hear that. The opponent he most wanted to face was Sasuke. He had been bothered by his careless loss to Sasuke's genjutsu before. But no matter how many practical tests there were, he never encountered him. Even in the third round of the Student Council selection practical, he still hadn't met Sasuke. However, Naruto was close enough. After all, he had just defeated Sasuke. Neji walked onto the stage with a solemn expression. He wasn't confident he could defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Both the multiple shadow clone jutsu and the Rasengan were very tricky. But there was a chance. As long as he got close, Byakugan plus Gentle Fist would be invincible. Who do you think will win? Ino asked curiously. I think it's Naruto. Kiba exclaimed, Rasengan is the ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage-sama. Not necessarily. The power of gentle fist lies in sealing chakra. Even if Naruto learns more ninjutsu, he won't be able to use them. Shikamaru shook his head and said. That's true. Kiba couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He said with interest, this match definitely won't be worse than Sasuke's, MMM. Before he could finish, Shikamaru covered his mouth. Kiba instinctively glared at him but quickly understood. His gaze fell on Sasuke, who was emanating a chilling aura not far away. He had been like that ever since he left the stage. Standing silently in place. No matter how Sakura tried to talk to him, Sasuke ignored her. Neji, he. Shino was interrupted mid-sentence. Neji won't lose. Tenten said decisively. Lee scratched his head. He didn't know who to support. Gentle fist, huh? That's a bit troublesome. Hiruzen frowned slightly. He hoped Naruto would win and was thinking from his perspective. Maybe Kitazawa taught Naruto how to deal with it. Tsunade watched Naruto with interest. Hiruzen nodded, said nothing more, and watched the match. Here I come, Neji. Naruto formed hand signs loudly and shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, 30 shadow clones appeared. Neji immediately took a gentle fist stance. But just then, the 30 shadow clones scattered, dividing into 3 teams. Hyuga Neji's pupils suddenly contracted, sensing trouble. He hadn't expected Uzumaki Naruto to use multiple shadow clone jutsu and kunai throwing right from the start. Swish, swish sounds rang out. The first team of shadow clones threw 20 kunai first. Neji dodged to the left without hesitation. But as soon as he landed, he was met with kunai thrown by the second team of shadow clones. Neji quickly started coating his hands with chakra, swiftly batting away the kunai in front of him. The moment it took effect, he immediately retreated. The kunai thrown by the third team of shadow clones missed. Neji took a deep breath, his body suddenly accelerating as he rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Although he didn't have the shadow clone jutsu and couldn't break through 3 points like Sasuke, he had Byakugan and gentle fist. Byakugan gave him an all-around view, and gentle fist could bat away kunai. Neji quickly approached Naruto amidst a shower of kunai. So powerful! Naruto exclaimed, then charged forward, leaf whirlwind. Neji couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He liked Naruto's reckless fighting style because it could be countered by him. But he still didn't let down his guard. After all, Naruto had shown a certain level of combat intelligence in his fight with Sasuke. Neji extended both palms, hitting Naruto's right foot. His body skidded back involuntarily. Naruto's strength exceeded his expectations. But it no longer mattered. Because Neji took this opportunity to seal 2 chakra points in his right leg. Naruto felt a numbness in his right leg. He instinctively retracted his right leg, and due to the irregular flow of chakra, he stumbled. Seeing this, Neji was about to press his advantage, but just then, a whooshing sound came from behind him. Dynamic entry. Naruto's shadow clone leaped into the air, kicking towards him. Hyuga Neji quickly turned around and struck at him, leaf double whirlwind. 2 shadow clones followed closely, one on the left and one on the right. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji inwardly cursed the trouble and swiftly unleashed 6 consecutive palm strikes. The 3 shadow clones were all sent flying backward. Neji didn't have time to catch his breath before more shadow clones came at him. Helplessly, he could only dodge while counterattacking. Although he was barehanded, the unique nature of gentle fist's point striking allowed him to display an invincible aura. Naruto's shadow clones often fell to the ground after enduring 2 or 3 palm strikes. However, competing with Naruto in chakra was clearly unwise. Neji, with his Byakugan, searched for Naruto's main body. Although Byakugan couldn't see through shadow clones, he quickly found his target. Because Naruto had 2 chakra points sealed earlier, his movements were more noticeable than usual. Once Hyuga Neji found his target, he no longer hesitated and rushed in front of Uzumaki Naruto. He unleashed 12 palm strikes in one breath. Naruto felt his body sway and then fell to the ground. But his shadow clones were simply too numerous. The opportunity Neji had painstakingly seized was immediately ruined by the shadow clones. However, he was not in a hurry. Naruto had already been hit. He only needed to get close to him one more time. And most importantly, after sealing the chakra, Naruto could no longer create more shadow clones. This would be his victory. Thinking of this, Neji couldn't help but feel a little happy. Rasengan. Just then, Naruto's voice came from behind Neji. Not good. Neji instinctively turned his head and saw Uzumaki Naruto holding a Rasengan, charging towards him. What's going on? Was I tricked? Was that Naruto, not the main body? Neji thought of many things in an instant. But it was too late to use Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms now, so he could only dodge to the left. But Naruto's shadow clones didn't give him a chance. 2 shadow clones stepped forward, blocking his path. But with this delay, the Rasengan, with undiminished momentum, slammed towards him. Neji couldn't help but freeze. Kitazawa instantly appeared in front of him and, with a casual push, made him avoid the Rasengan's attack. The Rasengan hit the ground, creating another deep crater. Neji reacted, instinctively clenching his fists. Was this still that Naruto? But a loss was a loss, there was no arguing it. Neji felt unwilling. In the past, relying on his talent and hard work, he was arrogant and earned the name of a genius. But now, he was repeatedly defeated by other geniuses. The huge disparity made it difficult for him to accept. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa glanced at Neji. From his expression, this match had clearly been effective. Kitazawa had actually only said one thing to Uzumaki Naruto: Byakugan couldn't see through shadow clones. Naruto could come up with many ideas with just a little thought. Naruto did well. Hiruzen's old face was beaming with joy. The current Uzumaki Naruto finally had a bit of Minato's demeanor. Chapter 185. What a pity. Hayashi felt a slight regret, but Neji had already performed quite well. After all, his opponent was Naruto, who possessed the multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan. Hayashi felt a subtle sensation when he thought of this. Who would have thought that Rasengan could be seen in an ordinary practical exam at the Ninja Academy? Hayashi remembered that when he was in school, it was extremely rare to see a classmate use Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. His gaze fell on Hinata again. Sasuke's performance was very striking. Hinata and Neji were not bad either. Overall, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan were evenly matched in this student council selection practical. Hayashi was genuinely worried that Sasuke would defeat Naruto. In that case, the Uchiha clan would certainly gain a lot of prestige. This current situation, on the other hand, was quite good. Naruto. Guy gave a thumbs up and said, "You haven't let youth down. Guy-sensei." Naruto stopped and shouted excitedly, "I feel the burning passion of youth." Naruto, keep going. Guy encouraged him, saying, "Never stopping is what youth is all about." Ahem. Kurenai quickly stopped them, saying, "The next match is about to start. It's better if you let Naruto leave the field first." The implication was to stop talking about youth. Indeed. Kakashi rarely agreed. The main reason was that Naruto was the center of attention in the entire arena right now. Their interaction would attract a lot of attention, and then he would be noticed. Kakashi had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but he was still not quite used to this kind of situation. Kakashi. Guy turned his head and asked, "What's your assessment of Naruto now?" Kakashi fell silent. He had previously said that Naruto only won by having a large amount of chakra, but he was clearly proven wrong. Looking at these two matches, Naruto's use of Rasengan was very clever. Although it was nothing to him, it was already extremely good for a 7-year-old Naruto to achieve this. Kakashi thought of Minato. If he were still alive, he would certainly be very satisfied with Naruto. Very good. Kakashi finally said. Haha. Guy laughed excitedly at the words. Anyone who didn't know would think he had won against Kakashi. Third round, 5th match, Shikamaru vs. Hana. Kitazawa drew lots again. There were a total of 12 students who entered the third round. 4 matches had already taken place, leaving 2 more, which meant 4 students had yet to compete. After Shikamaru vs Hana was confirmed, the remaining match was also determined, Ino vs Tenten. Why can't I forfeit the student council selection practical? Shikamaru's mouth twitched as he looked at the 3 large ninja dogs opposite him. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be chased all over the field. If he could forfeit, he would definitely do so. After all, reaching the 3rd round, he had already exceeded his goal. But unfortunately, Kitazawa had anticipated his anticipation. Not only could he not forfeit, but he also could not play passively. Once Kitazawa noticed, there would be serious consequences. Kitazawa didn't say what the consequences were, but Shikamaru didn't want to find out. Hana went all out from the start. After all, Shikamaru's performance in the previous round was very good, winning against Tenten with a combination of strength and strategy. Fang over Fang. Hana and Himaru leaped up, transforming into a tornado and crashing towards Shikamaru. Behind them were 2 other ninja dogs. Shikamaru dodged to the left without hesitation. Although he avoided Fang over Fang, he ran head-on into the 2 ninja dogs. At the same time, Hana and Himaru made a sharp stop, turned around, and used Fang over Fang again. Shikamaru leaped up, clearing the 2 ninja dogs. Shadow sewing. The shadows of Shikamaru in the air and the 2 ninja dogs overlapped. His shadow transformed into 2 tendrils and grabbed the necks of the 2 ninja dogs. Their attacks immediately came to a halt. What? Hana and Himaru's target changed from Shikamaru to the 2 ninja dogs. Seeing this, they quickly stopped and aborted Fang over Fang. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru landed on the ground and immediately used his shadow to control one of the ninja dogs, sending it charging towards Hana and Himaru. Himaru. Hana commanded without hesitation. Himaru reverted to its ninja dog form and wrestled with the other ninja dog. 4 legs jutsu. Hana channeled chakra to her limbs and immediately pounced on Shikamaru like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain. I surrender. Shikamaru promptly raised his hand and said, my chakra is depleted, and I can no longer fight. Hana quickly stopped her swinging claw. What's happening? In her opinion, she was clearly at a disadvantage. Winner, Hana Inuzuka. Kitazawa shook his head and said. If Shikamaru wanted to win, he had a chance with shadow imitation jutsu and shadow sewing. But unfortunately, he had no desire to win and simply went through the motions before automatically surrendering. Shikaku in the audience suddenly remembered Ino's words. Indeed, he had to ask Kitazawa to deal with Shikamaru. 3rd round, 6th match, Ino vs Tenten. Kitazawa announced after Shikamaru and Hana left the field. Shikamaru, did you go easy on my sister? Kiba asked curiously. No. Shikamaru spread his hands and said, you know, secret jutsus consume a lot of chakra. Your sister brought 3 ninja dogs. It's basically impossible for Shikamaru to control 4 targets at once. Ino interjected. Both the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan focus on control, and they have similarities in many areas. If it were her, she would have lost even faster. Because her mind transfer jutsu could only control 2 targets at most. Ino is right. Shikamaru agreed. It's your turn, Ino. Sakura reminded her. Her ninja tools are troublesome. Shikamaru advised, if you can seize an opportunity to control her, do so. If not, don't force it, you can surrender. If the Nara clan's secret jutsus could still be used by a single person, then the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsus were not suitable for single-person use. Casting the ninjutsu takes time, hitting is difficult, and once hit, the user cannot move. Ino nodded, a bright smile on her face, and said, I'll do my best. If I lose, I'll just go find Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke subconsciously glanced at Kitazawa when he heard the name. Even with his 2-tomo Sharingan, he still couldn't defeat Naruto and Yakumo. Should he ask Kitazawa for help? The battle began. Tenten learned from her defeat against Shikamaru and used ninja tools from the very beginning, resolutely not allowing Ino to get close. Ino was chased around by the ninja tools, completely unable to use her secret jutsu, and eventually chose to surrender. The 3rd round of matches concludes here. Next is the challenge round. Kitazawa paused and said, all students who entered the third round are eligible to be challenged. Because they had received the flyers in advance, the audience already understood the rules of the practical exam and were not surprised by this. "I hope someone challenges me," Naruto said with an eager expression. Today's battles truly made him feel exhilarated. "Who would challenge you?" Kiba scoffed. "Only someone blind would challenge you. You never know." Shikamaru yawned and said, "Arrogant people are everywhere." Indeed. Shino adjusted his glasses and said, "People who think they have strength and were assigned to the general matches will certainly be very unwilling. Then Sasuke has a higher chance of being challenged, right?" Ino gave her reason, because Sasuke has a bigger reputation. "Don't I have a reputation?" Naruto's eyes widened, saying, "I just defeated Sasuke." Sasuke's eye twitched. "Why bring that up now? The students in the general matches didn't see our fight." Ino paused and said, "But after today, your reputation will definitely skyrocket. Maybe it'll even surpass Sasuke's." Sasuke's expression immediately stiffened at the words. Damn it. Was he going to be inferior to Naruto even in terms of reputation? Not this, please. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. Sasuke had never been weaker than anyone in his life, and he was going to take back everything that belonged to him. He didn't know why, but even though Yakumo had also defeated him, he cared more about losing to Naruto. Time slowly passed. Not long after, Hisao Sarutobi led 5 students onto the training ground. These 5 students generally appeared older than Sasuke and Naruto. And that was indeed the case. They were mostly 5th and 6th grade students. Kitazawa greeted Hisao Sarutobi, then looked at the 5 students behind him and said, "You will enter the training ground in order." After he finished speaking, he handed over the roster. The roster listed the names of the 12 students who had entered the third round, including their classes. "I challenge Sasuke." A young boy in white walked onto the training ground and declared. Sasuke subconsciously clenched his fists. "Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I lost 2 matches?" Sasuke walked to face him with a cold expression. Genjutsu, Shiranui. He activated his 2-tomo Sharingan. The next second, the boy was enveloped in flames within the illusion and immediately screamed. "Winner, Sasuke." Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and announced. Using the 2-tomo Sharingan against students who weren't even genin was an overwhelming advantage. However, ending the battle so quickly was still unusual. It indicated that Sasuke harbored deep resentment. The remaining 4 students exchanged glances, all seeing shock and confusion on each other's faces. Are first-year students this formidable now? Directly defeating a 6th grader? Even for an Uchiha, this was incredibly absurd. After 2 seconds of hesitation, the second student walked onto the training ground. I challenge Yakumo Kurama." This student chose based on their surnames. Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Aburame, Yamanaka, and others were all famous ninja clans. But Kurama, he had never heard of it. Yakumo walked in front of him, and then there was no then. He was instantly pulled into an illusion. In the eyes of the others, he simply stood still in place, and a few seconds later, he fell backward. From beginning to end, Yakumo seemed not to have moved even a little finger. The challenging students were full of questions. Is this still the Ninja Academy? Where did I get transferred to? Not only could they not defeat the first-year students, but they didn't even know how they lost. It seems Kitazawa's decision to divide it into a general competition and an elite competition was correct. Hiruzen shook his head and said. The gap between them was too vast. Sometimes, not knowing was a form of bliss. As it was now, it only left them with deep despair. There's nothing more to see, Tsunade was interrupted before she could finish. Since you're already here, stay until the end. There should always be a proper beginning and end. Hiruzen said with a chuckle. What are you planning now? Tsunade asked suspiciously. What can I plan? Hiruzen retorted with a normal expression, if you leave now, aren't you considering Kitazawa's feelings? Then let's wait. Tsunade sat back down. The challenge matches came and went quickly, with all 5 students losing at light speed without exception. Please wait a moment, students. The rankings for this practical exam will be announced shortly. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, considering the list is long, only the top 30 will be announced here. The remaining names will be posted. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika quickly stepped forward, handed over a roster, and said, "This is the practical exam ranking for the elite competition." "Thank you." Kitazawa took the roster and found Hisao Sarutobi. The two immediately began discussing the specific rankings. A moment later, Kitazawa, holding the rankings, walked in front of the students. Although some had already guessed their rankings, they were still very much looking forward to it. Except for Sasuke. First place, Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa announced directly, without any preamble. "That's great." Naruto jumped up and down. He had first beaten Sasuke, then Neji. No one would object to him getting first place. Due to the limited rounds, he hadn't fought Yakumo. However, they had already fought before. With the help of the Kyuubi, Naruto was not afraid of her genjutsu. And Yakumo, as a pure genjutsu ninja, if her genjutsu didn't work, she could only be at the mercy of others. Second place, Yakumo Kurama. Kitazawa continued. Yakumo Kurama was very calm when she heard this, standing up and bowing slightly. Third place, Sasuke. Kitazawa glanced at the roster and said. Although Sasuke had lost 2 matches, he had activated his 2-tomo Sharingan, so ranking third was not a problem. Sasuke's face was full of unhappiness. His goal was first place, this third place was simply an insult to him. Fourth place, Hyuga Hinata. Fifth place, Hyuga Neji. Sixth place, Shino Aburame. Seventh place, Kiba Inuzuka. Kitazawa rattled off the names. Ha ha ha. Kiba immediately burst into laughter. "I'm seventh." This result was a breakthrough for him. And this was a school-wide ranking, not a class ranking. Excluding Neji, he would be sixth. "But you're still lower than Naruto," Shikamaru said calmly. Kiba's laughter abruptly stopped. Not surpassing Naruto meant he still had to treat him to Ichiraku ramen. The top 30 have been announced. After Kitazawa finished reading, he changed the subject and said, "Now, I will announce the student council executive list." Sasuke's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had forgotten that the ranking of this practical exam was related to the selection of student council members. Now that he was third, he had already missed out on the student council president position. Since it's already the end of the semester, the student council handover will be moved to next semester. Kitazawa said unhurriedly. He was worried that his task wouldn't be completed, so he specifically requested a small measure. However, this measure was reasonable and fair, so no one raised any objections. In other words, he would temporarily serve as the student council president until next semester. The official student council president will be Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa announced. "Thank you all for your support." Uzumaki Naruto clasped his hands and said, "I will definitely make the student council full of youthful vigor." Sasuke and the others collectively fell silent. Vice Presidents, Yakumo Kurama and Sasuke Uchiha. Kitazawa continued. "Yakumo, you should stop Naruto's youthfulness stunts, I'm counting on you." Ino said with a serious expression. Huh. Yakumo was a little confused. Indeed. Shikamaru agreed, "We absolutely cannot let youthfulness spread in the student council. That evil green spandex whack must be defeated." Kiba clenched his fists and said. Sasuke nodded. Study committee member, Hyuga Hinata. After they quieted down, Kitazawa continued to read, disciplinary committee member, Hyuga Neji. In a flash, all the student council executives had been announced. Everyone has worked hard these past 2 days. I hereby announce the successful conclusion of the student council selection practical exam and the final exams. Kitazawa said loudly, "Now, please enjoy your holidays." The students immediately burst into cheers upon hearing this. "Let's go, let's meet Kitazawa." Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up and said. Fugaku, Hayashi, Shikaku, and others who had originally intended to leave all followed. After all, if the Hokage didn't leave, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to leave either. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, this lineup was indeed grand. Aside from Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, almost all of Konoha Village's high-ranking officials were present. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa went to meet him. Kitazawa, you've done very well. Hiruzen nodded and said with emotion, Konoha village's younger generation is impeccable. I can retire with peace of mind. At these words, the training ground instantly fell silent. Those present were all clan heads of major ninja clans, veritable old foxes. They all heard many implications in that sentence. Undoubtedly, Hiruzen intended to step down. Everyone looked at Tsunade for the next Hokage. Only Tsunade clenched her fists. She had been set up again. Chapter 186. Hiruzen didn't give a long speech, he just said 2 sentences and then turned to leave. Hayashi, Fugaku, and others saw him off at the gate. Kitazawa didn't follow, he still had academy matters to attend to. Although Hiruzen told him to visit the Hokage office when he had time. Kitazawa's thoughts were similar to Tsunade's. Hiruzen specifically came over to say those 2 sentences, clearly to set up or pave the way for Tsunade. Kitazawa guessed that the main reason he did this was because Tsunade had accepted treatment for her hemophobia. Hiruzen understood her personality. When she compromised, she had already made her decision. His job was to give her a head start. How should I put it? Kitazawa was naturally happy to see Hiruzen do this. After all, the sooner Tsunade became Hokage, the better it would be for him. From another perspective, Hiruzen's voluntary abdication would also allow him to avoid the fate of dying in battle as in the original story. Kitazawa retracted his gaze and looked at the students. Because tomorrow was the winter break, as soon as the exams ended, they scattered like prisoners released from jail, disappearing without a trace. But a few students remained. For example, Sasuke, Naruto, Kiba, Ino, Neji, and Hinata. One reason was that they wanted to talk to Kitazawa about something. The second reason was that they were waiting for their parents to return after seeing off Hiruzen. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke walked up to Kitazawa first. Sasuke, congratulations on awakening your two-tomo Sharingan. Kitazawa patted his shoulder and said. Sasuke fell silent. Awakening the two-tomo Sharingan was something he had always wanted. But why was he not happy after awakening it? Kitazawa-sensei, I want to defeat Naruto. Sasuke took a deep breath and said directly. Have you thought about why you lost to Naruto this time? Kitazawa asked in return. It was the Rasengan. Sasuke said without hesitation. Kitazawa thought, as expected. In reality, in his opinion, Naruto's most troublesome ability wasn't the Rasengan but the multiple shadow clone jutsu. The Rasengan was powerful, but it couldn't be thrown. To hit the target, he had to get close. And Naruto used shadow clones as a diversion to achieve that close-range effect. Without the multiple shadow clone jutsu, it wouldn't be difficult to dodge the Rasengan with the body flicker jutsu. Besides the Rasengan, the multiple shadow clone jutsu combined with shuriken jutsu was also very troublesome. If one day the shuriken jutsu was replaced by long-range ninjutsu attacks, it would be even more terrifying. I can teach you a ninjutsu that is no less powerful than the Rasengan. Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Really? Sasuke subconsciously widened his eyes, a hint of disbelief in his tone. After all, the Rasengan was an A-ranked ninjutsu created by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Of course it's real. As Kitazawa finished speaking, he saw 3 lines of text appear before him. Current mission, help Sasuke learn Lightning Release, Chidori. Mission reward, Lightning Release, False Darkness. Do you accept? An unsurprising mission, and the reward wasn't bad. Lightning Release, False Darkness's effect was to release multiple lightning bolts to form large lightning spears to attack the target. It wasn't a Konoha ninjutsu but came from Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure and a member of the Akatsuki organization. Although Lightning Release, False Darkness was a B-ranked ninjutsu, its power was not inferior to Chidori. Go home and rest for 2 days, I'll call you then. Kitazawa regained his composure and said. He didn't know Chidori right now. Besides, Chidori was a ninjutsu created by Kakashi. If Kitazawa privately taught it to Sasuke and Kakashi found out, it would also be troublesome. Therefore, it needed to be laundered and legitimized. Fortunately, the system mission, as he expected, didn't directly tell him to teach Sasuke Chidori. This left room for maneuver. Although Sasuke was anxious, since Kitazawa had said so, he couldn't rush him further. Your father and brother are here, go home with them. Kitazawa noticed Fugaku and Itachi and reminded him. Sasuke hesitated, a worried expression on his face. His performance in this practical exam was too poor. He first lost to Naruto, then to Yakumo, which could be said to have shamed the Uchiha. Now, to go see Fugaku and Itachi, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. They won't blame you. Kitazawa chuckled and said. Sasuke subconsciously looked up at him. After receiving his confirming gaze, he hesitated for 2 seconds and then walked forward. Sasuke, you did great today. Mikoto pulled him into her arms, stroking his head, and said softly. But. Hesitation appeared on Sasuke's face. Awakening the two-tomo Sharingan at 7 years old. Itachi interrupted him, smiling. In that regard, you have far surpassed me. Let's go home first. Fugaku paused and said, you really did well this time. Let's invite Yashiro and the others to celebrate tonight. Huh. Sasuke was surprised by this. Such clan-wide celebrations or festivals usually only happen during New Year's or major events. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Fugaku said calmly, I am the clan head. The reason he wanted to celebrate, besides awakening the two-tomo Sharingan at 7 years old being truly astonishing, was to warn those restless clan members. Now that they had new hope, there was no need to resort to extreme measures like rebellion. No. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said. After he finished speaking, he remembered what Kitazawa had just said. It was actually true. Not only was he not blamed, but he received many compliments, and a celebration was even being held for him. Sasuke couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. An unimaginable joy and happiness filled his heart. The earlier frustration of losing to Naruto and Yakumo also vanished. Just then, Fugaku and Itachi subconsciously glanced at him. The two of them exchanged looks, both feeling astonished. Because they discovered that just now, Sasuke's Ine release power had increased a little bit. Although it was very little, it was enough to open their eyes. Kitazawa-sensei. As soon as Sasuke left, Kiba and the others gathered around. Kitazawa-sensei is still the best. Ino said with great admiration, just a few words and Sasuke returned to normal. The reason they hadn't approached earlier was because Sasuke had a dark look on his face, appearing quite intimidating. It's nothing. Kitazawa smiled and said, I just told him that if he participates in the winter break special training, he'll become stronger. I want to participate too. Ino quickly said. Me too. Kiba immediately declared. Me. Naruto said, jumping up and down. Subsequently, Shino, Hinata, and Neji all raised their hands. It's undoubtedly a good thing that you all want to participate in the winter break special training. Kitazawa changed the topic and said, but not everyone needs to train with me. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto scratched his head and asked in confusion. Kiba, why do you want to participate in the winter break special training? Kitazawa didn't directly answer Naruto's question, looking at Kiba and asking. I want to make my hellhound more aggressive. Kiba immediately said. I guessed you'd think that. Kitazawa waited for a moment, and seeing no new mission triggered, he asked in return, don't your Ino-Shika clan have a ready-made secret jutsu? What secret jutsu? Kiba was stunned for a moment and asked. Fang over Fang. Kitazawa replied. A look of realization immediately appeared on Kiba's face. Fang over Fang was a secret jutsu that transformed the ninja dog into the appearance of a ninja, with both ninja transforming into a tornado to attack. Kiba didn't have a ninja dog, but he had shadow clones, so he could directly skip the prerequisite. Your winter break special training is to go home and learn Fang over Fang. Kitazawa concluded. I understand. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba paused and said, then I'll be going. See you all next semester. He turned around, found Sum and Hana, and went home with them. As for the rest of you, come find me at the academy in 2 days. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. During the winter break, they would all undergo new special training to varying degrees, which couldn't be explained in a short time. And their parents had returned after seeing off Hiruzen, so he couldn't delay them any longer. As for the triggering of new missions, there was no rush. What was meant to happen would happen eventually. Sister. Hanabi Hyuga's voice rang out. Kitazawa unconsciously glanced at her. She stood beside Hayashi, looking like a finely carved doll. I'll be leaving now, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata greeted him, then walked over to Hayashi and Hanabi Hyuga. Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Naruto and Ino also left, each heading home. The once lively ninja academy suddenly became quiet. What are you standing there stupid for? A familiar voice came from behind Kitazawa. Aren't I waiting for you? Kitazawa turned around, looked at Kurenai, and asked with a smile. You noticed me a long time ago? Kurenai asked with a beaming smile. No. Kitazawa blinked and said, but you would definitely wait for me. In reality, he had noticed Kurenai a long time ago. Then let's go home. Kurenai was momentarily stunned, then stepped forward and took his hand. The two left the ninja academy. Kakashi and Guy are still the same, nothing has changed. Kurenai's lips curved into a smile as she said, Kakashi initially said he could teach Naruto better, but then. Kitazawa listened to her telling interesting stories, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. Current mission, a bolt from the blue, select the most outstanding students to form the student council, and become the student council president. Mission reward, obtain lightning release affinity and mastery level lightning release chakra nature transformation. Host has completed the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Kitazawa's mission, which he had worked hard on for a semester, finally came to an end at this moment. And its reward was worth the long wait. After obtaining lightning release affinity, Kitazawa became one of the rare all-element ninja. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was the mastery level lightning release chakra nature transformation. Kitazawa currently had 2 masteries. One in chakra control and one in chakra shape transformation. Now, he finally had a 3rd mastery. In terms of effect, it was no less impressive than the first 2 masteries. With mastery level lightning release chakra nature transformation, Kitazawa immediately became an elite lightning release Jonin. Although he didn't know a single lightning release ninjutsu at the moment. Kitazawa rubbed his chin. He found that he was a bit like a copy of Kakashi. With the Sharingan and 7 affinities, becoming Konoha Village's 2nd best wouldn't be a problem for him. What are you thinking about? Kurenai noticed Kitazawa's distraction. Seeing no one around, she swayed her hips and bumped him with her backside. I'm thinking about how to get Kakashi to teach first-year class A. Kitazawa snapped back to reality, patted her bottom, and said. Kurenai frowned slightly and asked, why would you have such an idea? In her opinion, Kakashi would never go to the ninja academy to teach. He was a student of the 4th Hokage, a prominent figure among Jonin. Teaching would be too much of a waste. He's about to leave Umbu and become a squad leader. Kitazawa said casually, his requirements will probably be very high. I think only the students in our class will meet his expectations. I see. Kurenai nodded and said, but I still think it's very difficult. It's certainly not easy. Kitazawa put his arm around her shoulder, leaned in, kissed her fair neck, and said, but it's not impossible. What are you doing? Kurenai pushed him away and said, we're not home yet, don't mess around. Does that mean I can mess around once we're home? Kitazawa asked seriously. No, you can't. Kurenai glared at him and said, it's daytime. Then I'll teach you a new sealing jutsu. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. That's fine. Kurenai finished speaking, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek before walking forward. What are your plans for the winter break? Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and quickly followed her. No plans. Kurenai said casually, the new year is coming soon, and I don't want to go out on missions. I'll just stay home and learn sealing jutsu. That's a shame, I was planning to take my 3 students out on a mission. Kitazawa turned to look at her, I was even going to ask you to come with us. Since you've already said so, how can I not go? Kurenai rolled her eyes and said. Besides, after Kitazawa left, she wasn't used to being home alone. Indeed, when a person is beautiful, even rolling their eyes looks good. Kitazawa praised her. Kurenai couldn't help but feel pleased. She suddenly thought of something, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly walked a few steps forward. Why are you blushing? Although her movements were quick, Kitazawa still noticed the issue. It's nothing. Kurenai dispelled the chaotic images floating in her mind. She walked up, took out her key, opened the door. Kitazawa stood behind her, admiring her firm, perky backside. You see it every day, aren't you tired of looking? Kurenai changed her shoes, turned her head to look at him, and asked. Of course not. Kitazawa closed the door, cupped her face, and kissed her. Kurenai was startled for a moment. Although she was caught off guard, she responded very actively. Do we really have to wait until night? Kitazawa looked at her rosy lips, still unsatisfied, and asked. Aren't you tired after being busy for most of the day? Kurenai's face flushed at his words, and she took a breath, asking. Don't you know if I'm tired or not? Kitazawa finished speaking, then picked her up. You, pervert. Kurenai's eyes suddenly widened. But you didn't refuse. Kitazawa exhaled, saying playfully. You. Kurenai was about to speak, but her face immediately turned pale, and she instinctively hugged him tightly. Because Kitazawa took a step forward. She was now completely suspended in the air, naturally feeling terrified. Don't worry, you won't fall. Kitazawa held her waist with one hand and supported her ass with the other. Kurenai bit her lip, and her toes unconsciously curled up. Kitazawa glanced at her, then walked into the room, but he walked very slowly. Not too long after, Kurenai's face was flushed, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her breathing became rapid. You look more tired than I do. Kitazawa raised his hand and brushed the hair from her forehead. Kurenai gave him a charming side eye, her face full of allure. She lowered her head and buried it in Kitazawa's neck. Kitazawa's gaze followed her hair downwards, along her smooth back, to her rounded, peachy bottom. Kitazawa inhaled her scent and entered the room. Time came to the next day. How does that saying go? Plans can't keep up with changes. Kitazawa had originally planned to teach Kurenai the sealing jutsu yesterday afternoon and then go to the Hokage building to find Hiruzen, but none of it happened. There was nothing he could do, the embrace of a gentle woman was indeed hard to leave. Hokage-sama. After breakfast, Kitazawa came to the Hokage office. The student council selection practical yesterday gave me a great surprise, Hiruzen said directly. It's all thanks to Hokage-sama. Kitazawa said humbly, without your approval, there would be no student council today. The students of the Ninja Academy are the future of Konoha village. You have played an indispensable role in their growth. Hiruzen said with a wide smile, after we finish talking, you can go and claim an A-ranked ninjutsu. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately said. A reward of an A-ranked ninjutsu was quite generous. After all, the student council wasn't necessarily of great use. The main reason was Naruto and Sasuke. Hiruzen was satisfied with the increase in their strength. Kitazawa's first thought was to exchange for Chidori. But on second thought, with Kakashi around, he didn't need to waste this opportunity. Kitazawa felt he could choose a water-release ninjutsu. He had also thought about choosing a sealing jutsu, but with Karen around, he could indirectly obtain sealing jutsu through Tsunade. In fact, if he really asked Tsunade for help, most ninjutsu could be obtained. However, they weren't sensei and student yet, and he couldn't learn that much in a short time, so progressing gradually was better. Chapter 187. Kitazawa, you've taught at the Ninja Academy for so many years, so you should be very familiar with it. Hiruzen tapped his pipe and asked, what problems do you think the Ninja Academy currently has? Kitazawa was startled. Why was he suddenly being asked such a question? Was it related to yesterday's student council selection practical exam? It's like this. Seeing his confusion, Hiruzen didn't play coy and explained the issues he had thought of yesterday. In summary, there were two problems. First, the teachers at the Ninja Academy were not skilled enough. Second, there were differences in the students' talents. I see. Kitazawa nodded and praised, Hokage-sama's concerns are indeed far-sighted. No need for superfluous words, let's hear your solution. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his tone filled with anticipation. Since the Ninja Academy teachers lack strength, then hire powerful ninja to teach. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, I've thought of that solution too, but it's not practical. Hiruzen shook his head and said, it would not only waste the ninjas' strength but also delay them from completing missions. Konoha Village was, at its core, an employment organization. The purpose of ninja was to work for the daimyo, nobles, and merchants of various countries. This brings us to the second problem: students have varying talents. Kitazawa asked with a slight smile, why not put talented students in one class? Hiruzen let out a soft "oh." He thought of the medical ninjutsu experimental class. Tsunade had suggested a long time ago that a medical ninja should be a permanent member of every ninja squad. However, at that time, it was during the Second Ninja World War, and medical ninja were very difficult to train, so the proposal was not approved. Later, after the war ended, Konoha established a medical ninja experimental class. Ninjas who wanted to learn medical ninjutsu and had a certain aptitude for it were gathered together. Facts proved that the effect was indeed good. Among the 5 great villages, Konoha Village had the most medical ninja and the highest level of skill. How would it be implemented specifically? Hiruzen held his pipe and took another puff. A placement exam. Kitazawa replied, all students can take a placement exam after 1 semester of enrollment, and those who pass will enter the genius class. What about late bloomers? Hiruzen pondered for a moment and asked. Teacher preference. Kitazawa explained, if a teacher discovers a student's talent, they can report it, and once confirmed, the student can join the genius class. If they only teach 1 class, they won't need too many teachers, which can indeed minimize waste. Hiruzen paused, then asked, but if all students are in 1 class, won't it lead to different progress? Tailored teaching. Kitazawa casually said, with a maximum of 20 to 30 students in a class, teachers can completely create personalized learning plans for them. Tailored teaching. Hiruzen's eyes lit up, and he said, a very apt phrase. He suddenly realized that Kitazawa was doing exactly that. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Nara Shikamaru, among others, had all participated in his different special training sessions. It was precisely because of this that they were able to grow rapidly in less than a year. You are a natural teacher. Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaim. I am merely upholding the will of fire. Kitazawa said with a serious expression, since I am a teacher, I should help the new leaves grow strong. Well said. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table and said, if all ninja had your resolve, why would Konoha Village not be prosperous? Kitazawa blinked. Had he gone a bit overboard? Do you have a way to attract powerful ninja to become teachers? The more Hiruzen looked at Kitazawa, the more satisfied he felt. As Hokage, he could force them to become Ninja Academy teachers, but this would cause resentment and not align with the will of fire. We don't necessarily have to hire currently powerful ninja. Kitazawa said in a deep voice, we can also hire retired ninja, although their strength may have waned, they are rich in experience. It still takes a young person with quick thinking, this is a very good idea. Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then praised him. I just happened to come across it. Kitazawa said modestly. The reform of the Ninja Academy is of great importance. Hiruzen mused, first, prepare a plan for me. If there are no problems, we will hold a Jonin meeting. Kitazawa was immediately astonished. A Jonin meeting, as the name implied, was a meeting that only special Jonin and Jonin were qualified to attend. In Konoha Village, Jonin meetings were usually held for exceptionally important matters. For example, the changing of the Hokage or the declaration of war. In Kitazawa's opinion, the reform of the Ninja Academy was not significant enough to warrant a Jonin meeting. The Ninja Academy was founded by my sensei, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and it has never changed in all these years. Hiruzen said, hinting at his meaning. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and understood. Hiruzen wanted to do something great that would benefit future generations before he retired, and at the same time, earn himself a good reputation. First Hokage Senju Hashirama pacified the chaotic world and established Konoha Village. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama established the Ninja Academy, Umbu, and various other institutions, perfecting Konoha Village's system and making it stronger. However, by the time of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had not achieved any major accomplishments. Konoha village barely won both ninja world wars. The Third Ninja World War was won thanks to Minato Namikaze. In addition, Tsukumo Hataki's suicide, Orochimaru's defection, and so on, all occurred during his time as Hokage. The Ninja Academy, seemingly unimportant, was actually the most crucial institution. After all, it concerned the future of Konoha village. It was rare to come across such a useful reform, so Hiruzen naturally wanted to utilize it. In the future, when the students of the genius class achieved great success, they would also mention him. In summary, Hiruzen wanted to save face. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately responded. I'll wait for your plan. Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Kitazawa nodded and then left the Hokage office. Follow me. The Umbu ninja, Haru, who had been waiting, led him to the ninjutsu storage room. Without much hesitation, Kitazawa chose an A-rank water release ninjutsu, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. In the original work, only 2 ninja had used the Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave, Senju Tobirama and Kisame Hashigaki. The reason was simple. This jutsu consumed an extremely massive amount of chakra. After all, its effect was to instantly create an ocean to imprison the enemy. After memorizing this ninjutsu, Kitazawa left the Hokage building. You're back. Kurenai turned to Kitazawa and asked, what reward did Hokage-sama give you? An A-rank water release ninjutsu. Kitazawa walked up to her, glanced at the scroll on the coffee table, and said, there are 4 mistakes in your forelimbs heavy seal curse mark. Where? Kurenai's gaze searched the scroll upon hearing this. Here. Kitazawa pointed them out one by one for her, saying, and there. How are your eyes like the Byakugan? You can even see such subtle differences. Kurenai said with some surprise. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Kitazawa reached out and squeezed her thigh twice, saying, just like I already know where the weak spot on your thigh is. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Kurenai felt a jolt in her thigh, a hint of daze flashed in her eyes, and then she said, blushing with anger. I was just giving an example. Kitazawa said seriously. How come I've never seen you practice sealing jutsus? Kurenai recovered and again felt something was off. I practice at the academy. Kitazawa said casually. I'm going to practice sealing jutsus now, don't mess around. Kurenai didn't think much of it and said. Call me if you have any problems. Kitazawa stopped teasing her and turned to go upstairs. Although he was on holiday, he still had a lot to do. For example, the task of mastering 4 water release ninjutsu. He had already learned 2 water release ninjutsu, water formation wall and water dragon bullet jutsu. There were 3 water release ninjutsu he had not yet learned. 2 A-rank water release ninjutsu, great waterfall jutsu and great exploding water colliding wave. 1 B-rank water release ninjutsu, instant water. Kitazawa planned to learn instant water first. Because those 2 A-rank ninjutsu both required an extremely massive amount of chakra to sustain. But he wasn't in a hurry to learn them today, he had to write the genius class's proposal. Besides that, he also needed to properly plan the students' winter break special training program. Time arrived at the 3rd day of winter break. Kitazawa arrived at the academy's training ground punctually at 9 in the morning. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto was as lively as ever, seemingly with inexhaustible energy. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino and Hinata and others also followed closely behind to greet him. Kitazawa nodded and said, you all come one by one. Although Naruto didn't speak upon hearing this, his hands were already waving frantically. Naruto, come here. Kitazawa led him to a tree, then picked up a leaf and handed it to him. Kitazawa-sensei, do I also have to do leaf training like Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. Your leaf training is different from his. Kitazawa spread his hand and said, you need to cut the leaf with wind release chakra. The leaf in his hand immediately split into 2. Undoubtedly, this was the first stage of wind release chakra nature transformation. Naruto's current strength had fallen into a bottleneck. Kitazawa temporarily didn't dare to help him develop the 9-tailed chakra. Although he had a lot of chakra, there were few ninjutsu he could learn. Multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan were already the most suitable ninjutsu for him. Besides that, there was taijutsu. To complement multiple shadow clone jutsu, Kitazawa planned to teach him wind release. But before learning wind release, he needed to master a certain level of wind release chakra nature transformation. I understand. Naruto nodded upon seeing this. Although he didn't know Kitazawa's purpose, he trusted Kitazawa. You practice slowly, and if you encounter any problems, come find me. Kitazawa told him the key points for half an hour, then said. Could Uzumaki Naruto master wind release chakra nature transformation? He could. Because the training he was undergoing now was something he had experienced in the original work. At that time, he was trying to develop wind release, Rasengan. But the current Naruto was still young, and it would take a relatively long time for him to get started. However, what he lacked least was time. Ino. Kitazawa walked to another open space. I'm coming. Ino jogged forward, took a breath, and asked, Kitazawa-sensei, are you going to teach me a new ninjutsu? That's right. Kitazawa nodded and said, I created a ninjutsu based on your characteristics. Created. Ino immediately opened her mouth wide upon hearing this. Although there was Kiba's hellhound before, she still felt shocked. This ninjutsu is called Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. Kitazawa took a step back and said, I'll demonstrate it for you. Ino quickly nodded, staring at him intently. The next second, countless flowers appeared in her line of sight. She subconsciously reached out and caught a flower. Feeling the touch of the petals, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. These were real flowers. The petals became more and more numerous, and Kitazawa disappeared from her sight. Ino subconsciously looked around. Just then, a flower in front of her suddenly accelerated, its petal edges aimed at her neck. Ino felt a sense of life and death crisis enveloping her. Kitazawa reappeared, pinching the flower with his fingers. So amazing! Ino said excitedly after her initial fright. And then Kitazawa tapped her forehead and said, You didn't even know you were caught in a genjutsu. I was caught in a genjutsu. When? Ino suddenly realized that there weren't as many scattered petals on the ground as she had seen before. In other words, some flowers were real, and some were fake. Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos is a composite ninjutsu. Kitazawa took out a scroll and said, Your task today is to memorize it. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino said with a beaming smile. Kitazawa reached out and patted her head. He waited a few seconds, but no prompt popped up from the system. It seemed this task could only be completed after Ino learned the jutsu. Hinata and Neji. Kitazawa waited until Neji and Hinata were in front of him, then said, You two just continue practicing gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata Hyuga subconsciously nodded. But Neji did not reply. Neji, do you have anything you want to say? Kitazawa asked with a slight smile. Kitazawa-sensei. Neji hesitated for 2 seconds and said, I want to defeat Sasuke and Naruto. Kitazawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As expected of a genius from the Hyuga clan, going for a 2-on-1 directly. But it was also normal. Neji used to be similar to Sasuke, quite arrogant. Now that he had lost to Sasuke and Naruto, he had become much more normal. However, the pride of a genius was still there. Your strength isn't actually much worse than Sasuke's and Naruto's. Kitazawa analyzed, you just need to pay attention to Sasuke's genjutsu and Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu. Neji Hyuga nodded in agreement. He thought so too. But doing it was not that simple. He could still predict Sasuke's genjutsu with his Byakugan. Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu was very troublesome. Current mission, help Neji Hyuga defeat Uzumaki Naruto in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, increase Byakugan purity by 10%. Accept. Kitazawa couldn't help but be stunned looking at the text in front of him. Why was there only Naruto and no Sasuke? Could it be that Neji thought he could defeat Sasuke, but couldn't defeat Naruto? As for the reward, it was the 10% Byakugan purity that Kitazawa had been longing for. I'll teach you the shadow clone jutsu first. Kitazawa said after a moment of thought. It was indeed not easy to break Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu. But with the shadow clone, at least someone could help share the firepower. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Neji Hyuga also thought of the benefits of learning the shadow clone, so he readily agreed. Hinata pursed her lips, and hesitation appeared on her small face. You want to learn too? Kitazawa looked at her and asked. Hinata nodded quickly, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Current mission: help Hinata Hyuga learn the shadow clone jutsu during winter break. Mission reward: 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Accept. This could also trigger a mission. Kitazawa couldn't help but be surprised. 8 trigrams vacuum palm was also a type of gentle fist, but it broke through the limitations of close combat, being a long-range gentle fist. Its effect was to release high-density chakra through the palm for long-range attacks. From its manifestation, it looked very much like wind release. Kitazawa, as usual, lectured them for half an hour, then called Shino over. The two walked north, eventually arriving at a secluded corner. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kitazawa formed hand signs, and a fireball slammed into the ground. A moment later, a deep pit appeared, surrounded by flames. Shino, build a suitable Kikaichi nest at the bottom of the pit, but don't give them any extra food. Kitazawa said casually. Shino was startled. He had already understood Kitazawa's idea. Without food, the Kikaichi would have to find a way to break through the sea of fire. Over time, he would get a batch of Kikaichi with fire release resistance. A cruel method, but also potentially the most effective. What Shino would lose was nothing more than some chakra and Kikaichi. Current mission: help Shino Aburame cultivate Kikaichi with fire resistance. Mission reward: increase your own fire release damage resistance by 10%. Accept. Kitazawa's gaze narrowed involuntarily. There was such a reward. It just had quite a few limitations. The mission reward stated, increase your own, meaning this resistance would only be triggered after being hit by a fire release ninjutsu. I'll leave a shadow clone for you. When the fire dies down, have him add more fire for you. Kitazawa formed hand signs and split off a shadow clone. He then headed to the Hokage building to see Hiruzen. Chapter 188. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa stepped forward, unrolling a scroll. This is the proposed plan for the genius class. You've worked hard, Kitazawa. Hiruzen accepted the scroll with a nod and began to read. The contents matched their earlier discussions, but now the plan was fleshed out with details and practical steps. Well written, Hiruzen said with a satisfied smile. No changes are necessary. We can implement this directly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa replied humbly. This plan was shaped through our discussions. Have you given thought to which teacher should be appointed? Hiruzen asked, setting the scroll aside. The more versatile, the better, Kitazawa suggested. Ideally, instructors capable of teaching all 7 chakra nature transformations. The genius class was designed to gather the most gifted students in the academy, each with different chakra affinities. Kitazawa envisioned 3 or 4 Jonin who could cover wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, yin, and yang release. Anything less would squander their potential. Hiruzen chuckled. Why do I feel as though you're hinting that I should teach? If Hokage-sama himself were to instruct them, it would be a blessing for the students, Kitazawa answered quickly, realizing belatedly that besides Kakashi Hatake, Hiruzen was also an all-attribute shinobi. In fact, only those 2 in the entire village possessed such breadth. I am the Hokage. I don't have the time to teach, Hiruzen said, though his tone softened. Perhaps after I retire. A few academy lectures might suit me then. He considered the idea. Retirement would leave him with time to spare, teaching would allow him to shape the next generation and strengthen his legacy. The students of the genius class were destined to become Konoha's pillars. To be their teacher meant disciples across the entire village. With your level of teaching, Hokage-sama, Konoha might see more powerhouses rivaling the Sannin, Kitazawa said with a smile. That's an exaggeration, Hiruzen replied modestly. Even producing one would be a success. Kitazawa, however, knew it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Naruto and Sasuke's futures would eclipse even the Sannin. But your suggestion is hardly realistic, Hiruzen admitted. Besides me, the only all-attribute ninja is Kakashi. Actually, Kakashi could teach. His reasoning was simple. Pulling Kakashi from Umbu and making him a squad leader wasn't only about Naruto, it was about helping Kakashi recover from his past. Missions had become his only outlet, but that path dragged him closer to the emotionless soldiers of Root. Teaching might reawaken his humanity. If it's Kakashi, he's perfectly suited, Kitazawa said, feigning surprise while secretly relieved. With Kakashi as a teacher, the burden would be lighter. Haru, Hiruzen called to his attendant, bring Kakashi here. Before long, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office, glancing at Kitazawa with quiet puzzlement. Kakashi, Hiruzen began, do you remember when I mentioned you leaving Umbu to lead a squad? I remember, Kakashi replied, eyes dull as ever. Graduation is still 3 months away, Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Why not spend that time at the academy? Consider it practice before you take command. An academy teacher. Kakashi finally understood why Kitazawa was present. That's right. What do you think? Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi gave a curt nod. Good. Kitazawa will explain the details later. As Kakashi departed, Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Kakashi's talent was extraordinary, graduating at 5, Chunin at 6, Jonin at 12. Under normal circumstances, he would have become another Sakumo or Minato. But tragedy had left him stagnant, years without growth. Kitazawa, Hiruzen said quietly, you're of the same generation as Kakashi. You know his situation. Help him where you can. I understand, Kitazawa answered firmly. With you and Kakashi, the genius class is nearly complete, Hiruzen said, then paused. Any further suggestions? The class also needs theory. I believe Irika can handle that. That's fine, Hiruzen agreed. Irika was exemplary and well-suited to teaching the principles of the will of fire. I also think an older, seasoned shinobi would balance things out, Kitazawa added. Kakashi and I are young. There are details we might overlook. There are many veteran shinobi in Konoha, Hiruzen mused. Anyone in particular? Kosuke Mariboshi-senpai. Hiruzen blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected that name. Kosuke Mariboshi was technically a genin, yet his seniority was unmatched. He had served under Tobirama, Hiruzen himself, and even Minato. Strong, responsible, and steadfast in the will of fire, he carried both skill and wisdom. Kosuke has been punishing himself for a mistake of youth, Hiruzen said thoughtfully. Even now, he takes dangerous infiltration missions. Making him an academy teacher would be a sort of early retirement, and a chance to finally live in peace. Shall I inform him? Kitazawa offered. No. Kosuke isn't just any genin. I'll speak with him personally, Hiruzen replied. To Hiruzen, Kosuke was like a fellow disciple, both tied to Tobirama, though Kosuke had never been a formal student. Understood. Kitazawa inclined his head. With the Hokage handling it, nothing could go wrong. The genius class will launch next semester, Hiruzen concluded. There's a Jonin meeting this Sunday morning. Be there. Yes, Hokage-sama. After bowing, Kitazawa departed the Hokage building. The selection of students was clear, it would be the top 30 from the student council's practical exam. Kitazawa arrived at Umbu headquarters. Kitazawa-sensei. A calm, familiar voice made him turn. Though hidden behind an Umbu mask, he instantly recognized him, Uchiha Itachi. Is Lady Tsunade assigning you another mission here in Umbu? Itachi asked as he stepped forward. Kitazawa shook his head. No. I'm here to find Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai is in his room packing. There was the faintest note of regret in Itachi's tone. He's leaving Umbu. Kakashi had been more than just a senior, he'd been Itachi's mentor in the shadows. After joining Umbu, most of his missions had been with him. If you want to see him later, come to the Ninja Academy, Kitazawa said without hiding anything. Kakashi will be teaching my class from now on. What? For once, Itachi's composure cracked. Retire from Umbu, to become an academy teacher. It sounded almost absurd. Can you take me to him? Kitazawa asked with a smile. Itachi hesitated briefly. Normally, outsiders aren't allowed in the Umbu dorms. But, you shouldn't have a problem. Please, follow me. As they walked, Kitazawa asked, Do all Umbu live in dorms? Not all. Itachi explained evenly. Umbu must remain on call at all times. The dorms are mainly for those on rotation, to rest between deployments. I see. Kitazawa nodded. Kakashi-senpai is an Umbu captain, Itachi added. So he has his own private room. They soon arrived. Kakashi-senpai, Itachi called as he knocked. Kitazawa-sensei is here to see you. The door slid open, not to reveal Kakashi, but another masked shinobi with dark hair. Yamato-senpai, Itachi greeted respectfully. Kitazawa studied him instinctively. Yamato, the codename of the only surviving subject from Danzo and Orochimaru's would release experiments. Kakashi-senpai's inside, Yamato said simply, before leaving. I'll head out too, Itachi added, giving Kitazawa space. You two should talk. And with that, he disappeared alongside Yamato. Inside, Kakashi didn't even look up as he asked flatly, am I going to be teaching first-year class A? You'll be in the genius class, Kitazawa replied, explaining what it was. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Back in his day, no such class existed. Clearly, this was Kitazawa's invention. No wonder the Hokage wanted him assigned there. 1,000 jutsu at his disposal, mastery of all chakra natures. Kakashi fit the bill. But to him, it made no difference. Squad leader, Umbu, or academy teacher, it was all the same. I'll come find you next semester, he said, sitting on his bed, indifferent as ever. And this month? Kitazawa pressed. Kakashi froze. What would he even do? Since Obito and Rin's deaths, his life had been missions, and more missions. He hadn't had a break in years. The idea of a free month felt alien. Perhaps he'd just sit at home and read Make Out Paradise. I've been running winter training, Kitazawa said with a chuckle. There's a boy in the genius class with a natural talent for lightning release. Why not start early and teach him? Who? Kakashi asked, puzzled. I didn't see anyone using lightning release in the student council trials. It's Sasuke. Kakashi glanced up, surprised. He's got both lightning and fire attributes, Kitazawa explained. But as you know, the Uchiha aren't exactly known for lightning release. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed with interest. Lightning release paired with the Sharingan. That was his specialty. And Sasuke, the younger brother of Itachi, his longtime comrade. My standards are high, Kakashi said after a moment. He'll need to pass my test first. As it should be. Kitazawa smiled. With Kakashi guiding Sasuke, the boy's growth was assured. Tomorrow. 8 a.m. at the academy training ground, Kitazawa added. Kakashi gave a short nod. All right. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa left the base. But instead of heading straight to the academy, he went to Tsunade's residence. He knocked, and the door opened to reveal Karen. Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei. Is Lady Tsunade here? He patted her head gently. No. She and Shizune went to the casino, Karen replied. As expected, Kitazawa said with a small smile. Then I'll speak with your mother. Karen stepped aside. Please come in. Inside, Rina Uzumaki greeted him with tea. Here, Kitazawa-sensei. Thank you. He accepted with a nod, then said, Karen's caught up on her studies. I plan to begin her ninjutsu training over the winter break. Thank you so much. Rina glanced at her daughter with gratitude. Ever since fleeing Kusagakure, she understood better than anyone how vital strength was. Karen's and Uzumaki. Sealing techniques suit her best, Kitazawa continued. Mrs. Rina, do you know any yourself? Rina shook her head. No. My talent wasn't enough. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. If she had, she likely wouldn't have been trapped in Kusagakure for so long. Fortunately, Konoha has preserved many of the clan's techniques. Once Lady Tsunade returns, please speak to her. For now, I'll start Karen on chakra control. He took Karen to the academy grounds. Naturally, the training began with the classics, tree climbing and water walking. After 10 minutes of explanation, Karen tried tree climbing. Her progress was quick, already reaching halfway up within minutes. Then, before Kitazawa's eyes, glowing text appeared. Current mission: lead your ninja squad to complete 90 D-rank missions within 1 month and build your reputation. Mission reward: lightning release, Chidori. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Surprising, but reasonable. Kabuto, Izumi, and Toryun were all skilled, plus Shadow Clone meant faster progress. No wonder they finished early. He stood silently as the system infused Chidori into him. Within moments, the jutsu was his. The only flaw was obvious: without Sharingan, its speed was too dangerous to control. That was why Kakashi had later developed Purple Lightning as a substitute. After all, Chidori was originally born because he couldn't master the lightning release version of Rasengan. Both were destructive, both close range, but Rasengan was more stable. Kitazawa-sensei. A voice pulled him back. Kabuto, Toryun, and Izumi had arrived, fresh from reporting their last mission. You've worked hard, Kitazawa said. No more D-rank missions for you. Then another set of glowing words appeared. Your squad has gained some recognition in Konoha, but it's not enough. New mission: complete a higher-ranked mission to expand your squad's reputation. Reward: compound ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. Accept. Kitazawa's eyes lingered on the reward. Compound ninjutsu. In the original timeline, Mizukage and Raikage had unleashed the very same, combining water and lightning to create a paralyzing, devastating water dragon. Its power far outstripped the basic technique. Chapter 189. From Kitazawa's perspective, combination ninjutsu felt like a watered-down version of a Kekkei Genkai. Bloodline limits were generally divided into 2 categories. The first were organ mutations, like the Sharingan and Byakugan. The second came from merging chakra nature transformations. For example, wind release combined with water release could create ice release. Compound ninjutsu also involved combining 2 or more elements, but the difference was clear. Fusion birthed new chakra natures. Combination merely stacked them together, and the results were far less overwhelming. Kitazawa recalled how Hiruzen, in the original timeline, had relied heavily on compound ninjutsu. His strongest technique, the 5 elements Great Bullet, simultaneously unleashed fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, producing a devastating barrage. I could learn that too, Kitazawa mused. But first, I'd have to officially become Tsunade's disciple. He snapped back to the present, frowning in thought. The mission before him was subtle. On paper, it was a high-level assignment meant to raise his team's reputation. In Konoha, B rank and above were considered high-level. But the wording mattered. The point wasn't the mission itself, it was the prestige gained from it. Did that mean they'd need to take down a Jonin? Outside of wartime, that was rare. Most such missions were dangerous infiltration assignments into enemy villages, too reckless for a team of students. A single mistake could mean encirclement and death. No, the best option would be to find a lone Jonin. Tomorrow, meet me at the academy, Kitazawa finally said to his squad. We'll head to the mission hall together and choose a high-level mission. Understood, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto replied, and the 3 dispersed. After checking the other students' training, Kitazawa slipped away to the deserted forest of death. Lightning release, Chidori. His hands blurred through seals, lightning flaring to life in his right palm. The piercing cry of 1,000 birds shattered the silence as chakra condensed into blinding blue light. His Sharingan spun to life, twin tomo sharpening his vision as he launched forward. In an instant, he crossed the distance and slammed his strike into a massive tree. The trunk shuddered violently, cracks splintering outward like a spider's web, scorched black along the fissures. Kitazawa withdrew, inspecting his handiwork with a nod. Chidori's nature was simple: raw speed, devastating penetration, and the paralyzing bite of electricity. Rasengan, by contrast, lacked elemental traits but boasted overwhelming destructive force. In the end, both were lethal. Against the human body's fragile defenses, either could mean instant death. Satisfied, Kitazawa returned to the academy, shifting to practice water release, instant water at the artificial lake. By sunset, training was complete. All right, that's enough for today. Head home and rest, Kitazawa called out, clapping his hands. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto, Kiba, and the others chorused, scattering. Even Hinata, Ino, and Karen walked home together. Kitazawa watched briefly, then turned away. At the gate, he paused. Someone was watching him. Smiling faintly, he continued on toward Kurenai's house. Moments later, Shikamaru's head poked up from behind a wall. Kitazawa-sensei's gone, he whispered. The wall quivered before collapsing as Choji tumbled out. Get down, idiot. It's going to fall. Shikamaru snapped. Oh. Choji landed heavily on his feet. Shikamaru. Naruto's voice rang from nearby. We're over here. We're coming. Shikamaru leapt down, sighing. Let's go, Choji. The two hadn't joined winter training and were waiting ahead of time. Kitazawa passing by had startled them, but luckily, he hadn't noticed. Shikamaru, Naruto said with a twinge of regret. Too bad you didn't come. We've all gotten new training now. No shame, no shame. Shikamaru waved his hands frantically. Just, please don't mention me to Kitazawa-sensei. His precious winter break had only been won by ranking top 10 in exams. He wasn't about to throw it away for extra drills. You might have escaped this time, Ino smirked, but next semester, you won't be so lucky. Next semester can wait, Shikamaru muttered, resigned. Besides, I can practice in release at home just fine. You're wrong, Ino said proudly, hands on her hips. My training isn't just in release anymore. Next semester, you won't stand a chance against me. That made Shikamaru pause. Up until now, their spars had ended 60-40 in his favor. Nara techniques worked better solo than Yamanaka's. So what had changed? Curiosity tugged at him, but he quickly smothered it. For now, enjoying winter break came first. Whatever future beatings awaited him, that was his problem later. Is everyone here? Kiba asked, breaking the moment. Not yet. Sasuke and Sakura are missing, Karen replied, scanning the path. I already told them, Shikamaru added. They'll be here soon. Sure enough, Sakura arrived with Sasuke in tow. Ino. Sakura waved happily. No wonder, Sasuke walked beside her, hands stuffed in his pockets. What's the plan? Didn't we already pick the present? She asked curiously. We're going to buy it together, Ino explained. Then we'll figure out the best way to surprise Kitazawa-sensei on his birthday. Why not just give it to him that day? Sakura frowned. Because it's a surprise, Ino replied firmly. We'll finalize the plan once everyone's here. Soon after, Shino returned with Kabuto, Izumi, and Toryun. Sorry for the wait, Kabuto said warmly, producing a bag. I thought you might be hungry, so I brought some snacks. Thanks, Kabuto-senpai. Naruto cheered, grabbing takoyaki. It's nothing, Kabuto replied with a modest smile. Now then, shall we head to the commercial street? Shikamaru eyed him thoughtfully. Somehow, Kabuto had slipped into the role of group leader with ease. As they walked, Kabuto continued casually, I scouted the area on a mission before. There are 2 gift shops worth checking, good variety, decent prices. Izumi and Toryun exchanged baffled looks. When exactly did that happen? And really, did he have time to research shops while on a mission? Kabuto-senpai, were your missions the same kind that official ninjas take on? Naruto asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yes, Kabuto answered with a mild smile. The ones you accept at the mission hall, the kind that actually pay. Did you run into any really strong enemies? Naruto leaned forward eagerly. Kiba, Karen, and the others perked up too, sharing the same burning curiosity. They wanted to know what the life of a real shinobi was like. That depends on the mission rank, Kabuto explained patiently before going on to describe the 5 ranks of shinobi missions. Naruto scratched his head. I thought we'd get to do high-level missions right after graduation. Kabuto chuckled. How could fresh genin be trusted with dangerous missions right away? According to the village rules, everyone starts with D-rank chores. Then is there any way to do higher-level missions early? Naruto pressed, impatience bubbling in his voice. Kabuto thought for a moment. If your strength is truly exceptional, you might bend the rules. Naruto's fists clenched, determination blazing in his eyes. Then I'll train harder than anyone else. I'll be strong enough to take on high-level missions the moment I graduate. Before anyone could reply, Kabuto stopped at a storefront. We're here. Let's start with this gift shop. Let's go. Naruto charged ahead, only to be blocked by the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a scowl etched into his face. Not you. Get out. The man sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Naruto froze. Spending time with Sasuke and the others, he'd almost forgotten the cold stares he still drew from the villagers. Why can't he enter? Kabuto stepped smoothly in front of Naruto, voice low and steady. Since when does it make sense to refuse a paying customer? I'm the owner. I don't have to sell to everyone, the man barked, waving his hand as if shooing away a stray dog. Now leave before I throw you out. Kabuto-senpai, let's just, Naruto tugged on his sleeve, uneasy. Kabuto exhaled slowly. Sasuke. Turn around. Sasuke blinked but did as told, revealing the Uchiha crest stitched across his back. Kabuto's voice was calm but deliberate. He's the second son of the Uchiha clan head. The shopkeeper's face drained of color. Why you're threatening me? The Uchihas managed the military police force. The villagers might resent them, but they also feared them deeply. This isn't a threat, Kabuto said, still unhurried. But refusing service and insulting a customer. That's reason enough for the police force to get involved. That's right. Sasuke suddenly caught on, his voice sharp. I could have them here in minutes. Cold sweat poured down the man's face. A misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. He bowed quickly. Honored guests, please, come in, please. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. That's it. Everything's 30% off, the shopkeeper blurted, teeth gritted as if each word pained him. Good enough. Kabuto gestured for the group to enter. Sasuke's eyes widened. So the Uchiha name really carries that much weight? For the first time, he felt the true prestige of his clan. He walked into the shop with his chest puffed out, pride in every step. Kabuto-senpai, that was amazing. Naruto said, his excitement bubbling back. Seriously, Kiba agreed, just a few words and the guy gave us a discount. Kabuto smiled faintly. It's not me. It's the Uchiha name. Sakura giggled. Of course. Everyone in Konoha knows the Uchihas. Sasuke's lips curled ever so slightly at her words. Ahem, Shikamaru cut in, bored of the drama. Let's just start picking out gifts already. The group scattered around the shop, browsing shelves. Some, however, like Hinata and Sasuke, stayed back. The presents they wanted to prepare for Kitazawa were different. The next morning, Kitazawa woke to a knock at his door. Rina Uzumaki stood there, scrolls in hand. Kitazawa-sensei, she said, handing him the first. Lady Tsunade asked me to deliver this to you. He unrolled it, eyes widening in delight. Inside were 3 basic sealing techniques he hadn't yet mastered: line of light formation, finger carving seal, and binding field formation. Mission: master 3 sealing techniques over winter break. Reward: evil sealing method. Kitazawa's pulse quickened. The evil sealing method was a full rank higher than the scrolls Tsunade had gifted him, a B-rank technique with the power to seal chakra flow with cursed formulas. He recalled Kakashi once using it to suppress Sasuke's cursed seal. There's another scroll, Rina added, passing it to him. This one is for the Hokage. Kitazawa opened it and froze. Emotion displacement technique. An A-rank in-release jutsu Tsunade had labeled herself. It could forcibly swap a target's emotions, rage into sorrow, sorrow into joy. In battle, it could dismantle killing intent in an instant, leaving an enemy disoriented and vulnerable. The only drawback was accuracy, just like the Yamanaka clan's secret arts. Did Lady Tsunade leave any other instructions? Kitazawa asked, rolling the scroll shut. She said to meet her every Saturday and Sunday starting next week. At other times. Rina hesitated, she'll be at the casino. As expected of Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa sighed with a wry smile. Thank you, Rina-san. You've saved me a trip. At least now, Tsunade's hemophobia treatment was on track, and Yakumo could benefit from the emotion displacement technique in the meantime. After breakfast, Kitazawa headed to the Uchiha compound, where Sasuke and Mikoto awaited him. Fugaku and Itachi were absent. "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei," Mikoto said warmly. "Goodbye, Mom," Sasuke called, then hurried after Kitazawa. "Sensei, what jutsu are we learning today?" "Lightning release, Chidori," Kitazawa replied. Sasuke blinked. "Huh? But I can't use lightning release." "You have the affinity," Kitazawa said, producing chakra paper. "See for yourself." Sasuke's eyes widened as the paper crumbled and then turned to ashes. "I really have a lightning nature." Soon, they arrived at the ninja academy. "Kakashi Hatake," a voice called. A silver-haired shinobi in a standard Jonin vest approached. "Sasuke," Kitazawa said, "this is Kakashi Hatake, your new ninjutsu instructor." Sasuke's brows furrowed. "A new teacher?" The name sounded familiar. "He wants to test your strength," Kitazawa added. "If you can't pass my test," Kakashi said flatly, "you're not qualified to be my student." Sasuke felt a flicker of recognition and annoyance. "Not qualified? Me?" He straightened. "Fine. If I pass your test, then you're not qualified to be my teacher." Kakashi raised a brow, reminded suddenly of another Uchiha, Obito, with his same stubborn pride. Kitazawa glanced up at the sky, bright and cloudless. The day was only just beginning. Chapter 190. The spar begins. Kitazawa voluntarily acted as the referee. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke, seeing Kakashi standing still, didn't hesitate. He leaned back and exhaled a large fireball. Waves of heat rolled off the fireball, which glowed like the sun with scorching intensity, flying out at an extremely fast speed. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi calmly formed hand signs. When the great fireball was halfway there, an earth wall carved with 3 dog heads rose up. With a bang, the great fireball crashed into the earth wall, immediately shattering into pieces. Shadow clone jutsu. Seeing that the great fireball jutsu was ineffective, Sasuke immediately created 2 shadow clones. Leaf whirlwind. As soon as the shadow clones appeared, they charged at Kakashi from left and right. Kakashi, seeing the familiar taijutsu, lifted his leg and delivered a sweeping kick, defeating both shadow clones. Sasuke felt his pupils twitch. Just one simple kick had dealt with his 2 shadow clones. Genjutsu, Shiranui. Sasuke formed hand signs again. His 2-tomo Sharingan spun, and an invisible wave spread outwards. Kakashi ignored it and flickered to appear in front of Sasuke. He expressionlessly threw a punch. Sasuke instinctively raised his arms to block. The next second, an irresistible force came through. Sasuke felt his arms lose all sensation, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Kitazawa appeared behind him, caught him, and gently brought him to the ground. "Still want to fight?" Kakashi asked calmly. Sasuke looked at him, still shaken, unsure what to say. Although it was a very brief exchange, he felt completely suppressed, his resistance from beginning to end was futile. Even his specialty, genjutsu, had no effect. Moreover, Kakashi clearly hadn't used his full power, only employing earth flow wall and body flicker jutsu. "Kakashi, has Sasuke passed the test?" Kitazawa chuckled and asked. "He's passed half of it." Kakashi said casually, "The other half depends on whether he has an affinity for lightning release." "I definitely do," Sasuke said instinctively. But his tone had lost its previous confidence. "First, start training in lightning chakra nature transformation." Kakashi glanced at him and said. "Kakashi, I'm leaving Sasuke to you. I have other things to do, so I'll be going." Kitazawa patted Sasuke's shoulder and said with a smile. He planned to come back and observe when Kakashi taught Chidori. At the Ninja Academy training ground, Naruto, Ino, and Hinata had already started their training. Kitazawa glanced around and then created 2 shadow clones. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto, Toryun, and Izumi, who had been waiting, walked up to him. Kitazawa assigned tasks to the 2 shadow clones. One stayed at the training ground, and the other went to the artificial lake. Let's go to the mission hall. Kitazawa led his squad to the Hokage building. Kitazawa-sensei, what rank of mission are we taking this time? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and asked. B ranked or A ranked? Kitazawa said casually, looking at the missions on the wall. Although his squad was strong enough, they were still quite a bit behind Jonin. Neither Kabuto nor Torian could be considered proper Jonin. At most, they were at the level of special Jonin. Izumi, with her 2-tomo Sharingan, was even more so, just an elite Chunin. In the original story, she only awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan after being stimulated during the Uchiha clan massacre. In the current situation, whether the Uchiha clan massacre would even happen was a question. If it didn't, her strength certainly wouldn't skyrocket as it did in the original story. But then again, they were all very young, and becoming Jonin was only a matter of time. After a while, Kitazawa frowned. As he expected, he couldn't find any missions involving isolated Jonin. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto raised his hand and asked, "What do you think of this mission?" Kitazawa looked in the direction he pointed. It was a B-ranked mission, requiring them to eliminate a group of rogue ninja who had occupied a mine in the Land of Iron. Although this group of rogue ninja had no Jonin, they had 5 Chunin. It had to be said that Kabuto's choice was very appropriate. In terms of strength, it was very suitable as their squad's first high-level mission. But this mission did not meet the system's standards, meaning it couldn't boost their ninja squad's reputation. Kitazawa suddenly let out a soft sound. He had overlooked one person, and that was Hiruzen. Missions taken by ninja were divided into 2 types. One type was missions in the mission hall, requests issued by daimyo, nobles, and merchants from various countries. The other type was missions directly issued by Hiruzen, or rather, the Hokage. You all wait for me here. Kitazawa turned and left, heading to the Hokage office. He had originally intended to see Hiruzen after taking a mission anyway. After all, the new ninjutsu created by Tsunade needed to be submitted to him. Kitazawa, you've come at a good time. Hiruzen said with a chuckle, I was just about to have Haru go inform you that Kosuke has agreed to become the teacher for the genius class. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your help. Kitazawa quickly said. It's all for Konoha, no need to talk about help. Hiruzen said indifferently. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa took out a scroll and said, this is Lady Tsunade's latest psychological medical ninjutsu. Oh. Hiruzen asked, quite surprised, then why didn't Tsunade come? She's at the casino. Kitazawa said without changing his expression. In reality, he could guess Tsunade's reason for not seeing Hiruzen. It was most likely because of the setup Hiruzen made after the student council's practical selection, which made her feel dissatisfied. She's still the same. Hiruzen didn't think much of it and opened the scroll to read. After reading it, he fell into thought. This emotion displacement jutsu was even more useful than he had imagined. His thoughts were similar to Kitazawa's, it could be used for both psychological treatment and combat. An A-ranked ninjutsu is of great value. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, this time, I'll give you 2 million ryo. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately said. Tsunade's money, you can hand it over to her. Hiruzen put away the ninjutsu scroll and said. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa paused and said, Hokage-sama, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. What is it? Hiruzen picked up his pipe, took a puff, and asked contentedly. My ninja squad has done many D-ranked missions this past month, and the team members have become very close with the villagers. Kitazawa said with a troubled expression, my next plan is to take on a suitable high-level mission, but I've looked around and haven't found one. Not just many, you've done 90 D-ranked missions in less than a month, your squad is truly unique. Hiruzen said with satisfaction, and you've all done very well, many villagers have given you rave reviews. It's all thanks to my 3 team members. Kitazawa shook his head and said. Your squad indeed has the strength to do high-level missions. Hiruzen tapped his pipe and asked, I also have many high-level missions here. Do you have any requirements? If it were an ordinary ninja, he naturally wouldn't be so easygoing, just giving them any mission. But Kitazawa was Tsunade's student, which made him his grand disciple. Furthermore, Kitazawa was upright and outstanding, which greatly pleased him, so giving him some preferential treatment was normal. Preferably a mission that involves Jonin, but my 3 team members have limited strength, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Kitazawa mused. Your request makes things difficult for me. Hiruzen suddenly laughed and said, but there is one, actually. There really is one. Kitazawa quickly expressed his gratitude. This is my private mission. Hiruzen's tone became serious as he spoke. Kitazawa couldn't help but be taken aback. What was a private mission? His first reaction was a mission like catching an adulterer. But Hiruzen's wife, Biwako Sarutobi, had already been killed by Uchiha Obito during the nine-tailed demon fox's attack. It's related to Asuma. Hiruzen sighed. Asuma is rebellious and unwilling to stay in Konoha village, so he ran off to the capital to become a guardian ninja. Upon hearing Asuma's name, Kitazawa's expression immediately gave a subtle twitch. Did Hiruzen not know about his and Kurenai's relationship? Logically, he should have noticed. After all, the two of them usually didn't go out of their way to hide it. I recently received intelligence that there were problems within the Guardian Shinobi, splitting them into 2 factions. Hiruzen said with a serious expression, one faction is led by Asuma, and the other by Kazuma. The 2 factions have already engaged in several fierce battles. Kitazawa's mind stirred, recalling the plot from the original work. Although it was only briefly mentioned in the original work, it was indeed true. Simply put, Kazuma believed that the Land of Fire should only have a daimyo, not a Hokage, and that all power should belong to the daimyo. Such an idea naturally drew opposition from Asuma and others, leading to a major conflict between the 2 sides. The result was heavy losses for Kazuma's faction and the disbandment of the Guardian Shinobi. Asuma, on the other hand, returned to Konoha village and became the squad leader for Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Hokage-sama, do you mean for me to go to the Land of Fire to help Asuma? Kitazawa asked. This matter involves the daimyo, which makes it quite sensitive. I originally didn't plan to send anyone, but you are one of the few suitable candidates. Hiruzen nodded and said, because your sensei is Tsunade. Kitazawa understood after a brief moment of thought. The Guardian Shinobi are the personal guards of the Land of Fire's daimyo. The claim that Kazuma put forward was very beneficial to the Land of Fire's daimyo. It's possible that the Land of Fire's daimyo secretly supported him. But Hiruzen definitely wanted Asuma to win, as he was a pro-Hokage faction member and his own son. However, as he said, this matter was too sensitive. If Konoha village forcefully intervened in such a matter, it would definitely displease the Land of Fire's daimyo. As for Kitazawa, he was Tsunade's student. And Tsunade was very familiar with the Land of Fire's daimyo's family, one could even say their relationship was quite close. That being said, you're going to help cannot be called my mission. Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, just say you were passing by, thought of Asuma, and came to visit a classmate. Kitazawa suddenly realized that besides being Tsunade's student, he also had the identity of Asuma's classmate. In that case, even if the Land of Fire's daimyo suspected him, there would be no evidence. It must be said that in most matters, Hiruzen could be called an old fox. I understand, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa said in a deep voice, then our squad will take on this mission. Is it dangerous? Yes, it is, but it's within an acceptable range. There are a total of 12 Guardian Shinobi. From their performance, only Kazuma, Asuma, and Chiriku have Jonin-level strength. Moreover, the outcome in the original work is already set. Kazuma and his group are destined to lose. Kitazawa and his squad just need to go and blend in. Of course, considering the system mission requirements, he could look for an opportunity to eliminate Kazuma and his group. After all, the 12 Guardian Shinobi have quite a reputation. This mission is designated as S rank, with a reward of 1 million ryo. Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, involving 12 special Jonin, and related to the Land of Fire's daimyo, designating it as S rank is quite reasonable. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa paused and asked, should I depart after the Jonin meeting? You may. Hiruzen said with a smile, you don't need to worry too much. From what I know, Asuma and his group currently have the upper hand. If it were too dangerous, he wouldn't let Kitazawa and his squad go. If something really happened, Tsunade would tear down the Hokage building. After discussing the matter, Kitazawa left the Hokage office. Hiruzen watched his retreating figure, picked up his pipe, and took another puff. He naturally knew that Kitazawa and Kurenai were very close. He also knew that Asuma had been pursuing Kurenai, but young people in love, fair competition is all that's needed. Furthermore, with Kitazawa now having the connection to Tsunade, Hiruzen couldn't possibly step in to help Asuma. That would be too undignified. Kitazawa returned to the mission hall. Although supporting Asuma felt a bit strange, he felt this was an opportunity. How to put it? Asuma was actually a good person. Kitazawa didn't want to have any conflict with him because of Kurenai. It wouldn't be difficult to make Asuma give up. After all, he had already won over Kurenai, all he needed to do was display his powerful strength. The ninja world ultimately respects strength, and his competition with Asuma was fair. If he was good enough, Asuma, no matter how unwilling, could only admit defeat. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and the other two quickly came forward to greet him. Let's go back. Kitazawa smiled and said, I just accepted an S-rank mission from Hokage-sama. Kabuto and the other two immediately showed surprise upon hearing this. Although their strength was decent, an S-rank mission was still too early for them. What exactly is the mission? Kabuto's intelligence operative instincts kicked in, and he was already deep in thought. Since Hiruzen entrusted this mission to them, he believed they could complete it. The difficulty of this S-rank mission shouldn't be as hard as he imagined. I'll tell you when we reach the capital. Kitazawa glanced at him and said, You'll be responsible for gathering information then. All right. Kabuto raised an eyebrow, roughly understanding. This was Kitazawa's test for them. But gathering intelligence was his strong suit. However, what kind of S-rank mission is in the capital of the Land of Fire? Could it be related to the daimyo? Go back and prepare well. We depart next Monday. Kitazawa reminded them, this mission will likely keep us busy for a long time, so prepare for about half a month. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and the other two replied in unison. See you next Monday. Kitazawa parted ways with them at the entrance of the Hokage building. Kitazawa. Kurenai heard the door open and instinctively turned to look at the doorway. When she saw it was indeed Kitazawa, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Why are you back at this time? Kurenai asked while practicing the forelimbs heavy seal. Although it was already vacation, due to the winter break special training, Kitazawa, as usual, only returned home around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. And now it was not even 10 in the morning. I just accepted an S-rank mission from Hokage-sama. Kitazawa walked forward, admiring her figure, and said with a smile. Kurenai was wearing a silk nightgown at home. The silk nightgown was very thin and, when worn, clearly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Why is it an S-rank mission? Kurenai's gaze sharpened, and she asked. It's a mission to support Asuma. Kitazawa briefly explained the mission's content to her. This mission sounds dangerous. I'll go with you. Kurenai said without hesitation. Kitazawa paused, then brought up his previous idea. I'll follow your lead. Kurenai understood his meaning. Displaying strength to make him retreat in the face of difficulty was undoubtedly the best method. After all, she didn't want to become complete mortal enemies with Asuma, they were classmates, after all. We'll depart next Monday. Kitazawa walked forward, put his arm around her waist, and said. Next Monday. The timing is just right. Kurenai's lips curved slightly, and she said with a smile, we can celebrate your birthday before we go. You mentioning it made me realize Sunday is the 21st. Kitazawa turned and kissed her exquisite profile, saying, thank you. He didn't really care much about birthdays. After all, he was a lone wolf. However, with Kurenai this year, it would definitely be much livelier than in previous years. What gift do you want? Kurenai kissed him back and asked. Who asks directly like that? Kitazawa patted her backside and asked, are you trying to be lazy? I just don't want to waste anything. Kurenai gave him a sidelong glance and said, fine, I'll take a small loss and give you the gift you want most. The gift I want most? Kitazawa asked with some confusion, what is it? How come I don't know? To be fair, he lacked nothing now, at least, Kurenai had already given him everything she could. It's a secret. Kurenai licked her lips and said, "You'll find out then." Chapter 191. Kakashi-sensei, see you tomorrow. Sasuke greeted Kakashi and then left the ninja academy. As an Uchiha, though arrogant, he understood how to respect the strong. Kakashi had displayed formidable strength, thus earning his recognition. Kakashi Hatake, the name sounds familiar, and his appearance is quite unique. Big brother might know him. Sasuke thought to himself as he returned to the Uchiha clan's compound. He opened the door, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Big brother. Sasuke took off his shoes and ran over quickly. What did Kitazawa-sensei teach you during today's winter break special training? Itachi reached out, patted his head, and asked with a smile. It wasn't Kitazawa-sensei, it was a new teacher named Kakashi Hatake. Sasuke asked, Big brother, do you know him? He wears a mask and only one eye is visible. How could it be Kakashi-senpai? Itachi couldn't help but be surprised. Big brother senpai. Sasuke's face showed understanding. No wonder he's so powerful. Kakashi-senpai really went to the ninja academy to be a teacher. Itachi suddenly remembered what Kitazawa had said. Yes. Sasuke nodded. Kitazawa-sensei said so. Although I don't know what Kakashi-senpai is thinking, it's your luck that he can teach you. Itachi warned, you must be obedient when you're with him, he's very strict. I know. Sasuke had already experienced Kakashi's strictness today. What is Kakashi-senpai teaching you? Genjutsu or fire release? Itachi asked with some curiosity. He also knows genjutsu and fire release. Sasuke asked with a surprised look, adding lightning release and earth release, doesn't that mean he knows 4 types of ninjutsu? Not just 4 types, he knows 7 types of ninjutsu. Itachi said with a smile, he's a famous super genius in Konoha village, becoming a Jonin at just 12 years old. 12 years old? Isn't that when he would graduate from the academy? Sasuke's eyes widened. That's why he's a super genius. Itachi tapped his forehead with his finger. In short, he's more than qualified to be your teacher. There was one more thing he hadn't said. That was that Kakashi was the only non-Uchiha ninja to possess the Sharingan. But this matter involved Uchiha Obito and the 4th Hokage, and for Sasuke, it was too soon. Moreover, it would be best for Kakashi to tell him himself. I understand. Sasuke's spirits lifted, and he said excitedly. With the guidance of a super genius like Kakashi, his strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. By next semester, he might even be able to defeat Naruto and Yakumo. You still haven't told me what Kakashi-senpai taught you. Itachi reminded him. It's lightning release. Sasuke said with a smile, I just learned today that I have both lightning and fire attributes. Lightning release. Itachi felt surprised once again. To be fair, he thought it wasn't quite appropriate. Because Sasuke was too young. Genjutsu and fire release were already enough for him to learn, now adding lightning release, did he have that much energy? Itachi pondered for a moment and decided to trust it for now. After all, neither Kitazawa nor Kakashi would intentionally harm Sasuke. I'm home. Fugaku's steady voice rang out. Dad. Sasuke immediately went to greet him. What are you two talking about? Fugaku glanced at Itachi and asked. I have a new teacher today. Sasuke said with a smile, Dad, you'll never guess who it is. Who is it? Fugaku asked casually. In his opinion, besides Kitazawa, all the teachers at the ninja academy were chunin and not worth paying attention to. Kakashi Hatake. Sasuke said excitedly. Who did you say? Fugaku suddenly stopped and asked subconsciously. Kakashi. Sasuke repeated again, Big brother says he's a super genius. You became his student. Fugaku's gaze sharpened, and he quickly asked. Yes. Sasuke noticed his expression and asked, confused, what's wrong? Kakashi-senpai left the Umbu today and became a teacher at the ninja academy. Itachi realized Fugaku had misunderstood and explained in time. Is that so? Fugaku secretly regretted it. Kakashi was the student of Minato. If Sasuke could become his student, it would mean becoming a ninja of the Hokage lineage. And ninja of the Hokage lineage also had another title, Hokage candidate. Of course, the premise was that the age had to be appropriate. For example, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were also of the Hokage lineage. But because they were advanced in age, they were no longer considered Hokage candidates. The current Hokage candidates were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Although Kakashi had the lowest popularity, he was indeed qualified to compete for the next Hokage. Kakashi's strength is good, you can build a good relationship with him. Fugaku instructed. Undoubtedly, this was a good thing. Sasuke's teachers now had another option. Whether it was Kitazawa or Kakashi, as long as it succeeded, it was fine. Of course, Fugaku leaned more towards Kitazawa. After all, Kitazawa's teacher was Tsunade, and her becoming the fifth Hokage was already a certainty. Kakashi's teacher was Minato, and a dead Hokage didn't have as much influence. Itachi could guess what Fugaku was thinking. However, this was indeed a matter that would help ease the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. Now, Danzo had temporarily ceased his activities due to the heavy losses of Root. The Uchiha clan had also become much more peaceful due to Fugaku's warning and Tsunade's strong actions against Danzo several times. This was simply a wonderful situation Itachi had never seen before. Itachi, come to my room, I have something to ask you. Fugaku patted Sasuke's head and entered the room. I'll be back soon. Itachi smiled at Sasuke and then followed Fugaku. I just received news from the Umbu that a Jonin meeting will be held on Sunday morning. Fugaku asked directly, the Jonin meeting hasn't been held for almost a year, do you know what it's about? He had Itachi join the Umbu precisely to act as a spy, to know the movements of Konoha's high-ranking officials. And every time a Jonin meeting was held, it meant something big was happening. I don't know the specific reason. Itachi paused and said, perhaps it's related to Kitazawa. Kitazawa has been in and out of the Hokage office most frequently these past few days. Are they going to announce the news of Kitazawa becoming Tsunade's student? Fugaku asked thoughtfully. It's possible. Itachi nodded and said. Time came to Sunday. The first week of winter break was also coming to an end. At the Ninja Academy training ground. Normally, Naruto and the others would arrive at 8 o'clock, but today they arrived half an hour early. In addition, Kabuto, Shikamaru, and others who were not participating in the special training were all present. Kitazawa-sensei asked me to inform you. Karen spoke first, he has a Jonin meeting this morning, so he wants us to train on our own. Then, should we invite Kitazawa-sensei to eat at noon or in the evening? Naruto scratched his head and asked. It's best to set it for noon. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, in the evening, Kitazawa-sensei will definitely be eating with Lady Tsunade and them. Karen nodded and said, my mom also told me to come home for dinner in the evening. But we don't know when the Jonin meeting will end. Ino frowned and asked, what if we miss lunch? I did some research, and on average, Jonin meetings last about 3 hours. Kabuto smiled gently and speculated, there hasn't been anything major happening in Konoha village lately, so I don't think it will last 3 hours. You even researched that? Shikamaru's eyes widened as he asked. I had nothing to do yesterday. Kabuto said casually. Then let's set it for noon. Naruto clenched his fists, as if preparing for a battle, and said, let's go to the barbecue restaurant early and get ready. Hinata, have you reserved a private room? Shikamaru looked at Hinata and asked. I've booked the whole barbecue restaurant we went to last time with Kitazawa-sensei. No one will disturb us today. Hinata nodded and said softly. Ah. Shikamaru and the others exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Hinata blinked, asking with some confusion. You're so rich. Sakura said, her face full of envy. How did you convince your dad to give you so much money? Ino asked curiously. He gave it to me voluntarily. Hinata tilted her head and said, I didn't ask him for it. Currently, Tsunade was at the height of her power, just one step away from becoming the fifth Hokage. Kitazawa had a close relationship with her, so Hayashi was very generous in investing in him. Ino was speechless. Same village, different dads, different treatment. Although her dad also gave her money, he wouldn't give that much. Who's going to call Kitazawa-sensei? Shino reminded, this task is the most difficult, we can't let Kitazawa-sensei discover anything. I'll go. Kabuto volunteered. Kabuto-senpai will handle it, no problem. Naruto immediately agreed. He was still deeply impressed by how Kabuto had used the Uchiha clan's prestige to teach that gift shop owner a lesson last time. Indeed. Shikamaru echoed. Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, and the others also nodded in agreement. All right then. Kabuto clapped his hands and said, everyone, continue training. The time came to 8 o'clock. Although it was Sunday, the Hokage building was unusually lively due to the Jonin meeting. Is Tsunade not coming? Hiruzen said after listening to Umbu Ninja Haru's report, never mind, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come. Just then, another Umbu Ninja walked in. Hokage-sama. The Umbu Ninja bowed slightly and said, Danzo-sama will arrive shortly. What a bother. Hiruzen immediately felt a headache coming on. Hiruzen. Danzo's voice arrived before he did, why wasn't I informed of this Jonin meeting? I didn't inform you because I hoped you would calm down and reorganize route. Hiruzen said in a serious tone. In reality, he didn't want to see Danzo and Tsunade clash again, which was why he hadn't informed him. Route's reorganization is complete. Danzo was very displeased, emphasizing, I am the Hokage's assistant and the leader of Route, how can a Jonin meeting be without me? When he learned that he hadn't been informed of this Jonin meeting, his heart turned cold. Because in his opinion, this was a sign of his loss of power. Since you want to attend, then attend. Hiruzen waved his hand and said. Anyway, Tsunade had already made it clear she wouldn't come, so Danzo's attendance made no difference. Danzo was stunned. He had expected a fierce debate with Hiruzen, but it was so easy. Then why hadn't he been informed in the first place? At 8:30 in the morning. Although the Jonin meeting was scheduled for 9, many special Jonin and Jonin had already arrived early. This included Kitazawa. He had originally intended to come later, but Yuhi couldn't stand it and kicked him out of the house. After Kitazawa entered the meeting room, he scanned around and found many familiar faces. For example, Hayashi, Shikaku, and Shibi, among others. Kitazawa's gaze finally landed on Kakashi and Guy. Normally, Umbu special Jonin and Jonin did not need to attend Jonin meetings. After all, their identities were confidential. Moreover, as Umbu, they only needed to obey the Hokage's orders. Kakashi had now left Umbu, so he naturally had to attend. As for Guy, unlike his father Dai, who was a genin for many years, he had become a Jonin early on. Kakashi became a Jonin at 12, while he became one at 16. From this, it could be seen that Guy's talent was much higher than Dai's. Kitazawa was about to go over when he heard someone calling him. He instinctively looked over and saw it was Shikaku. To his left and right sat Akimichi Choza and Inoichi Yamanaka. Kitazawa-sensei. Shikaku said with a smile, if there's no seat, you can sit here. Thank you. Seeing this, Kitazawa didn't stand on ceremony. The four started chatting. During the conversation, Choza also mentioned that Choji would undergo special training next semester. Kitazawa naturally welcomed it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the door to the meeting room opened, and Hiruzen and Danzo walked in. The chatting crowd immediately quieted down. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced at Danzo. He was confused as to why it wasn't Tsunade. But he had to admit, Tsunade was impressive, she could even skip a Jonin meeting. The next second, Kitazawa felt a cold gaze sweep over him. It was Danzo. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. He was definitely on Danzo's blacklist. No helping it, who made Tsunade drag him along every time she caused trouble. Fortunately, Kitazawa now held many positions. Unless absolutely necessary, Danzo wouldn't try to kill him. Today's Jonin meeting is mainly to announce two things. Hiruzen said after sitting down. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Besides the genius class, was there anything else? Since its establishment, the Ninja Academy has cultivated many excellent ninja for Konoha. Hiruzen said unhurriedly, but over the years, the academy has encountered quite a few problems. Everyone understood immediately. This meant a reform of the Ninja Academy. There are two main problems. First, the teacher's skill level is insufficient, and second, genius students aren't receiving special treatment. Hiruzen waved his hand and said, after discussions between Kitazawa and me, we've put together a plan. Please take a look. Haru, next to him, immediately picked up a stack of documents and began distributing them. Kakashi, you actually went to become an academy teacher? Guy asked, surprised, after reading the document. Kakashi said indifferently. It's a pity my training isn't suitable for most students, otherwise, I would also go to be an academy teacher. Guy said with great regret. Of course, there was another reason. After becoming an academy teacher, he wouldn't have as much time for training. What suited him best was being a squad leader, leading 3 students, and training together. Unlike Guy, Fugaku, Shikaku, and others thought more deeply. Even elite Jonin-level shinobi like Kakashi and Kosuke Maraboshi were transferred to be teachers. Hiruzen definitely valued this genius class greatly. Coupled with the fact that it gathered the most talented students, there was no doubt that this genius class would produce a large number of Konoha village's pillars. And these pillars would all be classmates, which was practically a new ninja faction second only to the Hokage lineage. Many Jonin at this moment were thinking of having their children enter this genius class. As for some ninja clan leaders, they were thinking of sending Jonin from their clan to teach in the genius class. There was no doubt that the future Hokage might even come from this genius class. If one could be a future Hokage's teacher, the benefits would naturally be immense. Danzo thought a lot but ultimately gave up on all of it. Because he knew that Hiruzen would never let him interfere with the genius class. Aside from staging a farce of, you'll regret this, I'm angry, bang, there would be no result. The second matter. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, over the past year, Kitazawa has performed exceptionally well, so starting today, he will serve as the vice principal. Kitazawa looked bewildered. Such a promotion was truly beyond his expectations. The vice principal of the Ninja Academy might seem insignificant, but in reality, he held great power. In terms of status, Kitazawa became a high-ranking Konoha official. Moreover, the principal of the Ninja Academy was always held by the Hokage. Becoming vice principal undoubtedly made him a trusted confidant of the Hokage. Kitazawa-sensei, congratulations. Shikaku and others nearby offered their congratulations. Thank you. Kitazawa responded to each of them. Although quite sudden, becoming the vice principal of the academy had many benefits, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 192. The Jonin meeting finally wrapped up. The moment Hiruzen left, Kitazawa found himself surrounded. Several Jonin pressed in, firing questions at him with genuine curiosity. What exactly are the requirements to become a teacher in the genius class? One of them asked. It was ironic, before this meeting, teaching at the Ninja Academy had been one of the least respected jobs. Now it was suddenly the hottest position in the village. It took Kitazawa a solid half-hour to extract himself from the crowd. Stepping out of the meeting room, he immediately noticed Kabuto waiting nearby. Kabuto. What are you doing here? Did our squad run into trouble? Kitazawa asked, walking over. Kabuto shook his head with a gentle smile. No trouble. The 3 of us just wanted to treat Sensei to lunch. Since we'll be leaving the village tomorrow, it might be a while before we can eat together again. Kitazawa tilted his head back, glancing at the noon sun. Then let's go. The timing works out anyway. The meeting had started at 9 sharp, dragged on for 2 hours, and with another 30 minutes of detainment afterward, it was already mealtime. Normally, he would have shared a bento at the academy with Hinata, Naruto, and the others. But Kabuto's invitation couldn't be refused. Barbecue. Kitazawa asked as they headed toward the restaurant. But as soon as they stepped inside, he noticed something odd. The place was deserted. Not a single customer. Strange. He had come here plenty of times, and business was always lively. An empty barbecue shop was unheard of. He gave Kabuto a sidelong glance but didn't call him out. This way, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto said smoothly, raising his hand toward the back. We reserved the luxury private room. Kitazawa followed, stopping before the ornate door. Under Kabuto's eager gaze, he pushed it open. Happy birthday, Kitazawa-sensei. A chorus of voices rang out. Inside, a massive cake dominated the room. 22 candles burned brightly, marking his 22nd birthday. Surrounding the cake were familiar faces: Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, Neji, Yakumo, Karen, and several others. Kitazawa smiled, warmth blooming in his chest. Thank you. He'd suspected something was up, but seeing it in person still filled him with joy. All his efforts over the past year hadn't been in vain. At first, when he'd started training Naruto and Sasuke, it had been for the sake of the system's rewards. But people weren't plants, time spent together forged bonds. Kitazawa-sensei, hurry up and blow out the candles. Naruto urged impatiently. Why are you more excited than Choji? Kiba elbowed him with a smirk. I'm not doing this for the cake. Naruto huffed. I just want to know what birthday wish Sensei will make. What are you saying, idiot? You're not supposed to tell anyone your wish. Kiba scolded. Naruto blinked. But I said mine out loud on my last birthday. That's different, Shikamaru sighed, hands tucked behind his head. Everyone already knows what your wish is anyway. Really? Is my wish that obvious? Naruto scratched his head. You're always talking about being Hokage, Ino teased with a grin. TCH. If you want that title, you'll have to get past me first. Kiba declared boldly. The Hokage will be mine, Sasuke cut in flatly. Sakura's eyes widened. Sasuke-kun, since when did you care about the Hokage position? Shikamaru echoed her confusion. Yeah, that's out of the blue. It's nothing, Sasuke said, face calm. I just want Naruto to know what defeat feels like. In truth, his father's words a few nights ago had lingered in his heart. For Fugaku to show such open yearning had been unusual, and Sasuke wanted to earn that recognition. As expected of Sasuke-kun. Sakura's eyes sparkled. But you literally just lost to Naruto, Kiba shot back. The past is the past. The present is the present. The future is the future, Sasuke said stiffly. Kabuto coughed to interrupt before it escalated. Sensei, perhaps you should blow out the candles first. Right, sorry. We got carried away, Naruto admitted quickly. The others looked sheepish. Kitazawa waved it off. It's fine. Birthdays are meant to be lively. Patting Naruto on the shoulder, he stepped forward, clasped his hands, and blew out the candles. Once, before he'd received the system, his wish had been simple: survive. Now, he wished to grow stronger and stronger, strong enough to stand at the very top of the shinobi world. He opened his eyes with a faint smile. All right, let's eat some cake. Naruto bit back his question about the wish, remembering Kiba's warning. Who's getting the first piece? Kitazawa asked, knife poised. Me. Choji's hand shot up instantly, his eager face already glowing. Choji's been staring at it since we walked in, Shikamaru teased. Kitazawa chuckled. Then it's yours. He passed over the first slice. Thank you, Sensei. Choji beamed. The next piece, Kitazawa handed to Hinata, catching her shy gaze. Here, Hinata. Her cheeks reddened as she accepted it. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. The sweetness on her tongue matched the flutter in her heart. The third slice went straight to Naruto, who grinned ear to ear. Soon the cake was gone, save for Kitazawa's own piece. He took a bite. Tastes didn't change much between worlds, it seemed. Then came the gifts. One by one, the students offered neatly wrapped boxes. Choji's, Naruto's, even Iruka's, surprisingly heavy. Each had a name written, no doubt Kabuto's careful handiwork. After cake came the real meal. Kitazawa-sensei, you just sit and eat. We'll do the grilling. Kiba announced, dragging him to the seat of honor. That's right. Naruto chimed in. Wait till you taste my youth barbecue, it'll be hot-blooded and delicious. Shikamaru groaned. How can barbecue be hot-blooded? It makes your spirit boil with excitement. Naruto declared, slapping a piece of beef on the grill. More like it'll just burn your tongue, Kitazawa joked. Laughter rippled through the room. You'll see. Naruto puffed up. My youth barbecue will fire you up. Ino wasn't about to be outdone. Come on, girls, let's show them what real barbecue tastes like. She handed skewers to Hinata and Karen. Hinata activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes bulging as she monitored every change in the lamb's texture. Kitazawa's face froze. Byakugan, for grilling meat. Who even came up with that? But, admittedly, it was effective. With that precision, she could keep the meat perfectly tender. Meanwhile, Sasuke, unused to grilling for himself, watched carefully, prepared to copy anyone's movements if needed. No Sharingan required. Sasuke-kun, let me help you. Sakura chirped. No need, he said coolly, though a little awkward. Sasuke-kun's barbecue will be the best anyway, she declared. Of course, Sasuke replied without missing a beat. Not long after, Naruto proudly placed a skewer before Kitazawa. This is my youth barbecue. Kitazawa bit into it. The restaurant's meat was already semi-prepared, so unless burnt, it wasn't bad. It's tasty, he admitted, then added with a teasing smile, but it's missing that fiery passion. Naruto froze, dumbstruck. The room erupted with laughter once again. Kitazawa-sensei, please try our grilled meat. Ino leaned forward proudly. This one was made by me, Hinata, Yakumo, Karen, and Izumi-senpai. Kitazawa raised a brow, curious. He deliberately picked up one of Hinata's lamb skewers. I wonder what lamb grilled under the Byakugan looks like in taste. The moment he bit in, his eyes lit up. The aroma, seasoning, and tenderness were perfect, impeccable, even. It's delicious, he said with a smile toward Hinata. Hinata immediately exhaled in relief, her lips curving into a shy but genuine smile. All right, don't just watch me. Dig in, everyone. Kitazawa divided the skewers in front of him. Whoa, salty. Naruto yelped after biting into a beef skewer, his cheeks puffing like a blowfish. Sasuke's heart lurched. His gaze flickered, and with forced calm he quietly slid a glass of milk over. That one had been his. His first attempt at grilling, and the salt had clearly gotten away from him. Luckily, nobody else had noticed. Thanks. Naruto gulped the milk down, then blinked at Sasuke. Hey, where's your grilled meat? It's mixed in. No idea which one's mine, Sasuke replied smoothly. Ah, what a waste. Naruto sighed, looking genuinely disappointed. Not really, Shikamaru drawled. You can just have him make another one later. Sasuke's expression froze. Then line up. Sakura cut in quickly, folding her arms. I haven't even tasted Sasuke-kun's grilled meat yet. Sasuke seems popular, Kabuto murmured, adjusting his glasses with interest. I'd like to try it too. At that point, Sasuke wished the floor would swallow him. But cornered, he reluctantly started grilling again. This time, with his first attempt behind him, the results weren't half bad. Not exactly restaurant quality, but at least edible. The barbecue continued with laughter and light-hearted banter, until the plates were clean. At the entrance, Kitazawa turned to the group. There's something I need to tell you all. I'll be leaving on a mission tomorrow. It might be a week or two before I'm back. What? Naruto's eyes widened. That long? Ino frowned, clearly reluctant. Hinata even took an involuntary step forward, her pale eyes trembling. Kitazawa softened his tone. Even though I'm your teacher, I'm also a shinobi. Missions are unavoidable. Don't worry, someone else will guide you while I'm gone. Is it Iruka-sensei? Shino asked quietly. He worried Iruka's lack of fire style might hinder his Kikaichu experiments. Kitazawa shook his head with a smile. No. It's Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto practically bounced. You know him? Sasuke asked, surprised at Naruto's reaction. Of course. He's Konoha's copy ninja, a master of over 1,000 jutsu. Naruto beamed. He even helped me develop my sexy jutsu. What? Sasuke stared, utterly dumbfounded. That ridiculous jutsu, connected to Kakashi. Kitazawa ignored the odd tangent. Sasuke, tomorrow you'll introduce Kakashi to the others. Sasuke nodded. Kiba immediately perked up. Wait, Sasuke, you already know him. I've been training with him these past 2 days. Training what? Naruto asked, eyes gleaming with curiosity. That's a secret. Sasuke gave him a cool glance. But if you don't work harder, you'll be eating my dust very soon. As expected of my eternal rival. Naruto clenched his fists, full of energy. This is youth burning hot. I'm going straight to Gai-sensei for training. He sprinted off, leaving everyone stunned. Sasuke twitched his lips, tempted to yell after him, don't overdo it. But he couldn't deny it, Naruto's relentless drive put heavy pressure on him. I'm heading out too. Without lingering for a break, Sasuke waved and left for the academy. One by one, Kiba, Neji, Shikamaru, and the others said their goodbyes until only Hinata, Kabuto, Izumi, and Torian remained. You three, meet me at the village gate at 9 tomorrow, Kitazawa instructed. Yes, sensei, they answered in unison before departing. That left only Hinata. Still here. Kitazawa tilted his head at her. And no. Hinata flinched slightly, lowering her gaze. Kitazawa chuckled, patting her hair gently. I'll walk you home then. Her lips curved faintly at the warmth of his hand. As they walked, Kitazawa asked curiously, by the way, your gift, why's it so heavy? It's a ninja blade, Hinata said softly, her pale eyes shining with quiet anticipation. I hope sensei likes it. Kitazawa blinked. A ninja blade. He pulled out the box and opened it. Inside lay a short, sheathed blade, more compact than a standard katana. Drawing it, he infused it with chakra, and froze. The chakra flowed perfectly, without resistance. Impossible, unless it's chakra metal. Realization hit him. Chakra metal weapons cost a fortune, 10 to 20 million ryo. Even with his current wealth, he'd never splurge on one. For Hinata to gift him such a blade, there was no way she had done it without her clan head's approval. So this is Hayashi's doing. An investment, perhaps, trying to tie the Hyuga closer to me, or even Tsunade. Kitazawa closed the blade carefully, then met Hinata's eyes. Thank you. I like it very much. Hinata's face lit up in a radiant smile. Let's go, my dear little Hinata, Kitazawa teased, pinching her cheek. Hinata froze, cheeks turning pink, before hurrying to keep up with him. At her gate, Kitazawa stopped. See you next time. Hinata slipped inside, but instinctively turned back. Kitazawa was already gone. Back already? Her father's voice cut through the quiet. Hayashi stood in the courtyard, eyes on the gate. He was pained by the extravagant gift, worth millions, but after today's Jonin meeting, he no longer regretted it. Kitazawa was worth the investment. Through him, the Hyuga might secure a bond with the future Hokage, something they couldn't manage directly with Tsunade. Chapter 193. Kitazawa returned home. Well, to be precise, Kurenai's home. He hadn't set foot in his own place for a while. But to his surprise, the house was empty. That was unusual. Kurenai hadn't been on missions lately, she'd been buried in studying sealing jutsus. Did she go out for dinner? He muttered. Shrugging it off, Kitazawa placed the gift boxes from Naruto and the others on the coffee table. He settled onto the sofa and casually picked up a cube-shaped one. The name read, Ino-Yamanaka. Inside was a black kimono. The fabric felt smooth beneath his fingers, high quality, and when he held it against himself, perfect fit. Huh. Kitazawa raised a brow. How did Ino know my size? Then it struck him, the Byakugan. If Hinata had quietly measured him during training, she could have passed that information along. Sparring gave her plenty of chances to get the data without him ever noticing. The Byakugan really is convenient, he mused, shaking his head as he reached for the next box. This one, from Sasuke, was featherlight. He opened it, inside lay a scroll. His eyes gleamed with interest. Fire release. But he already had plenty of fire-style jutsus from Sasuke, including several B-rank ones. Even Uchiha Madara had relied on B-rank fire jutsu like Great Fire Annihilation and Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu, proving rank didn't always equal raw power. Rank was more about learning difficulty. Still, harder often meant stronger. Unfurling the scroll, he froze. It wasn't fire release, it was wind release. An A-rank wind jutsu, wind blade. A razor-sharp current of air fired from the fingertips, faster than most shinobi could react. He remembered how, in the original work, Tsunade's Baki had used it to cut down Gecko Hyate in an instant. No question, this was an extraordinary gift. A-rank jutsu were rare and precious. And for him, it was his very first wind release on that level. The door creaked open. Barefoot, Kurenai stepped inside. Huh. Her eyes widened. Why are you home already? Kitazawa raised the scroll with a grin. Funny, I was about to ask you the same thing. I've just been opening my birthday gifts. Kurenai leaned in, her gaze flicking to the scroll. An A-rank wind release. Who's the generous one? Sasuke. As expected of the Uchiha, she sighed. Only they would hand out something worth a fortune as a casual gift. Don't look at me like that. Kitazawa chuckled. I didn't do anything special. Just fulfilled my duty as a teacher. Kurenai rolled her eyes. You expect me to buy that? Well, the Uchiha do want to cozy up to Tsunade-sama, Kitazawa admitted, but it's also true I've taught him well. She sat beside him, curiosity sparking. Mind if I help you open the rest? Be my guest. He pulled her into his arms. You're holding me, I can't reach. Is that distance really going to stop you? He teased. You're impossible. Kurenai pouted, then simply flexed her toes, gripped a gift box, and flipped it onto the sofa. Kitazawa blinked, impressed. Now that's talent. This one's from Yakumo. Kurenai opened the scroll inside, and gasped. It was a painting. The two of them, bathed in sunlight, nestled close, looking happy. She has a kind heart, Kurenai said softly, smiling. Relax, it's just a normal painting. Kitazawa ran his fingers across it. No chakra tricks hidden inside. Kurenai's smile lingered, reluctant to roll the scroll back up. If you like it that much, it's yours, Kitazawa offered. This is your birthday gift, Kurenai protested gently. Is it really okay to give it away? Why wouldn't it be? What's mine is yours. His breath brushed her neck, sending a shiver through her. Amused and touched, she finally murmured, then I'll hold onto it for you. Time slipped by as they went through the gifts together. Naruto's limited edition instant ramen earned a laugh, it was priceless in its own way, exactly what Naruto would choose. Half an hour later, the pile was sorted. Aside from Hinata's chakra metal forged blade, most gifts carried more sentiment than value, which was only natural, they were kids, after all. Speaking of which. Kitazawa leaned back, eyeing Kurenai. Where's yours? Her cheeks flushed. She tugged her collar slightly. Tonight. And you've already collected half an hour's worth of interest. Interest. He tilted his head, then cupped her face and kissed her. Pulling back with a grin, he whispered, that's the interest. Kurenai rolled her eyes again, though her face was warm. Since it's your birthday, I'll allow it. But enough playing around, I need to pack for tomorrow. I'll get your things ready too. You'll make an amazing wife and mother, Kitazawa said sincerely. Obviously. She smiled as she headed for his room. You're lucky to have me. Left with a rare stretch of free time, Kitazawa considered his next move. He decided on sealing jutsus. He had two pressing missions, learn 4 water release jutsu before the semester ended and master 3 sealing jutsu before winter break. The second was on a tighter deadline, only 3 weeks remained. Water release. He'd nearly finished that quota. Seals, though, still needed work. Unrolling Tsunade's scroll, he scanned the basics. The finger engraving seal caught his eye first, simple, direct. With it, he could inscribe words on any surface, even living skin. Jiraiya himself had once used it to carve a message into Fukasaku's back during his final battle. A perfect tool for passing information when no other method was possible. Kitazawa fetched a blank scroll, steadied his breath. Step 1 in sealing arts, learn to draw the symbols. Time slipped by. The steady click of high-heeled sandals echoed in the hall. Kitazawa looked up to see Lady Tsunade striding in with a sour expression, Shizen trailing behind with the look of someone long suffering. He didn't need to ask, clearly Tsunade had lost money at the casino again. Behind them stood Rina Uzumaki and her daughter, Karen. No money for a real gift, so here, take this. Tsunade tossed a scroll straight into his lap. Lady Tsunade, you're refreshingly direct. Kitazawa chuckled. You got a problem with that? Tsunade crossed her legs and glared, her voice carrying a subtle threat. Of course not. Kitazawa quickly unrolled the scroll, eyes scanning the title, Body Pathway Derangement. It wasn't just taijutsu, it fused hand-to-hand combat with lightning chakra control. By disrupting a target's brain signals, it threw their motor nerves into chaos. Try to raise a hand, and your foot shoots up instead, try to punch, and your leg kicks. Practical. Dangerous. And naturally, only a medic with precise chakra control could master it. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa bowed his head as he tucked it away. Don't mention it. Tsunade yawned. I was going to teach you sooner or later anyway. Kitazawa. Shizen placed Tenten gently aside, then held out a small gift box. Happy birthday. Thank you, Shizen-senpai. Inside lay one of Shizen's trademark weapons, a discreet arm-mounted device for firing poisoned needles or senbon. Deadly in the right hands. Kitazawa knew exactly who to give it to. Kurenai would appreciate it far more than he would. Just then, Kurenai leaned out of the kitchen doorway. Kitazawa, come give me a hand. I'll help, Shizen offered with a smile. It's your birthday, you shouldn't be working. It's poor manners to let guests do the chores. Kitazawa shook his head and went to the kitchen. Shizen hesitated, then let him go. Living next door, she and Tsunade had already noticed how close he and Kurenai had become. No point intruding now. Half an hour later, everyone gathered around the table. The meal was lively, but by halfway through, Tsunade was swaying drunk, forcing Shizen to drag her home. Soon after, Rina and Karen excused themselves as well. I'll handle the dishes, Kurenai said matter-of-factly. Go run the bath, we'll bathe together later. Kitazawa simply nodded. He'd gotten used to that arrangement, though curiosity tugged at him. What exactly had Kurenai prepared as her gift? Surely not their usual, nightly routine. He filled the tub with steaming water, leaning back as mist clouded the room. Something felt missing, glass walls. Steam and glass left certain possibilities. He sank into the hot water to wait. The door opened. Kurenai stepped in. Kitazawa blinked, eyes immediately drawn to her. She was wearing a swimsuit, sleek, black, and scandalously minimal. Long jade-like legs, delicate feet on the tiles, slender waist bound with straps, and above, a pair of straps doing heroic work. Why the swimsuit? He asked, puzzled. Obviously, so you can see me in it. Kurenai's lips curved faintly. I bought a lot of outfits today, I'll try them all for you later. So this is your gift? Kitazawa's grin widened. A private fashion show from Kurenai was hardly something to complain about. Yes, she admitted, then added with a teasing gleam, but this is only the first gift. There's more. You'll find out soon. Kurenai slipped closer. For now, let me bathe you. Kitazawa turned as she lathered her hands with soap and smoothed the foam across his back, fingers tracing with quiet tenderness. Then, with one tug, the swimsuit strap slid loose, vanishing beneath the water. Kitazawa's body stiffened as he felt her press against him. The loofah jutsu was unconventional, to say the least. Turn around, she whispered. He obeyed. Foam clung to her pale skin in delicate swirls. She flushed but didn't back away. Instead, she leaned in again, black hair floating in the water. Kitazawa caught glimpses through the rippling steam, puffed cheeks, a determination he hadn't expected. He hadn't thought Kurenai would go this far. Bubbles rose steadily between them. When she finally straightened, her hair plastered to her skin, she was radiant, every bit of vision out of a painting. Kitazawa's eyes lingered on her trembling throat. Kurenai, you don't have to. Her finger pressed softly against his lips. This is my gift to you. She smiled, licking her lips in a way that left no room for argument. Kitazawa drew her close, murmuring, "Thank you." "Rest 2 minutes," she teased, still flushed. "You'll need it." "Do I look like I need rest?" He quirked an eyebrow. Kurenai's face deepened to crimson. She knew very well what he was capable of. She slipped away briefly, returning after brushing her teeth. Perching on his lap, arms circling his neck, she whispered, "Let's go back to the room." He carried her there, and on the bed lay the promised fashion show, made uniforms, cheongsams, kimonos, each more revealing than the last. Kitazawa took a deep breath, glanced at the woman in his arms, and thought, another night of madness awaits. The next morning, the second week of winter break began. Kitazawa woke with a yawn. The clock already read past 8. Beside him, Kurenai slept soundly, exhaustion etched across her beautiful face. He shook his head with a wry smile. She'd pushed herself too hard, paying the price for her own stubborn determination. Still, last night's gift was unforgettable. Chapter 194. Since there was still time, Kitazawa let Kurenai sleep. Lowering his head, he brushed his cheek against her neck, inhaled her warmth, and slowly closed his eyes. Half an hour later, her long eyelashes trembled. Consciousness stirred, and the first thing she noticed was the deep soreness in her body. When Kurenai opened her eyes, Kitazawa's naked body filled her vision. A flicker of affection softened her gaze as she leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss against his face. "You're awake," Kitazawa murmured, feeling her lips brush his skin. She nodded faintly. "Want to take a shower?" he asked, stroking her hair. "I feel sticky all over." "I'll go wash up," Kurenai said, sitting up. "But I want to bathe alone this time." "What's wrong?" Kitazawa teased knowingly. "You don't need to worry, I won't lay a finger on you." Her crimson eyes narrowed. "I'm not afraid." "And you saying that makes it even less believable." Kitazawa smirked. "Kabuto and I agreed to meet at 9. With time for breakfast and a shower, half an hour is already tight. Where would I find time to misbehave?" Kurenai shot him a glare, then extended her arms with a sly smile. "Fine. Carry me there, then." Kitazawa blinked at her, momentarily stunned. The sight of her waiting expectantly was a lot to take in. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" His mouth twitched. "Kabuto can wait an hour if he has to." "You promised them." Kurenai panicked, cheeks flushing. "You can't just go back on your word now." "You're hopeless," Kitazawa sighed, shaking his head before scooping her into his arms. "What do you mean hopeless?" she muttered, face pink, nudging his chest with her leg. Kitazawa's gaze flicked down involuntarily to her swaying boobs. He quickly looked away before the moment stretched. After a shower and breakfast, the two made their way to Konoha's main gate. "Kitazawa-sensei," Kabuto greeted as he approached, briefly glancing at Kurenai before adjusting his glasses. Toryun and Izumi offered respectful greetings as well. Kitazawa nodded. "This is Kurenai Yuhia Chunin. She'll be joining us for this mission. Just call her senpai." "Yuhi-senpai," the three chorused in unison. Kurenai smiled warmly. "Kitazawa speaks highly of you all, geniuses among geniuses, brimming with potential." Kabuto's sharp eyes lingered a moment. Their closeness didn't escape him. Clearly, Kitazawa and Kurenai's relationship went beyond simple comradeship. Normally, missions outside the village never broke the 4-person rule. "Let's register," Kitazawa said, stepping forward to present the Hokage's order to Kotetsu. "A rank." Kotetsu raised his brows. "That's fast progress." Toryun, Kabuto, and Izumi had only just become Chunin, and already they were trusted with A-rank work. Impressive, if not shocking. Izumo, beside him, nodded in agreement. "We were examiners during your Chunin exams. Seeing you now, I can't deny you've advanced at incredible speed." Kitazawa simply smiled. No need to mention the truth that this A-rank was only a cover. Their actual mission was S-rank, crafted by Hiruzen himself. The false mission was to deliver a letter to a secret Konoha base on the Fire Country border, conveniently along the same route as the capital. "Kitazawa-senpai, may your mission be smooth," Kotetsu said with a grin. "Go and return safely," Izumo added. Kitazawa inclined his head. "Thank you." Turning to his team, he gave the order, "Let's move." The five disappeared into the forest. Traveling within the land of fire proved uneventful, no reckless bandits, no rogue ninja. Finally, Kurenai sighed when the fire capital loomed ahead. "I've been running all day on an empty stomach, my body's protesting. You should learn from my 3 students." Kitazawa chuckled. Not a single complaint from them. Kurenai jabbed him with her elbow. Kabuto adjusted his glasses again, now certain their bond was far more than professional. And by extension, Yuhi was not someone to cross lightly. "Let's find food first," Kitazawa said. "Then we'll get a place to stay." Mission tomorrow. Inside the bustling capital, he asked casually, "Anyone been here before?" "I have," Izumi replied. "Back with my old team, we helped the daimyo's wife rescue her cat." "My first time," Toryun said flatly. "Twice," Kabuto added. 4 route missions. Kitazawa stopped before an inn. "This place will do." He booked 4 rooms, drawing silent conclusions from his team. The arrangement made his relationship with Yuhi more obvious, but neither of them cared. Over dinner, Kitazawa finally spoke openly. "Do you know the Guardian 12? They're the ninja who protect the daimyo," Kabuto answered immediately. "Our mission ties directly to them." Kitazawa's voice grew firm. Izumi froze, stunned. 12 special Jonin and Jonin. For her, a B-rank mission was the most dangerous she'd faced. This was an entirely different world. Every S-rank carried life and death in its shadow. Kabuto, however, remained calm. As he predicted, this wasn't about fighting the Guardian 12 head-on. There was room for maneuver. Toryun didn't bother thinking, he simply ate in silence, his hive buzzing faintly. "Tomorrow, we'll meet with Asuma," Kitazawa continued. "Before that, I'm giving you a task, gather intel on the Guardian Ninja." "Understood." Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Izumi hesitated. Chunin gathering intel on Jonin. The odds seemed absurd. Yet, Kabuto had proven himself endlessly resourceful, almost unnervingly so. Sometimes she wondered if he was secretly an old veteran wearing a boy's face. Yuhi, too, glanced at Kitazawa. She shared Izumi's doubts but kept her silence. After dinner, the 3 younger ninja stepped out into the city streets. "Kabuto," Izumi finally asked, "how are we supposed to gather intel? The Guardian 12 are way out of our league." Kabuto's tone was calm, deliberate. "You have the Sharingan. Toryun has his insects. Information isn't hard to find if we look in the right places. What matters is identifying key figures." "Key figures?" Izumi's eyes widened slightly. Then she understood. They weren't going to investigate the Guardian Ninja directly. "Exactly." Kabuto's glasses caught the lantern light. "An organization that big leaves traces. The Fire Country has officials overseeing them. We'll start there." Even so, infiltrating the royal palace would not be easy. Kitazawa and Kurenai arrived at the room the inn had prepared for them. The place was modest, just a bed, a table, and a pair of chairs. "You trust your 3 students that much?" Kurenai asked, stretching before sitting on the edge of the bed. Her fair legs dangled lightly as she swung her feet back and forth. "I trust Kabuto," Kitazawa replied with a faint smile. "The things he's endured are harsher than anything we've faced." "Root." Kurenai's voice grew thoughtful. "I've heard plenty of rumors." "Rumors don't do it justice," Kitazawa said, lowering himself beside her. "Root is far darker than most imagine." "I don't understand why Hokage-sama allows such a thing to exist," Kurenai murmured, tilting her head. Her black hair slipped over her shoulder, hanging in the air like silk. "Who knows?" Kitazawa pinched her cheek gently. "Don't worry. Once Lady Tsunade becomes Hokage, Root won't last." Kurenai's lips curved. "That's true. With her personality, she'd never tolerate it. She's already spoiled several of their schemes." Kitazawa stretched. "We've got some time left, what do you want to do?" "We've got a mission tomorrow," Kurenai shot back quickly. "So you're not allowed to mess around tonight." "I never said I would," Kitazawa blinked innocently. I was going to ask if you wanted to practice sealing techniques. Honestly, you really. Shut up. Flustered, Kurenai covered his mouth, her cheeks burning red. She had never thought about such things before. But after spending so much time with Kitazawa, she realized she might be addicted. I'm going to practice, she huffed, releasing him and moving to the table. Kitazawa didn't bother with the finger-carving seal. Instead, he unrolled the scroll Tsunade had given him. Sealing techniques wouldn't raise his power in the short term, but this jutsu would. Later that evening, Kabuto, Torian, and Izumi returned safely to the inn. Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto said, producing a scroll. Here's the intel we gathered. Kitazawa took it, eyes skimming over the contents. He had to admit, Kabuto's talent was impressive. The report detailed the Guardian Ninja's structure and movements, not as precise as Hiruzen's intel, but for 3 newly promoted Chunin, it was more than remarkable. You did well. Kitazawa passed the scroll to Kurenai. She read it, her expression tightening with surprise. If it were her, she doubted she could have accomplished as much. Thanks to Izumi and Torian, Kabuto said modestly, adjusting his glasses. Their skills were essential. You've all worked hard. Get some rest, Kitazawa told them firmly. This mission may lead to a major battle. You'll need your strength. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The 3 withdrew to their rooms. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, after breakfast, Kitazawa led Kurenai and the others to the palace. As Konoha shinobi, they passed through the gates without trouble. Please wait here. I'll inform Asuma-sama, a guard said before disappearing inside. Moments later, a bearded man in his 20s stepped out, his Konoha forehead protector catching the light. Though the same age as Kitazawa, Asuma carried himself with the air of a seasoned veteran. His eyes, however, widened the instant they landed on Kurenai. Kurenai. Why are you here? He blurted, hurrying over, hand half extended. I came with Kitazawa, she answered calmly, taking a small step back. Asuma. Kitazawa greeted politely. Asuma's gaze flicked toward him, narrowing. It took him a moment, but recognition dawned. Kitazawa, the academy teacher. His tone made the word teacher sound almost mocking. Yuhi, are you leading this team? Asuma asked, glancing at Kabuto, Torian, and Izumi. No, Kurenai replied. They're Kitazawa's students. Asuma let out a short, dismissive breath. A former academy instructor playing squad leader. It didn't sit right with him. But he swallowed his doubts. Yuhi, you didn't come just to see me, did you? His voice softened, hopeful. No. She shook her head. We're on a mission, passing through the capital. With him. Asuma's tone sharpened instantly. Yes. Hokage-sama assigned us together, Kurenai explained. That old man. Asuma's jaw tightened. Knowing full well how he felt about Kurenai, yet still pairing her with Kitazawa. What kind of father does that? Since you're here, stay a while, Asuma said after a beat, his mind turning to the tense situation with the Guardian Ninja. Let's talk inside. Of course, Kitazawa replied smoothly. Inside the palace, 5 shinobi sat in silence. Let me introduce you, Asuma began, gesturing to a monk. This is Chiriku, head priest of the Fire Temple. Kitazawa's instincts sharpened. He remembered, Chiriku's bounty in the underground world was 30 million ryo, only slightly less than Asuma's own. These 4 are the Lightning Release 4, Kitako, Nanma, Sito, and Tobu. After polite greetings, Chiriku and the others excused themselves, faces unusually grim. Something's wrong, Kitazawa observed aloud, watching them leave. Why do you say that? Asuma frowned. Their expressions, Kitazawa said. In the capital, there aren't many threats serious enough to unsettle the Guardian 12. Asuma exhaled slowly. Something has happened, yes. But it's an internal matter. It has nothing to do with you. He still saw Kitazawa as an ordinary Chunin, and while Kurenai's genjutsu was formidable, at best she was a special Jonin. Involving them was too risky. You're worried we're not strong enough? Kurenai smiled faintly. Kitazawa is already at Jonin level. Asuma's eyes widened. Jonin. Impossible. He knew the way of the shinobi world. Talent revealed itself in the academy or within a few years of graduation at the latest. Kitazawa had been average at best, graduated, struggled as a genin, drifted as a chunin, then hid in the academy as a teacher. You may not know, being in the capital, Kurenai continued, but Kitazawa is a special jonin and is studying under Lady Tsunade now. Many already call him her student. Asuma froze. He had only been gone from the village for a year. How had things changed so drastically? Last New Year, Kitazawa had been a nobody. Now he was Tsunade's disciple, a special jonin. The contrast was staggering, almost unbelievable. And why was Kurenai the one saying all this, while Kitazawa stayed quiet? Suspicion gnawed at him. We're comrades, Asuma, Kitazawa finally said, voice calm. If you're facing trouble, it's only natural we lend a hand. Asuma hesitated. If Kitazawa truly had jonin-level strength, and with Kurenai beside him, they could easily tip the scales against Kazuma's faction. Words alone won't convince me, Asuma said at last, his eyes flicking between them. Let's settle this with a spar. It wasn't just about testing Kitazawa's strength. It was about proving, to Kurenai, that his own power far outstripped this former academy teacher. Chapter 195. In the plaza outside the palace, Kitazawa and Asuma stood opposite one another, the tension thick in the air. Both of you, hold back. Getting injured now would jeopardize the mission, Kurenai warned, standing a short distance away. Beside her, Kabuto, Toryun, and Izumi watched intently, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They were eager to see the outcome. Asuma was a well-known name in Konoha, not only for his own strength, but also for being the son of the third Hokage. Yet as Kitazawa's students, their loyalty was clear. Come on. Asuma said confidently. Though he lacked a bloodline limit, he was an elite jonin, renowned for his fire and wind release techniques. Kitazawa's eyes flicked to the brass knuckle-like chakra blades glinting on Asuma's hands. Then, without warning, Kitazawa blurred into an afterimage, closing the gap with startling speed. Good. Asuma grinned. Close combat was his specialty. He tightened his grip, infusing the chakra blades with wind release, the metal glowing a dangerous blue. His fists flashed forward, twin arcs of light cutting through the air. Super strength. Kitazawa's fist met his strike head-on. Asuma froze, stunned. Flesh and blood against my chakra blades. Before he could process it, his right fist slammed into Kitazawa's punch. And an overwhelming force surged through his arm. His limb went numb, his confidence shattered, and the next instant, his body was sent flying like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard, dust exploding around him. Kitazawa stood still, calm, not pressing the advantage. Kurenai's brows knit together. She had expected Kitazawa to win, but for Asuma to be knocked out in one exchange. An elite jonin, overwhelmed so easily. So strong. Izumi gasped in awe. The son of the Hokage, beaten back with a single punch. The problem wasn't Asuma's weakness, it was Kitazawa's monstrous strength. That was Lady Tsunade's super strength, Kabuto observed coolly, pushing up his glasses. Asuma-senpai underestimated Kitazawa-sensei, and paid the price. Asuma quickly scrambled to his feet, face flushed with anger and shame. To lose in front of Kurenai, unacceptable. Again, he barked. Fire release, ash pile burning. Thick, searing ash poured from his mouth, billowing across the plaza. The suffocating cloud spread like a living thing, concealing Asuma's figure within it. Kitazawa felt the air grow blistering hot. The ash burned like magma, touching it meant agony. Worse, Asuma was hidden, ready to strike from anywhere. Water release, water formation wall. A torrent spiraled around Kitazawa, forming a defensive barrier. From the shadows, Asuma's eyes widened. The second Hokage's jutsu. Unlike ordinary water walls, this one circled Kitazawa entirely, a complete sphere of protection. The ash hissed and boiled against it, but the wall replenished itself endlessly. A shriek split the air. A chakra blade tore through the water shield, lunging for Kitazawa. Wind release, Hien. The blade sliced with terrifying precision. Wind release, vacuum blade. Kitazawa countered, his kunai clashing against the glowing edge. A sharp crack rang out, the kunai splintered under the superior weapon. Of course, Kitazawa muttered. A chakra blade worth millions of ryo couldn't be matched by a cheap kunai. Asuma seized the opening, grabbing the hilt of his blade and pressing forward. The kunai shattered completely. But Kitazawa's ninja blade sang free of its sheath in the same breath. Metal clashed, sparks flew. Asuma's eyes narrowed. What a blade! But before he could adjust, Kitazawa's right hand flared, compressed chakra spun violently in his palm. Rasengan. Asuma's heart lurched. He flickered away instantly, the Rasengan's deadly hum echoing in his ears. Kitazawa let it fade, casually sheathing his sword. I'll need to learn Kenjutsu soon, he thought. Otherwise Hinata's gift will only gather dust. From a distance, Asuma stared, shaken. The second Hokage's water release. The fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Lady Tsunade's super strength. How had an ordinary academy instructor amassed such power? Compared to him, the Hokage's son looked like a man coasting on pedigree alone. Still fighting? Kitazawa asked lightly. I still have one jutsu left. Asuma's voice was tight, his pride hanging by a thread. If you can withstand it, I'll admit defeat. He dismissed his blades, clapping his hands together. Chakra surged, golden light flooding the plaza. Reigo, thousand-hand strike. Behind him, a towering golden monk with countless arms loomed, each fist tightening, ready to strike. What in the world is that? Kurenai gasped, eyes wide. Kabuto and the others were equally stunned. Kitazawa, however, recognized it instantly. The Fire Temple's secret technique, an echo of sage arts. No need to dodge. 8 gates formation, gate of opening, open. Kitazawa's chakra roared, his body boiling with unleashed power. Asuma's eyes widened yet again. He can use the 8 gates too. The golden statue unleashed a storm of fists, 1,000 strikes crashing down at once. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Smoke erupted, 20 Kitazawas charged forward. Wind release, Rasengan. Each clone brandished a spinning sphere of chakra laced with slicing winds. The plaza lit up as 20 Rasengan met the storm of golden fists. Explosions ripped the air apart, the statue's arms disintegrating under the relentless assault. In less than a heartbeat, the Asuma's jutsu shattered, golden light fading into nothingness. Asuma staggered, pale and trembling, before dropping to one knee. 20 clones. 20 wind release, Rasengan. The chakra reserve required, it's unthinkable. He clenched his fists. The gap was undeniable. In power, in ability, even in reputation, Kitazawa had eclipsed him entirely. Are you injured? Kitazawa stepped forward, raising his hands. Green chakra flared, soothing and warm. Mystic Palm Jutsu. Asuma stared, dumbfounded. Jonin-level medical ninjutsu on top of everything else. Thank you, he managed, rising shakily. Your strength is far beyond mine. Then can we help you now? Kitazawa asked. His mind was already on Hiruzen's mission, the system's task waiting to be cleared. Yes. Asuma took a deep breath. With your power, we can finally bring down Kazuma and his faction. We'll follow your lead, Kitazawa replied with a nod. They returned to the palace, the tension shifting from rivalry to strategy. The Guardian 12 are completely divided, Asuma said grimly. Kazuma and his men moved to a separate palace after repeated clashes. If you kill them outright, will the daimyo approve? Kitazawa asked. He won't. Asuma shook his head. We've been waiting for them to make a mistake. Kitazawa's eyes narrowed. He remembered the original tale, Kazuma's reckless attempt on the daimyo's life. Waiting is too slow, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. I can create that opportunity. You have a plan. Asuma leaned forward. I can make the daimyo despise Kazuma and his group, and never suspect us. Asuma's breath caught. If you can truly pull that off, you'll be invaluable. Kitazawa is more than capable, Kurenai interjected without hesitation. Asuma's expression stiffened. Each word of support from her was another needle to his pride. Pain. Pure pain. Besides that, there's one more thing. Asuma steadied himself, then said grimly, Kazuma has been missing for about a week. I suspect he's plotting something in secret. Missing. Kitazawa raised a brow. Even you couldn't track him down. Asuma gave a helpless sigh. Can't find him. Kitazawa fell into thought, recalling Kazuma's sinister arsenal of earth release techniques. Could it be that jutsu? Earth release, resurrection, corpse soil. A forbidden technique that resurrected corpses buried in tainted soil, turning them into puppets. And when paired with earth release, reincarnation jutsu, those corpses regained all the strength they had in life. A chill passed through Kitazawa. Corpse soil wasn't ordinary soil, it carried the residue of death itself. And where else held such energy in abundance? A graveyard. I see, Kitazawa said at last, his tone sharp. Then our first step is to locate Kazuma. Once we do, we'll make sure the daimyo turns against him and his lackeys. You can actually find him. Asuma's eyes widened in surprise. I have a method, Kitazawa admitted, standing. But whether it works is another matter. I'll try first. All right. Asuma hesitated, then added, do you have a place to stay? We're at an inn, Kitazawa answered. Better not to change it, we don't want Kazuma growing suspicious. Fair point. Asuma gave a small nod, then glanced toward Kurenai. I'll inform Chiriku and the others, so they can rest easy. Kurenai exhaled, a bit of tension leaving her shoulders. Looks like our mission might go smoothly after all. Asuma isn't unreasonable, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. He's grown a lot here in the capital. In the original tale, it was here that Asuma matured, finally understanding Hiruzen and putting aside his rebellion. Kurenai agreed softly. He has changed. Impulsive enough to challenge Kitazawa, yes, but also humble enough to admit defeat. Kabuto. Kitazawa's voice sharpened as he turned to Kabuto and the others. New mission. Find every graveyard near the capital. Graveyards. Kurenai echoed, puzzled. I did some research on Kazuma beforehand, Kitazawa said smoothly, inventing an excuse. Then he explained Kazuma's earth release. Such a vile technique exists. Kurenai's face darkened, fury sparking in her eyes. Defiling the dead is unforgivable. Kitazawa thought wryly, wait until you see the Edo Tensei army one day. Even Hashirama had condemned Tobarama's jutsu as an abomination. Just map the graveyards, Kitazawa added. Don't investigate on your own. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The three bowed and departed. Toryun's insects, Izumi's Sharingan, and Kabuto's cunning made them the perfect reconnaissance unit. Kitazawa felt reassured and trusting the task to them. Not long after, Asuma returned. I've updated Chiriku and the others. Once you find Kazuma, we'll move. Good. Kitazawa inclined his head. In that case, we'll take our leave. You're not staying for dinner? Asuma asked, surprised. No. The sooner we track Kazuma, the sooner this mission ends. Kitazawa shook his head. Then Kurenai spoke up, quiet but firm. Asuma, there's something else. I'm with Kitazawa now. I'm his girlfriend. She turned and followed Kitazawa out. Asuma's hand twitched, half reaching out. He had suspected, but hearing it aloud still stabbed deep. What else could he do? He had lost to Kitazawa in every way. 2 days later. On Friday, Kabuto's team returned with their findings. Guided by their intel, Kitazawa and Kurenai searched the graveyards. At last, they located Kazuma in a cemetery north of the city. There are 4 chakra signatures, Kitazawa reported after scanning with his Byakugan discreetly. Kazuma, plus his 2 of his subordinates. He turned to his students. Kazuma is mine. The 4 of you handle the rest. Shouldn't we inform Asuma? Kurenai asked, worry flickering in her voice. Delay will only complicate things, Kitazawa said, calm and certain. Trust me. All right. She nodded, yielding. Then let's move. Kitazawa advanced straight toward the graveyard. Who's there? A sharp cry rang out, followed by a storm of fireballs. Kitazawa held back. Kabuto stepped forward to intercept. Wind release, great breakthrough. A blast of air scattered the fireballs. Konoha Shinobi. Kazuma stepped from the shadows, face hardening. Asuma sent reinforcements. That's right. Kitazawa raised a hand, unleashing wind release, shuriken. The spinning projectile cut through the air, forcing Kazuma to hastily raise an earthen wall. It shattered instantly, only for a Rasengan to loom in his vision. Panic flared. Kazuma threw his tin staff and vanished into the ground with earth release, hiding like a mole. The Rasengan smashed the staff aside. Kitazawa leapt high, weaving signs. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Flames erupted, turning the graveyard into a sea of fire. The heat drove Kazuma out. Wind release, flower scattering dance. A tornado whipped up, blowing back the flames and revealing his position. Kazuma scanned for Kitazawa, but the teacher was gone. Flames to the left surged, birthing 3 roaring fire dragons. There. Kazuma formed rapid signs. Earth release, antlion trap. The ground softened, swallowing the fire dragons. But when the flames faded, Kitazawa was still nowhere to be seen. The rush of wind warned him too late. He turned, just in time to see Kitazawa's fist. Kazuma raised his arms in desperation. The blow landed. Monster strength. Bones shattered with a sickening crack, his arms crumpling under the force. Kazuma was hurled backward, body crashing into the earth like a broken doll. Chapter 196. Kazuma wasn't dead. Writhing on the ground, he let out a guttural scream. The agony from his shattered arms left him drenched in cold sweat, his face pale as ash. Kitazawa strode over and silenced him with a single punch, knocking him out cold. Kazuma couldn't die yet. He was Kitazawa's chosen vessel for the imitation technique. Straightening, Kitazawa cast a glance toward Kurenai, Kabuto, and the others. Their fight was still raging. He thought for a moment, then deliberately held back. They needed this experience. He couldn't shield them from every danger forever. Kurenai and Toryun's opponent was a Jonin-level kunoichi. A young woman with long black hair, striking makeup, and a dangerous aura. Earth release, flying sand and crushing rocks. The ground split with a crack, sending stones flying in all directions, cloaking her in a dense dust cloud. Kurenai instinctively fell back, but quickly realized the jutsu wasn't meant to harm. It was meant to blind. Fuka vanished into the haze. The ground beneath Kurenai suddenly heaved, transforming into a spear-like rock pillar that shot upward, aiming to skewer her. Rasengan. Kurenai had anticipated the ambush. Chakra whirled in her palm, and with a thunderous crack the rock pillar shattered into fragments. Without pause, she blurred away with a body flicker, widening the gap. As the dust thinned, the enemy's silhouette flickered faintly. Kurenai hurled a rain of kunai. Earth release, rock pillar. A massive slab of stone rose before Fuka, catching every kunai and blocking her view. That was all the opening Kurenai needed. She flickered straight in front of the barrier, driving her Rasengan forward. Boom. The wall crumbled, a hole torn clean through. The enemy's eyes went wide. She had no time to move before the world around her went black. Panic crept in. Darkness smothered her senses. She couldn't see, couldn't hear, and couldn't even feel where her enemy was. Fear tightened her grip on her kunai. A sound, behind her. She whipped around, flinging her blades. But Toryun was already at her side. A simple touch of the Toryun's hand was enough. The enemy let out a scream before collapsing unconscious. Kurenai exhaled slowly, relief washing over her. The enemy had been strong, Jonin level, but certainly not an elite Jonin. Her mastery of earth release disrupted Saiti lines, indirectly countering genjutsu. If not for the combination of Bringer of Darkness, Rasengan, and Toryun's help, the fight would have dragged on. Her lips curved faintly. Since being with Kitazawa, her strength had grown by leaps and bounds. If she could master sealing techniques, she would finally step into the rank of a true Jonin. Seeing Kurenai's victory, Kitazawa shifted his gaze to Kabuto and Izumi. They too had defeated their opponent. Izumi using Sharingan genjutsu and Kabuto using chakra scalpel and wind release jutsus. Normally 2 new Chunin against a Jonin-level shinobi would be certain death. But Kitazawa's team is just that unpredictable with their skill sets. Toryun's poison insects, they're terrifying, Kabuto murmured in awe. Strong enough to kill even a Jonin, Kitazawa said evenly, retracting his hand. Patch up what remains of your injuries yourself. I'll check on Izumi. Yes, sensei. Kabuto nodded. His lightning burns had already been mostly healed, leaving only minor wounds. Izumi, how are you? Kitazawa crouched before her, resting his hand gently on her forehead. A pale green chakra flowed from his palm, washing into her. Unlike Kabuto, whose damage was external, Izumi's abdomen had taken a direct blow, and her internal organs rattled. I'm sorry, sensei. I slowed everyone down. Izumi's voice wavered, her cheeks flushed with shame. Kabuto and Toryun had been decisive in their battles. She alone had been incapacitated after a single strike using only genjutsu to help. Before Kitazawa could respond, the familiar chime of the system rang in his mind. Mission: Student Uchiha Izumi feels her strength is insufficient. As her teacher, help her improve. Objective: help Uchiha Izumi become an outstanding Chunin. Reward: demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. Kitazawa's brows lifted slightly. A welcome surprise. That genjutsu, a Sharingan technique capable of instantly reflecting enemy illusions, was the bane of all non-Sharingan illusionists. His eyes lingered on Izumi as he thought. The surest way to elevate her strength was awakening her two-tomo Sharingan. Unlike Sasuke's erratic path, Izumi's would follow the more traditional route. But in canon, she only reached her full potential, the 3-tomo, after the Uchiha massacre. Stimulating her Sharingan now would be tricky. Still, he could strengthen her fire release and refine her genjutsu. Toryun and Kabuto are root orphans. Their training was merciless, so their strength is ahead of yours, Kitazawa said as his healing chakra mended her. Once this mission is done, I'll personally teach you fire release and genjutsu. You'll grow stronger, Izumi. I promise. Thank you, sensei, she said earnestly, relief softening her eyes. Kitazawa only gave a faint smile. It's my duty as your teacher. Even without the mission, he would have guided her. When her injuries were stable, he turned to the group. You all did well. Kazuma's 2 subordinates have been dealt with perfectly. Kurenai smirked. That's because you already handled the most difficult one. If we couldn't even manage his lackeys, it would have been shameful. Kitazawa chuckled and, ignoring the others, pinched her cheek twice. She shot him a glare that promised retribution later. Kabuto, Toryun, and Izumi all wisely lowered their heads, pretending to notice nothing. Yuhi, Kitazawa's voice grew serious, take them to Asuma. What about you? She asked, a slight crease forming between her brows. I'll take Kazuma's place, Kitazawa replied calmly. I'll lure his guardian ninja allies into assassinating the fire daimyo. You and Asuma will already be on guard. When the attack comes, you'll step in and save him. Her frown deepened. But those remaining guardian ninja are all special Jonin level. Won't they see through it? I have a technique, imitation. They won't know the difference. Though still uneasy, she chose to trust him. Be careful. If Asuma asks, Kitazawa added, tell him I'm monitoring Kazuma. I'll reveal myself when the time comes. Kurenai nodded, then guided Kabuto and the others away. Left alone, Kitazawa looked over the corpses of the guardian ninjas. After a short pause, he conjured fire and reduced them to ash. Their corpses had little value, just low-level pawns, not worth hauling back to Konoha. Finally, he turned to the unconscious Kazuma. Forming hand seals, he pressed his palm down. Imitation technique. Chakra wrapped his body, and Kitazawa's form shifted, reshaping into Kazuma's likeness. A flood of wind and earth release techniques rushed into his mind. This jutsu, it really is broken, Kitazawa muttered, flexing his new hands. His mastery felt real, fluid, complete. But he knew it was temporary. Once the technique wore off, the knowledge would vanish like mist. Pity. If it lasted, he could master endless ninjutsu in days. With a sigh, he seized the real Kazuma's body and disappeared into the night. Capital of the Land of Fire. What did you just say? Asuma's face darkened. Kazuma plans to assassinate the daimyo. Has he lost his mind? There's no time to waste, Kurenai said gravely. Gather Chiriku and the others. We'll set up an ambush. Kazuma's plan will fail. You're right. Asuma clenched his fists. At last, Kazuma had made a mistake. But a thought struck him, making his heart lurch. Kitazawa had mentioned sowing discord between Kazuma and the daimyo. Was this his true strategy? No time to dwell. Asuma rallied Chiriku and the guardian ninja, leading them to the daimyo's palace. He didn't warn the daimyo directly. Instead, he set an ambush around the palace. Kurenai, Kabuto, and the others joined him as hidden support. Evening fell. 4 figures appeared at the palace gates. At their head, Kazuma. He really came. Asuma's breath caught. He had been half convinced this was Kitazawa's ruse, but the 3 guardian ninja trailing Kazuma were sharp-eyed special Jonin. No transformation technique could fool them. Then Kazuma struck. Earth release, stone pillar prison. Dozens of towering rock pillars erupted from the ground, sealing the palace in a stone cage. Kazuma-sama, what are you doing? The palace guards shouted, rushing forward. Wind release, petal scatter dance. Kazuma flicked his hands, conjuring a violent whirlwind that sent the guards flying. Ka. Kazuma, you. The palace doors slammed open. A trembling middle-aged man stumbled out. The daimyo of the land of fire. Daimyo. Kazuma's voice boomed. Since you refuse to support me, I'll replace you with someone who will. Asuma. The daimyo's eyes widened in desperation. Asuma, save me. Chapter 197 Kazuma. The daimyo's desperate cry rang out just as Asuma and his comrades appeared on the scene. Asuma. The 3 guardian ninja behind Kazuma stiffened in panic. What does it matter if he's here? Kazuma sneered confidently. No matter who comes, their fate will be the same, death. You're overestimating yourself, Kazuma. Asuma's voice was firm, his expression grim. Know your place. Kazuma's eyes glinted coldly. Arrogant words. Once the new daimyo takes power, Konoha will vanish from the map. Nonsense. Asuma snapped, raising his hand. Take them down. Chiriku and 4 lightning release users charged forward at once, while Asuma himself drew his chakra blades, sprinting straight for Kazuma. Kabuto, protect the daimyo with the others. Kurenai ordered. Yes. Kabuto wasted no time, pulling the terrified daimyo back into the palace. He and Toryun could still defend themselves if necessary, but Izumi. One blow could endanger her life. Guarding the daimyo was their safest, most vital role. Outside, the courtyard erupted into chaos. 4 against 7, steel, chakra, and fury colliding. Kazuma took on Asuma and Kurenai alone, and from the first exchange, it was clear he was being pushed back. Asuma's fists, charged with the deadly edge of his chakra blades, forced Kazuma on the defensive, striking with unrelenting ferocity. Kurenai, meanwhile, launched her genjutsu from range, weaving illusions that disrupted Kazuma's flow. Asuma didn't question her approach, it was how he'd always seen her fight. Earth release, stone spikes. Kazuma slammed his palms to the ground, raising a massive stone wall. Asuma roared, his chakra blades cleaving through the rock like paper. Dust exploded outward, then darkness swallowed his vision. Bringer of darkness genjutsu. Asuma froze mid-step, muscles coiled tight. He recognized the technique instantly, the jutsu once used by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. And since Kurenai was the only genjutsu user nearby. Yuhi, is that you? Asuma, I'll cover you. Kitazawa's voice cut through the void. Screams followed. Kitazawa, what's happening? Asuma demanded, unwilling to move blind. Then the darkness shattered. His vision returned, and his eyes fell on Kitazawa standing over Kazuma's lifeless body. Kazuma's arms had been torn apart, his throat slashed open. Asuma's chest heaved, but he quickly swallowed his frustration. Well done, he barked and turned to rejoin the others. With their leader slain, the remaining guardian ninja crumbled under the combined assault. Some were struck down, others knocked unconscious. The daimyo's guards, recovering from earlier, cheered in relief. Kitazawa. Asuma's urgent call pulled him back. Sito's badly wounded. Kitazawa strode over, frowning as he knelt beside Sito, one of the lightning release users. A blade had pierced near his heart, a death sentence without immediate intervention. Kabuto, with me, will perform surgery together. The two medical ninja worked swiftly, chakra glowing steadily beneath their hands. Minutes dragged like hours. Finally, Kitazawa exhaled deeply. He's stable. Out of danger. Kurenai was at his side in an instant, dabbing sweat from his brow. Asuma's lips twitched at the sight, but he said nothing. Kitazawa had just pulled off a feat worthy of a Jonin-class medical ninja. Kitazawa, Asuma said solemnly, thank you. Without you, Sito wouldn't have survived. Kitazawa only smiled faintly, noting with satisfaction the mission progress bar advancing in his mind. 6 high-difficulty surgeries done, 3 more to unlock the forbidden jutsu he sought. Forgive me for delaying your mission this long, Asuma continued. If you can't complete it, I'll explain everything to the old man myself. Kitazawa hesitated, then spoke honestly. There's no need. Our mission was to end the Guardian Ninja Rebellion. Hokage-sama sent us here. What? Asuma froze. A storm of emotions crossed his face, but finally he drew in a deep breath. Then I owe you all even more. Kitazawa offered gently, will you return with us to Konoha? Asuma's eyes darkened with thought. Not yet. The daimyo won't trust me after this. I'll resign my post and return later. Kitazawa nodded, accepting his choice. Soon after, he and his team departed with Kurenai, leaving Kazuma's corpse for Asuma to handle. The next afternoon, they arrived back in Konoha. They'd traveled through the night, half the winter break already gone, and with Tsunade's hemophobia treatment looming. Rest up tonight. Training ground tomorrow morning, Kitazawa instructed his squad. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, the 3 chorused before hurrying home. Kitazawa turned to Kurenai. Want to come with me to Hokage-sama, or head home first? Her tired face softened. Home. It's your squad's mission, you should report. Kitazawa leaned down, brushing her lips with his own. Wait for me. She smiled. Always. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen looked up sharply as Kitazawa entered. How did it go? Mission accomplished, Kitazawa reported, recounting the events. Well done, Hiruzen praised, satisfaction in his eyes. Kitazawa hesitated, then bowed slightly. There is something I must apologize for. I told Asuma the truth. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. And his reaction? He intends to resign soon and return to Konoha. For a heartbeat, silence. Then Hiruzen chuckled, the sound swelling into a hearty laugh. So Asuma has finally grown up. Kitazawa allowed himself a small smile. He'd earned Hiruzen's trust, and perhaps, something more. You've done well, Kitazawa, Hiruzen said warmly. As a reward, each member of your squad may select a B rank or lower ninjutsu. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It seemed Asuma's family card had worked. With 4 people in their squad, Kitazawa was entitled to claim 4 B rank or lower ninjutsu. He wasn't hoarding the rewards from Kabuto and the others, it was simply that they didn't need them. His teaching schedule already had their training mapped out. After collecting the 1 million Ryo mission reward, Kitazawa headed for the ninjutsu archive. Inside, he scanned the scroll racks, lost in thought. Fire release. Wind release. He had more than enough of those. Water release. Not urgent, he still had 2 A-rank techniques waiting to be mastered. His weakest affinities were lightning and earth. Lightning he had covered, Chidori was in his arsenal. But earth? Not a single technique. His recent mission in the fire capital had shown him just how versatile earth release could be. Kazuma and his subordinates wielded it with frightening efficiency. Earth techniques could shape the battlefield itself, using local terrain and saving chakra in the process. Decision made, Kitazawa pulled out 4 scrolls. Earth release, Earth flow wall, the classic defensive technique Kakashi himself favored. Earth release, Earth dragon bullet, straightforward offense. Earth release, Headhunter Jutsu, a sneaky underground strike. Earth Release, Earth Clone, a sturdier version of the body replacement technique, once used by Hiruzen against Orochimaru. Together, they covered defense, offense, stealth, and misdirection, a well-rounded set. Current mission: learn 4 Earth Release ninjutsu before the end of the 3rd semester. Mission reward: proficiency in Earth Release nature transformation. Accept. Here it comes. Just like the water release mission. Kitazawa had expected this, so his acceptance was immediate. The text shifted again. Current mission: choose a high-level task that can raise your squad's reputation. Mission reward: combination ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. Mission completed. Reward issued. A rush of information flooded his mind. Kitazawa stood silently, digesting it, then smiled. The lightning water dragon bullet was no ordinary technique. At least A rank, maybe higher. Bloodline limits fuse 2 chakra natures into a new element. Once combined, their techniques were easier to replicate. But combination ninjutsu was different. It demanded a fresh combination every single time. Twice the effort, twice the precision. This one fused water dragon bullet with lightning release, ground current. Conveniently, the system had already granted him mastery of the lightning half. Leaving the Hokage building, Kitazawa slipped away to a secluded spot in the north. Combination ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. His hands blurred, weaving 2 sets of seals in the time it would take most to form one. To the untrained eye, it looked like a single jutsu. That was the essence, and the risk, of combination techniques. A water dragon roared into existence, its body crackling with flickers of blue-white lightning. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the ground. The earth split and quaked. Water drenched the battlefield, and arcs of lightning spread outward in a deadly web, scorching everything in their path. Kitazawa's lips curved. Stronger than he imagined. This would be his 4th trump card, alongside Super Strength, Rasengan, and Chidori. Back on the main street, he turned not for home but for the Kurama compound. He found Yakumo sketching on a hillside. Yakumo. Kitazawa-sensei. She dropped her brush, surprised, and stood. Do you need something? How's your progress with the emotion displacement ninjutsu? I haven't mastered it yet, she admitted honestly. Kitazawa nodded. It's A rank, it should take time. Come to Kurenai's house tomorrow at 10. For special training, she asked curiously. No. A house call. His tone softened. The framework for psychological medical ninjutsu is stable now. It's time you tried treating an actual patient. Yakumo blinked, startled, but didn't refuse. Who's the patient? You'll see tomorrow. Be ready, she's not an ordinary case. Her chest tightened, but she answered firmly. Understood. Good. See you then. Kitazawa left her to her drawings and headed home. Sunday. After breakfast, Kitazawa walked into the academy courtyard. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto and Kiba bounded over, loud as ever after a week apart. He exchanged a few words before sending them back to training. Soon, Kabuto, Torian, and Izumi approached. Here's your mission reward, Kitazawa said, handing each a scroll. 150,000 ryo apiece. Izumi quickly shook her head. I can't accept this. I hardly helped at all. Kitazawa smiled, ruffling her hair. Don't say that. We're a team. She's right, Torian added. Your restraint was why I could finish him. Exactly. Now, enough talk, time for training. Kitazawa clapped his hands. Yes, sensei. Izumi tucked away the passbook, warmth blooming in her chest. Izumi, I'll teach you a new fire technique, Phoenix Sage Fire, Crimson Claws. Her eyes lit up. Really? Kabuto, you'll learn Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet. Finally, his gaze settled on Torian. Offensive power he had plenty, what he lacked was movement. For you, Torian, Leaf Body Flicker. It'll sharpen your defense and evasion. He spent the next hour explaining the principles of each jutsu before dismissing them. His destination, Tsunade's home, with Yakumo in tow, to begin her very first consultation. Chapter 198. Why are you home so early today? Kurenai opened the door, blinking in surprise when she saw Kitazawa standing there. I missed you, so I came back, he said, stepping forward to pull her into his arms, his hand wandering down to give her a playful pat on the rear. Her hips trembled slightly under his touch, soft yet firm. Get to the point. Kurenai huffed, lifting a leg to kick him away. Of course she didn't buy that excuse. Has Yakumo arrived yet? Kitazawa rested his chin on her shoulder, breathing in her faint fragrance. Why would she? Kurenai shot back. Our psychological medical need system is basically complete, he explained, his hand sliding down her waist until he brushed the bandage on her thigh. Today, we're going to treat our first patient. Who? Kurenai asked, curiosity sparking in her eyes. I'll tell you, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone. Kitazawa lowered his voice. It's Lady Tsunade. What? Impossible. Kurenai's first reaction was disbelief. Want to come with us? Kitazawa teased, kneading her thigh lightly. You two go. Kurenai shook her head after a pause. I'm not a medical nin. And with something that confidential, I shouldn't interfere. Given Lady Tsunade's personality, she won't mind. And once she's cured, it won't matter anyway. I'll stay home and train. Kurenai insisted, her tone softening. During their mission in the capital, she had realized how limited her strength really was. Against Jonin-level foes, she had been nearly helpless alone. She wanted to close that gap as soon as possible. Besides, New Year's is in 2 days. I need to go shopping later. Kitazawa blinked. New Year already? He'd been so caught up in missions that the thought had completely slipped his mind. All right then. Thanks, Yui. Just then, footsteps approached. Kitazawa turned to see Yakumo hurrying over. Kitazawa-sensei. She bowed politely. Follow me. After Kurenai closed the door, Kitazawa led Yakumo forward. She trailed behind, her mind swirling with curiosity. Who could this mysterious first patient be? Her heart skipped a beat when Kitazawa stopped at the house next door. Wasn't that where Lady Tsunade and Shizen lived? No, surely not. But Kitazawa knocked. You're here? Come in, Shizen greeted as she opened the door. She didn't look surprised, clearly this had been arranged. Inside, Tsunade lounged on the sofa like a lazy cat, collar falling open just enough to reveal pale skin and tempting curves. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa cleared his throat, forcing himself to look away. The woman's allure was dangerously distracting. Why didn't you come yesterday? She asked with a yawn, sitting up. Yui and I were on a mission. We only got back yesterday afternoon and didn't want to disturb you. Shizen, take them and go. Shizen tugged Rina Uzumaki toward the back. Karen, meanwhile, was training at the academy. Yakumo, your first patient, is Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa ruffled her hair gently. Start the consultation. What? Yakumo froze, dizzy with pressure. Usually, Tsunade was the one treating her. And how could someone like Tsunade possibly have a psychological illness? She was a Sannin, the greatest medical nin in the world. Don't be nervous. Tsunade's tone was calm, almost reassuring. Just follow the steps you were taught. Why yes, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa, sit by me. He hesitated but obeyed. As he settled beside her, Tsunade leaned close, her breath warm against his ear. His body stiffened. If I lose control, don't let Yakumo see it. I understand. Kitazawa nodded immediately. He hadn't seen her hemophobia firsthand, but he knew what it looked like. It would tear down the image of strength she carried, and it was natural she didn't want Yakumo to witness it. After whispering, Tsunade sat back. Only then did she realize, why was she fine with Kitazawa seeing her at her worst? Was it because he'd already seen her drunk and unguarded? Or because, during the root incident, he had shielded her from the sight of blood? Somehow, she found she trusted him more than she realized. Lady Tsunade, Yakumo began, activating the therapeutic words technique. Her voice softened, carrying gentle reassurance. Tsunade could have dispelled it instantly, but chose not to. What did you have for breakfast? Grilled fish. I had ramen. Yakumo chatted casually, stringing together harmless topics to build comfort. Relaxed by the jutsu, Tsunade responded with surprising ease, talking with her for nearly half an hour. Have you been sleeping well? Any nightmares? Yakumo asked carefully. Not long ago, I had one, Tsunade admitted after a pause. I dreamed of Nawaki. Yakumo frowned slightly. She didn't know the name, but it was clearly important. If Kitazawa had asked her to treat Tsunade, then it meant there was trauma buried deep. Nawaki was my younger brother, Tsunade said softly. Yakumo's chest tightened. She'd never heard mention of him, meaning he must have died long ago. Would you tell me about him? Yakumo asked gently. I can. Tsunade drew her knees up onto the sofa, hugging them close. A defensive posture. Then she began to speak about Nawaki's childhood, his graduation, his tutelage under Orochimaru, and his tragic death on the battlefield. Yakumo listened intently. Tsunade hadn't stated the illness outright, but the pieces were falling into place. The loss of a sibling could leave wounds deeper than any scar. Her illness is hemophobia, Kitazawa said quietly, filling the silence. Yakumo's eyes widened. A fear of blood, born from loss and helplessness. For the strongest healer in the shinobi world, unable to save her own brother, how much despair must that have caused? What are the symptoms, exactly? Yakumo asked. She couldn't treat properly without knowing. Whenever she sees blood, her body trembles uncontrollably. She can't move. Kitazawa answered. A psychological trigger causing a physical reaction. Yakumo murmured. You can use inner mind transfer, Tsunade interjected suddenly. See it firsthand, it will make treatment more precise. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa's chest tightened. He shook his head. That's not necessary. Kitazawa, you're a medical nin. You know I'm right. Tsunade bit her lip, eyes firm. I agreed to this. I won't back down. Kitazawa fell silent, his heart stirring. For years she had avoided this fear. But now, she was choosing to face it head-on. Yakumo. Kitazawa glanced at Yakumo Kurama. Demonic illusion, descending hell technique. Yakumo's hands flashed through seals. Tsunade's eyes glazed over as the illusion took hold, blood poured endlessly before her. Her body trembled. Blood, so much blood. Her hands spread open unconsciously, pupils dilating in raw panic. The legendary, decisive Tsunade now looked like a terrified rabbit cornered in the dark. Yakumo froze, shocked. She hadn't expected Tsunade's hemophobia to be this severe. Kitazawa immediately stepped forward, shielding Yakumo's view. He raised his hand, chakra flaring, and dispelled the genjutsu. Tsunade gasped and instinctively clutched his hands. As the illusion melted away, her trembling slowed. She drew deep, shaky breaths, chest rising and falling. Kitazawa's eyes flicked downward for a moment, dangerously distracted by the sight. Thank you. She released him, only to notice the red indentations on his wrists. Her fingers had gripped so hard they left marks. No bleeding, but still. Yakumo, Kitazawa said, settling back down beside her, anything else you'd like to ask? Yakumo hesitated, then spoke. Lady Tsunade, besides Nawaki's death, was there something else? There was. Tsunade shut her eyes, panic threatening to surge again, until a warm hand closed over hers. She looked down. Kitazawa was holding her hand firmly. This is called returning a favor, he said softly. She had done the same for him earlier. Tsunade didn't reply, but she didn't let go either. During the Second Great Ninja War, she began quietly, I proposed that every squad should have a medical ninja. Only one man, Kato Dan, stood with me. Yakumo blinked. She'd never heard of him. That could only mean he was long dead. Because of that, we grew close. I even thought, maybe after the war ended. But he died soon after, on the battlefield. Her grip on Kitazawa's hand tightened. I watched him die right in front of me. Her voice broke, trembling. His injuries were too severe. I couldn't. Her eyes glistened. Kitazawa remembered her earlier request and quickly covered them with his hand, using chakra to quietly absorb her tears. Yakumo bit her lip, speechless. The mighty Tsunade carried wounds deeper than she'd imagined. I'm fine. After a moment, Tsunade pushed his hand away. But her other hand still clung tightly to his, as if drawing strength from it. Yakumo. She steadied her voice. If we're to treat this hemophobia, it must begin with these two memories. Understood, Yakumo said, then asked, Lady Tsunade, do you wish to keep those memories, or seal them away? Keep them. She didn't hesitate long. Forgetting would be cowardice. No matter how much she avoided, she wouldn't run. Then we'll need to use the emotion displacement technique, Yakumo explained. Weaken the emotions tied to those memories. All right. But if it fails, you'll need a backup plan. I'll prepare one once I return, Yakumo admitted, then bowed her head. But I haven't fully mastered emotion displacement yet. It's fine. Tsunade shook her head. Today isn't right anyway. My emotions are unstable, and on someone like me, half-baked jutsu won't work. How long until you've mastered it? Kitazawa asked. A week at most. Yakumo promised. Perfect, Kitazawa said with a nod. Right after New Year. New Year. Tsunade murmured, her expression clouding. The last proper one she'd spent was with Nawaki. Yes, Yakumo exhaled. You've done well today. You may go, Kitazawa said gently. He didn't stand, Tsunade still held his hand. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Yakumo bowed and left. Kitazawa turned back, only to feel weight on his shoulder. Tsunade leaned against him, body pressed close, gaze distant and unfocused. He hesitated, but said nothing. Silence settled, the minutes stretching. I let you see a weak side of me today. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said gravely, are you planning to silence me now? She burst into laughter. Stretching languidly, her clothes slipping dangerously, she smirked. I won't silence you. But you'd better be careful. Lady Tsunade, I've earned great merit today, Kitazawa declared solemnly. If you must kill anyone, it can't be me. I can't bring myself to, she teased, lips curving. It's rare to find someone as amusing as you. Most shinobi cowered before her. Only Jiraiya and Orochimaru treated her casually, one too lecherous, the other too cold. Kitazawa, bold, handsome, and quick with jokes, was refreshing. Then I'm relieved. Kitazawa thumped his chest in mock relief. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Lady Tsunade, New Year's in 2 days, Kitazawa grinned. How about celebrating together? Fine, she said lightly. Her past New Year's had always been just her and Shizun. Then it settled. Kurenai, Shizun-senpai, and I will cook. You wouldn't dare eat mine anyway. Her tone was lazy, almost self-mocking. On the contrary, Lady Tsunade's cooking must be divine, he said without thinking. Oh. Then I'll make something for you on New Year's Day. Kitazawa froze. That won't be necessary. Her laughter rang out again. When she laughed like that, it was dazzling, too dazzling. His eyes lingered despite himself. You have Kurenai, yet still wandering eyes, she asked playfully. Should I tell her? You can't blame me. Kitazawa protested solemnly. Blame yourself for being too captivating. You sweet talker. She shot him a glare. No wonder Kurenai's so easily fooled by you. I only sacrifice myself to make Lady Tsunade smile. That earned him another smile, soft, genuine this time. Go on then. If you get bored, meet me at the casino. I have to check on my academy students, Kitazawa said, rising. Lady Tsunade, until next time. She watched him go, his figure disappearing through the door. And for a moment, Tsunade simply sat there, lost in thought. Chapter 199. Since it was still early, Kitazawa returned to the ninja academy. Instead of heading straight to the training grounds, he wandered to a quiet corner on the south side. From a distance, the crackle of electricity reached his ears, punctuated by Sasuke's muffled grunts. Drawing closer, Kitazawa saw Sasuke's body shrouded in lightning. Practicing lightning release nature transformation already. His gaze shifted upward. Perched casually on a tree branch, Kakashi was absorbed in make-out paradise, barely sparing Sasuke a glance. Kakashi. Kitazawa leapt up and landed in front of him. What is it? Kakashi asked, tucking the little book away with practiced ease. You've been training Sasuke for 2 weeks now, Kitazawa said with a smile. How's his lightning release talent? Kakashi paused for 2 seconds, then replied, not bad. Kitazawa nodded knowingly. Coming from Kakashi, those 2 words meant Sasuke's talent was exceptional. And indeed, it was. As one of the story's destined protagonists, Sasuke's aptitude needed no further proof. He might not be the strongest lightning release user in the world, but top 5 was no exaggeration. When can he start learning actual lightning release ninjutsu? Kitazawa asked, watching Sasuke grit his teeth through another surge. Next week. Some lower-level techniques, at least, Kakashi said after a moment's thought. What about your Chidori? Kakashi's brow furrowed. Chidori? He's still far from ready. Kitazawa leaned in slightly. Sasuke's goal is to defeat Naruto. Ah. Understanding dawned on Kakashi. So that was why Kitazawa was pushing, it was to give Sasuke a counter against Naruto's Rasengan. The thought stirred something in him. After all, Rasengan was the jutsu created by his own teacher, the 4th Hokage. I'll try my best, Kakashi said after a pause. Sasuke was indeed well suited for Chidori. If he could master it, Kakashi wouldn't hold back. Almost unconsciously, Kakashi touched his left eye. Obito's Sharingan, he was no true Uchiha, and in some ways, he still felt indebted to their clan. Passing on Chidori to Sasuke might be a way of repaying that debt. I've been working on lightning release myself, Kitazawa said casually. Think I could learn Chidori too? Kakashi's eye widened slightly before he shook his head. Chidori relies on sudden strikes and precise timing. Without a Sharingan, you won't even hit your target, let alone control the chakra flow safely. Even if you learned it, it'd be useless. That's not necessarily true. Kitazawa's tone brimmed with confidence. I can modify Chidori. Kakashi blinked. Modify an A-rank technique? He doubted it. Kitazawa was known for medical ninjutsu, wind, and fire release, not lightning. But Kitazawa continued, his eyes gleaming. Chidori focuses lightning in the hand. But what if you spread it across your whole body, offense and defense together? Chidori stream. More practical than the original, if you ask me. The truth was, with his mastery of lightning nature transformation, Kitazawa could develop it on his own. Kakashi hesitated, still skeptical. Reworking an A-rank jutsu wasn't far from inventing one entirely. When I teach Sasuke Chidori, you can join us, he said at last. Appreciate it. But I can't just take it for free, Kitazawa replied with a sly grin. Tell you what, I've got an idea for an S-rank lightning release technique. Interested? Kakashi's lone eye narrowed. S-rank lightning release. Such jutsu were exceedingly rare. Across an entire element, there might not even be 5 in existence. If this works, it'll definitely qualify, Kitazawa assured him. Then why not create it yourself? Kakashi countered. Because my plate's already full, earth release, sealing jutsu, water release, Kitazawa said smoothly. Besides, you're Konoha's best lightning user. Hokage-sama's stronger than me, Kakashi corrected. And far too busy, Kitazawa shot back. So, what do you say? Want to co-create an S-rank? Kakashi hesitated, curiosity tugging at him. No shinobi could resist the lure of an S-rank technique. Fine. Let's hear it. Kitazawa cleared his throat. Lightning release, Kirin. Of course, he was borrowing Sasuke's future idea, years ahead of schedule. But better Kakashi develop it now and pass it down, saving Sasuke precious time later. He didn't know the exact seals, but he understood the principle: summon natural lightning from thunderclouds, then guide it down like a divine beast. The drawback was obvious: weather dependency. But even that could be engineered, as Sasuke would one day prove with fire release, Great Dragon Fire. The result? World-destroying power. Kakashi's eye lit with rare excitement. Your idea is brilliant. How about it? Want to try? Kitazawa hinted. Though I'm a little busy myself. Kakashi gave a thoughtful nod. All right. I'll test it when I can. Current mission, develop lightning release, Kirin with Kakashi Hatake. Reward, Chidori stream. Accept. Kitazawa almost chuckled aloud. A mission trigger, better than expected. With the system's version, Chidori stream would be perfected instantly, saving him months of work. If you run into trouble, come find me, Kitazawa said with a confident smile. Kakashi wasn't convinced. If Kitazawa were truly confident, he wouldn't have handed off an S-rank idea so easily. Still, he let it go. You get back to make out paradise then, Kitazawa said as he dropped from the branch. This isn't, Kakashi started, but Kitazawa was already gone. He shook his head and pulled out a notebook. Kirin would need serious research, Kitazawa had only handed him the framework. Meanwhile, Kitazawa arrived at the training grounds. Hinata was the first to notice. She almost stopped practicing Shadow Clone, but under his watchful eyes, quickly resumed. Ino's training looked almost artistic, surrounded by drifting pink petals. She caught one, infused it with chakra, and flicked it into a tree trunk with sharp precision. Kitazawa nodded. She was close to mastering ninja art, 100-flower chaos. Naruto and his shadow clones, on the other hand, sat cross-legged with leaves on their palms, faces scrunched in frustration. His wind release training clearly wasn't progressing. Kitazawa suspected the Ninetales was interfering. No matter. Naruto would keep at it, and once Tsunade overcame her hemophobia, Kitazawa could finally reveal the truth about the Ninetales, unlocking even greater growth for him. The fox really was the ultimate cheat. After offering pointers to Kabuto, Toryun, and Izumi, Kitazawa moved toward a secluded spot in the north. A sharp, pungent smell with a faintly sweet undertone drifted through the air. Kitazawa stopped before Shino's insect nest. Flames surrounded it, while Kikaichi crawled frantically to escape. How's it going? Kitazawa asked. Kitazawa-sensei, please look. Shino extended his hand, revealing a single Kikaichi. Its carapace was streaked with black and red. It worked. Kitazawa's brows rose. Half worked, Shino corrected. I discovered it 3 days ago. This one lasted 3 whole seconds in the fire. 3 seconds isn't short, Kitazawa said with interest. In battle, that's long enough to change everything. The problem is, it's only one. Adjusting his glasses, Shino continued, if I had 2, I could attempt to breed them. Kitazawa understood. Forcing fire resistance was a temporary fix, true success meant altering the Kikaichi's genes, producing offspring that naturally inherited the trait. Where there's one, there will be more. Kitazawa gave him an encouraging smile. It's only a matter of time. Shino nodded, then immersed himself once again in his experiment, already preparing to infuse chakra and replenish the nest. Kitazawa circled back to the training grounds. His own work awaited him, sealing techniques. 2 weeks of winter break remained. He aimed to master 3 basic seals before it ended. He had already learned the finger engraving seal. He started learning the barrier method formation. The barrier method formation was designed to trap a target within concentric seals, preventing escape. Multiple users could maintain it together, or a single shinobi alone. Kitazawa formed the hand signs. Chakra pulsed from his feet into the ground. 3 black concentric circles of cursed seals spread outward, glowing faintly. He recalled how Irika had once used this very technique on Naruto, only for the boy to break free almost instantly. Useful on paper, but in truth, only a low-level seal. The sun dipped low, painting the sky orange. One by one, Sasuke, Naruto, and the others wrapped up training and headed home. Hinata, stay a moment, Kitazawa called. She looked up, her face flushed and hair damp with sweat. To Kitazawa, she seemed both heroic and endearingly cute. Here. He handed her a storage scroll. What is it? She asked, taking it carefully. Snacks from the fire capital, Kitazawa replied. Then he added, consider it a belated birthday gift. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise before softening with joy. She had feared he had forgotten. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. You gave me a fine ninja blade. I've yet to prepare a gift of equal value, Kitazawa admitted, patting her head. But I'll find something fitting in time. In my opinion, this is already more than enough, Hinata said, smiling as she clutched the scroll. Kitazawa chuckled. You'd probably thank someone even while being swindled. They can't swindle me. Hinata tilted her head defiantly. You're really too cute. He tapped her forehead gently. Come on, I'll walk you home. She skipped happily beside him as he spoke about the fire capital along the way. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata waved reluctantly before heading inside. The next morning marked the third week of winter break. Only 3 days remained until New Year. Kitazawa decided his students deserved a short rest. Training through the holiday would be cruel. For the next 2 days, he focused solely on practicing the barrier method formation. December 31st arrived, the final day of the year. Upon waking, Kitazawa was greeted with a system prompt. Mission complete, help Hinata learn the shadow clone technique during winter break. Reward granted, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The jutsu might not mean much to him, but for a Hyuga, it was invaluable. It solved Gentle Fist's weakness, limited reach, by sending invisible chakra shockwaves through the air. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If Hinata had mastered Shadow Clone, then Neji surely had too. With Neji's upcoming mission to defeat Naruto, perhaps 8 trigrams vacuum palm would be the perfect trump card. Of course, it would be best for Hayashi to teach it first. Kitazawa could then refine Neji's use. Are you awake? A drowsy voice pulled him from his thoughts. Kurenai stirred, stretching languidly before draping a bare leg across him. Kitazawa quickly averted his gaze. The law of the abyss was merciless, one look too long, and he'd fall into the abyss. It's time to get up, Kurenai, he murmured, patting her softly on the rear. Just a little longer. She nuzzled against him, pressing a quick kiss to his lips before burrowing back into his chest. Kitazawa pinched her nose until she finally stirred awake. Going to the academy today? She asked, sitting up and stretching. No, I gave the students 2 days off. His eyes lingered openly on her as she moved. Then you're coming shopping with me. We need food for dinner. Kitazawa had invited Tsunade and Shizen for New Year's, and preparations couldn't wait. He nodded. Wherever you went, New Year was special. In the Shinobi world, the last day was called Amisoka, and soba noodles were tradition. What do you want for breakfast? Kurenai asked, tracing a finger over his chest. Anything's fine. He retaliated cheekily. Pervert. She winced, snatched his wrist, and glared before slipping into her clothes. Kitazawa only smiled. A sudden boom shook the air. Kitazawa quickly dressed and went to the window. Outside, a white-haired shinobi lay embedded headfirst in the dirt. His clothes and hair left no doubt. Jiraiya. One of the Sannin. Back in Konoha. Likely, after all, it was New Year's. But judging by the crater, he had just been sent flying by Tsunade. Kitazawa stepped outside. Sure enough, Tsunade stood nearby, expression calm as she dusted her hands. Good morning, Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa greeted politely. Morning. Her tone softened slightly at the sight of him. Just finished teaching a fool a lesson. Jiraiya sat up groaning, only to see Tsunade smiling and chatting easily with a young, handsome guy. Chapter 200. Tsunade, who is he? Jiraiya finally gathered himself, sprang to his feet, and strode toward her, curiosity written all over his face. His name is Kitazawa, Tsunade said after a brief pause. He's half my student. You. A student. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Then his brows knitted. And what do you mean, half a student? My business is none of yours. Tsunade's tone turned sharp, her fist flexing in warning. Right, never asked, Jiraiya backpedaled immediately, sensing danger. Kitazawa, this is G. Wait. I'll handle this myself. Jiraiya interrupted with a grin, stepping back. Balancing on one leg, he struck an exaggerated pose. I am the peerless white-haired toad sage, a man beyond the 4 cardinal directions. Children stop crying at the sight of my. He didn't even finish before a fist like a boulder cut him off. With a loud crack, Jiraiya shot through the air like a white comet, crashing meters away with a pitiful scream. His name is Jiraiya, Tsunade said dryly, lowering her hand as though nothing happened. Stay away from him if you can. What do you mean stay away from me? Jiraiya reappeared in front of them almost instantly, indestructible as ever. You know why. Tsunade glared, her voice edged with steel. If I catch you peeking at the Konoha hot springs again, you'll die in ways you can't imagine. It was a misunderstanding. Cold sweat beaded on Jiraiya's forehead. I just came back to spend New Year's with the old man, and with you. Go spend it with the old man. I don't need you. Tsunade waved him off. Don't need me. Jiraiya's gaze slid toward Kitazawa. Lady Tsunade, Shizen-senpai, Mrs. Rina, and I are celebrating together, Kitazawa replied evenly. Rina? Who's that? Jiraiya scratched his head. You've been gone too long, Tsunade snorted, clearly displeased. Kitazawa held his tongue. Truthfully, Tsunade was no different from Jiraiya. If not for his creation of the psychological medical ninja system, she'd likely still be wandering until Naruto dragged her back after graduation. But saying that out loud, that was a shortcut to Jiraiya's fate. If you want answers, ask the old man, Tsunade said flatly, shutting the door behind her. Jiraiya rubbed his nose awkwardly, then, after a quick nod to Kitazawa, turned and headed for the Hokage's office. Old man, still peeping into that crystal ball? Why not lend it to me for a couple of days? The voice made Hiruzen stiffen. He quickly covered the crystal ball before relaxing with a sigh. The Hokage's office hasn't changed a bit, Jiraiya said, vaulting through the window with ease. Can't you use the door for once? Hiruzen scolded, face dark. Just like Tsunade, no respect. Next time, promise, Jiraiya grinned. Forget it. You never listen. Hiruzen put the crystal ball away. So, have you found your child of prophecy? No. Jiraiya shook his head. The great toad sage of Mount Myaboku had once prophesied that among Jiraiya's students, one would emerge with the power to change the world, or destroy it. Jiraiya had been searching ever since. You've chased shadows for years. Maybe this child of prophecy doesn't exist, Hiruzen said gently. Why not stay in Konoha now that you're here? Sorry, old man. Jiraiya's eyes hardened. The child of prophecy does exist. I'll find him. Hiruzen sighed. If Jiraiya had stayed, so much might have been different, the Ninetales incident most of all. I just saw Tsunade. Who's this Kitazawa? How'd he end up her half-student? See for yourself. Hiruzen slid a file across the desk. Jiraiya opened it casually, but the more he read, the more his expression shifted from curiosity to shock. From a mere academy teacher to an elite Jonin skilled in medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, and water release, all in less than a year. The transformation was absurd. It reminded Jiraiya of himself in the old days, before Mount Myaboku changed everything. But what was Kitazawa's secret? A hidden mentor. A miraculous stroke of fate. No wonder Tsunade came back, Jiraiya muttered, pausing at the section on the psychological medical ninja system. This could change everything. The more he thought, the more a realization struck him. Old man, can it treat Tsunade's hemophobia? Possibly. Hiruzen nodded. Kitazawa and the team are working on it. Success isn't guaranteed. If it works, that would be incredible. Relief flickered across Jiraiya's features. He more than anyone understood the burden Tsunade carried. Kitazawa has earned his place as her student, Jiraiya said at last. He didn't pry further. Kitazawa had the strength, position, and allies to keep his secrets. And he's a remarkable teacher, Hiruzen added proudly. A teacher is still just a teacher, Jiraiya replied with a shrug. In his eyes, academy instructors were barely above genin, their limit being the 3 basic jutsu. Take a look at this. Hiruzen handed him the genius class dossier. Jiraiya flipped through, eyebrows rising. A good reform, he admitted. If we'd had something like this back then, maybe Hanzo wouldn't have crushed us so badly. The memory of that battle burned fresh, the three of them slaughtered alongside their comrades, spared only as a mockery, Hanzo's Sannin. And Rina? Jiraiya asked again. Rina Uzumaki. A survivor from the grass village. Tsunade and Kitazawa brought her back. There are still Uzumaki alive. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Thanks to Kitazawa, Hiruzen said, voice tinged with relief. I see. Jiraiya set the file down. Then I'll go see Naruto. Fine. But don't stir up trouble, Hiruzen warned. When will you tell him the truth? Jiraiya asked, frowning. He's still too young. After graduation, Hiruzen said firmly. Tonight's New Year's Eve. You're not leaving him alone, are you? Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. Hiruzen fell silent. Tsunade's here. What are you afraid of? Jiraiya pressed. Old man, you were once a hero. When did you become so indecisive? Bring Naruto to my house tonight. After a long pause, Hiruzen relented. That's more like it. Jiraiya waved and leapt out the window. See you tonight. Hiruzen watched him vanish into the distance, an old ache heavy in his chest. It seems I really am getting old. Tsunade and Jiraiya had the courage to move forward, while he hesitated. And Jiraiya, for all his passion, was shackled by prophecy. Perhaps the future of Konoha lies with Tsunade after all, he murmured. As the new year approached, Konoha was buzzing with life. Shops lined both sides of the street, every one of them open and filled with customers. Temporary food stalls and snack carts crowded the lanes, their aromas mingling in the crisp winter air. But what filled the streets most of all were people, villagers shoulder to shoulder, laughter and chatter echoing everywhere. Your shop isn't open today. Kurenai squeezed Kitazawa's hand, her ruby eyes glinting with amusement. You'll lose a fortune. No, Kitazawa shook his head with a smile. Spending the day with you is worth more. Besides, I'm not exactly short on money anymore. That's true, Kurenai admitted, glancing around the bustling street. You're practically Konoha's top medical ninja after Lady Tsunade. Earning money comes easy for you now. Unless I fall into gambling, Kitazawa quipped. Then I'd end up penniless, just like Lady Tsunade. Kurenai laughed softly. Careful, she is your teacher. She might just dump all her IOUs on you. Don't say terrifying things like that, Kitazawa muttered, his mouth twitching. Kurenai suddenly stopped, pointing ahead. Look, it's Asuma and Kakashi. Kitazawa followed her gaze. You're right. Kitazawa. Guy's booming voice cut through the crowd as he waved energetically. Asuma's eyes flicked toward them, and immediately froze when he noticed their hands interlocked. He felt his heart seize painfully. Asuma, when did you get back? Kitazawa greeted warmly. Yesterday afternoon, Asuma replied curtly. How did you all end up together? Kurenai asked, curious. Just ran into each other. Asuma grumbled, then the old man suddenly ordered me to buy groceries, said we had guests tonight. Guests? On New Year's Eve? Kurenai frowned. I have no idea. Asuma shook his head. I do. Kitazawa's eyes flickered knowingly. I saw Jiraiya-sama this morning. Jiraiya-sama. For the first time, Kakashi stirred. A glint of life flickered in his dead fish eyes. He had already read Ika Ika Paradise dozens of times. Was there a new volume? Yes, Kitazawa chuckled. He visited Lady Tsunade, and got punched through the street for his trouble. As expected of Lady Tsunade, Kurenai said in open admiration. So that's it. Realization dawned on Asuma. If Jiraiya's here, of course the old man's preparing. Speaking of guests, Kurenai added with a smile, Lady Tsunade's coming to our house tonight. Their house? Asuma felt his heart sink. He had lost far too thoroughly. You all enjoy yourselves. We'll check out that supermarket, he muttered, dragging Kakashi along. Wait for me. Guy shouted, sprinting after them. Asuma, Kakashi said after some thought, I'll head home with you later. I have something to discuss with Jiraiya-sama. No problem. Asuma managed a smile. How about you spend New Year's Eve at our place? Me. Kakashi blinked, surprised. Of course. You're Jiraiya-sama's student, it's only right. Besides, the old man will be happy to see you. By evening, snow was falling heavily. Shizune and Rina arrived early at Kurenai's home to help prepare the feast. Kitazawa tried to join in, but was quickly shooed away. The kitchen was already too cramped with 3 people inside. In the living room, Karen sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching television with rapt attention. Kitazawa flopped down beside her, but after a few minutes of dull programs, he grew restless. Then came a knock at the door. I'll get it. Kitazawa opened it, and found himself face to face with Tsunade. Despite the swirling snow, she wore her familiar tea-green jacket, the character Gamble boldly emblazoned on the back. Lady Tsunade, you're late, Kitazawa said, stepping aside to let her in. Stop to buy sake. Tsunade smirked. Weather like this calls for it. As she bent to take off her shoes, Kitazawa's eyes flickered down. Without looking up, Tsunade spoke dryly, aren't you afraid I'll punch you through the wall? No, Kitazawa replied without hesitation. I've done nothing wrong. He brushed the snow gently from her shoulder. Tsunade paused, then allowed a small smile. I'll let you off, for today. She padded into the living room. Kitazawa exhaled in relief. His auto-aim definitely needed more control. Lady Tsunade. Karen greeted happily. How's your training? Tsunade asked, ruffling her hair. Good, Karen said proudly. Kitazawa-sensei says I can start learning sealing techniques next week. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade nodded. Her talent really is impressive, Kitazawa added with a grin. You're teaching her sealing. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. What about the 3 techniques I gave you? I've mastered 2. Kitazawa admitted modestly. But my sealing talent is lacking. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I ought to punch you out. 2 techniques already. That's not lacking, it's monstrous. You don't need to punch me, Kitazawa teased. Just say the word and I'll leave peacefully. He wasn't really afraid of her anymore, he'd learned her boundaries. Tsunade might be tough, but she wasn't unfair. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had far too many sins to atone for. An hour later, dinner was ready. Kitazawa, Tsunade, Kurenai, Shizune, Rina, and Karen sat around the table. Bring out the sake. Tsunade declared, plopping down 6 bottles. 6. Shizune scolded. Weren't you supposed to buy 2? It's New Year's Eve. 2 isn't nearly enough, Tsunade retorted. It's fine, Kurenai interjected smoothly. I'll drink with Lady Tsunade. Then drink. Tsunade lifted her glass. Wait. Kitazawa stopped her hand. The first drink of the year should be shared together. True enough. Tsunade nodded. Everyone, raise your glasses. Except for Karen, everyone lifted theirs. Happy New Year, they said in unison. At the Sarutobi compound, the night was equally lively. Today is a good day, Hiruzen said with a wide smile, looking at Jiraiya, Asuma, Kakashi, and Naruto gathered before him. He couldn't even remember the last time his home had been this warm, this full of laughter.